Hello everyone, this is Cool Pro 195 streaming live with my Happy New Year 2025 to 2026 celebration live stream. That's right people, this is officially my first ever live stream in the year 2026. Yep people, I get the picture. We're already on the precipice of May and approaching this very starting point of June. And to be honest, given how everything has been panning out on my part this year, honestly, I legit just don't have the mental capacity in order to give a flying fuck. So yeah people, you've overlooked one fact. I have a life. With that life, of course, comes with its piss takes. But of course, we're not going to dwell on the past, we're going to put a positive spin on this live stream. So, yeah. And also, with that being the case, considering how this year's panned out on my end, let this live stream happening at this point in time be a reflection of how this year has panned out. So yeah, long story short, the record shall so reflect that 2026 has indeed been an unconventional, weird-ass fucked up year for the way it has been going. So yeah, the next person to ask that, they're going to be greeted with, welcome to the real world where nothing makes any fucking sense. Anyways, on a positive spin, it's great to be back live streaming people. It's going to be awesome to see all of you popping up in the chat, but you're going to have to be patient because it's going to feel like quite an adaptation for me personally. You could probably tell by how it took a bit of time for me to properly articulate myself, as in being live on the spot right here. So yeah, I'm partially out of touch but not completely out of practice, but you get the picture. Nice to see people jump in and watching the live stream already. I'm sure a lot of you have missed my presence, for those of you who are loyal viewers anyway. It's great to be back people, it's awesome to be back up in the building. So I'm going to be posting this all over social media soon enough. Before anything important is forgotten, honourable shoutouts to both Mr. Original Name and James of the Crimson Dragon for your previous donations within past live streams. I highly appreciate the extended level of support put towards the channel. Donations, just to clear up with you people, donations are no way an obligation whatsoever, and of course they are highly appreciated if they are completely done on your full accord, completely on your own accord. That's when they're appreciated the most. No one is obligated or obliged, however you want to put it, to drop any donations either through whatever service you decide to use. Whatever you choose, take your pick. But of course, the most important thing is that people just turn up to the live stream and have a chill time. Just kick back, grab your popcorn and snacks and drinks or whatever type of food happens to be around your house. Just enjoy the stream. By the way, yeah, I'm aware that not Mr. Original Name, I'm aware that James the Crimson Dragon has actually changed his username at some point in the past. But yeah, whatever it is, I know it's something similar to that, but at the same time, but whatever it is, honourable shouts to your extended level of support towards the channel. For some reason, Twitch is saying the live stream is unstable, even though I am actually live streaming at the recommended bit rates. But yeah, anyways, I'm going to post this all over social media before we proceed. I'm just going to listen to it back real quick. Okay, testing real quick. Okay, that's odd. I don't seem to be hearing anything on my phone. However, let me see if I can hear any of it back on PC. Back on PC. Back. Okay, perfect. Back. Okay, perfect. Alright, perfect. We know that it's working. It's strange that the audio is not playing on my phone even though I enabled it there, but yeah, it's good to know that it's still running. So I think, what you call it, I think Twitch is just rage baiting people at this point, saying that my live stream is completely unstable when you can clearly see that it isn't. But when I hover over it with the cursor, it says average stream bitrate too high. Even though like this is pretty much the same amount of bitrate that I normally use when I'm live streaming at 1080p at 60 frames per second. So yeah, plus my provider can handle it, so it's not a problem. Anyways, I'm gonna post this around to social media. Before I proceed. I sincerely apologise about the people. But yeah, the heat over here in the UK is a proper fucking scorcher. Fucking up my ad-libs there. Anyways, let's proceed. Let's post this all over social media. Promote yourself. Soon enough I'll be posting it in multiple different Discord servers, although I won't be posting it in like, you know, the same amount of Discord servers because I can't stress this enough. I really need to get the ball rolling on this live stream. Personally, this live stream has been like a staple in my head throughout the entire year. So yeah, no time like the present. And you know, today in a way sort of feels like a good day to do the live stream as well, especially of how, you know, today has panned out in comparison to previous days. Alright. First stop Facebook and Twitter, second stop Discord. You know what's crazy? I actually feel better than I thought I would. Like, the palpitations are sort of like, you know, disappearing slowly. That's what it's like when you just ease into the process, you know, just live streaming. Okay, let's jump onto the Discord servers. By the way, yep, okay, anyways, yeah, as I was just gonna say, by the way, people, I'll give you like a bit of a rundown of an update on how this entire year has panned out on my end thus far. We're already almost halfway into the year, which is proper fucking insane. As a matter of fact, this is actually my final opportunity to do this live stream as well, because it's pretty much the final day where more or less the house is sort of quiet enough for me to do a live stream like this in particular, per se, with how much content I have planned for it. As some of you can probably tell by the renders in the thumbnail, based on the characters of all of these franchises, which have completely stood the test of time, by the way. Because, you know, but yeah, back to what I was saying, this is pretty much my final opportunity to live stream, well, to do this particular live stream, because June is going to be a proper busy month for multiple reasons. A number of you who know me well enough have already known that last year in 2025 I turned 30. So yeah, people, I hit the big 30 last year. With that being the case, this is officially my first ever live stream as a 30-year-old. It took it long enough to happen, huh? Tell me the fuck about it. Not only that, but June is also going to be a busy month because the E3 time period is when that takes place, also now known as the Summer Game Fest time period, which, by the way, I'll get into much later on in the live stream. I have multiple topics to discuss, so I'm just going to make sure that, you know, I get each one out as, as clearly as possible, so I can like present them in the best possible way. Just gotta give myself a proper chance to articulate myself here. Okay, I'm just making sure I have this right. It's been a while, people. It's been a while. Yeah, hopefully we'll see some more new people pop into the chat. Well, not necessarily just more new people, but also usual suspects as well. I bet a number of you, or I bet a percentage of you are going to be surprised to see me live, because it's been that long. It's legitimately been that long. But anyways, yeah, I've posted as far as I wanted to post to. I pretty much posted the link to just a few Discord servers that are just, in servers that, like, I'm most active in. Sorry about that cough crept up on me. But yeah. It's a motherfucking bitch, but we deal with it. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things where, like, it's gotten to a day where everything doesn't feel so, like, it doesn't feel like everything's piling up on top of me at this point. In fact, today actually feels a lot better in comparison to the previous 2 days now, and I'm not just talking about the heat. Now, I got a level with you people. It's been such a proper scrape to get time off. As in, like, proper time off to the point where I can at least get a day off during the day of a week when the house is more or less quiet for me to do this type of live stream. So that ended up being the case. Yeah, a percentage of these people will have questions, but fuck it. Sometimes, you just gotta steer into the skid if you catch my drift. Pun partially intended. But yeah, people, hopefully soon enough I'll be done. Because, we're here for a good time, not a long time. Just depends what the long time contains, Also depends how it pans out in the process. Alright, so for what it's worth, I reckon we should be good to go. Now, in terms of recruiting guest commentators into the live stream, I'm pretty much, normally I would let people in from the get-go, but in terms of like how the previous few live streams have panned out, or pretty much a plethora of the previous live streams from 2025 have panned out, I'm pretty much gonna hold off a little bit later on putting in guest commentators into the live stream in order to, like, properly articulate myself to allow myself the time to properly articulate myself in order to get the topics out that I, actually want to discuss. And I've come to realize that I've pretty much come to more of a profound realization of appreciating my own company a bit more, especially in terms of live streams. It's something that I sort of experienced within a percentage of my previous live streams from 2025. I've sort of like more or less discovered, although not necessarily discovered, but like in a way it's sort of like partially a brainwave of a profound realization that not only do I appreciate my own company, but sometimes when I'm commentating by myself, I can allow myself the time in order to, properly structure what I want to say and properly articulate myself. Whereas sometimes if you have that one guest commentator that is, always going off on a tangent, like, it doesn't really give you much space to speak, per se. Don't worry, people, like, I appreciate the level of help that having a guest commentator brings to the table, but at the same time, I will say this though, for those of you who actually do want to guest commentate, wait, before I mention that, there's something important that, well, not important, but something protocol-wise that I must mention in terms of these live streams. So normally, when I add guest commentators to the live stream, I'm normally in the general voice chat channel within the Dingo Crash Discord server by default, unless someone puts in a request. So yeah, if anyone wants to guest commentate in this live stream, potentially at a future point in the live stream, then feel free to put in a request for me to move the commentary to whichever Discord server you happen to be in, which I also happen to be a member that's part of it, or part of that particular Discord server. I think just saying all this right now is really like getting a lot off my chest, it feels great. So yeah, sort of like a prologue session per se before I jump into the gameplay. But yeah, now what I was actually going to say in terms of like, guest commentating etiquette wise, is that if anyone wants to jump into the live stream, please only do it if you're in a good place, personally. Because like, the last thing I'm going to tolerate is someone acting completely out of character, especially to the point where not even I recognize you for the type of things that you're doing, or like the amount of random miscellaneous topics that you're dropping in every 3 to 5 minutes. Because like, that's not really a proper conversation taking place. People are going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, the live streamer is clearly talking about something important that's, relevant to the narrative of the live stream, and there you are talking to yourself about something else, like completely irrelevant. But yeah, that's pretty much that. Same comes for like, self-promotion. I don't mind if people plug themselves to an extent. I don't mind if people self-promote, like, say their own channel, their own Discord server, or what the fuck ever. But it'll be helpful to at least keep that at a minimum. If someone wants to, like, if you actually want to promote yourself to a much larger extent, feel free to fire up your own live stream, as opposed to using someone else's live stream as a platform. That also pretty much ties in with the same scenario where like a lot of miscellaneous topics get brought up to the background that are pretty much completely ignoring or bypassing the narrative of the live stream. So yeah, that's pretty much that. Because the last thing you want to do is make the live streamer feel like they're out of their depth in their own. The last thing you want to do is make the live streamer feel like they're out of their depth in their own live stream, especially in terms of a commentary. mean, I'm sure the viewers might not mind a mixture of topics, but at the same time, it's not just about the viewers. The live streamer also has to be happy with it, otherwise it's not good production value. Because then the live streamer can't 100% fully focus like that. But anyways, yeah, you get the picture. It's great. It's honestly great to get all that out in the open, honestly. Also, yeah, no doxing is also another one of those. Like, pretty much another one of those, another rule of thumb per se. So yeah, it should go without saying, no doxing personal information about anyone. Like, say someone said something to you that's personal, just, it's best not to blur it out in the live stream. Whether it's like, even if it's like a minor detail or just like a picture taken from their personal life. But the only time that's only tolerable is if said person gives you permission. So like, if you actually want to mention something, just like ask the person for permission, and that's pretty much it. But yeah, because like, this has been like a situation that took place last year, I'm pretty much sort of like clearing the air on that topic, just to like, you know, just so we can have a different approach to these live streams going forward. So yeah, this is also pretty much sort of my way of moderating the commentary as well as the live chat. It's actually a smart thing to do, because not only does it organize things, it keeps everything like in a more level space per se. So yeah, it's great to actually get into this. Okay, so now moving on to the content of the live stream. So, telling by the renders of the characters from each of the respective franchises within the live stream. I'll be starting off with my annual any % completion playthrough of Crash Bash for the PlayStation 1. It's pretty much like my annual rendezvous point for these New Year's celebration live streams that I do every year. Which is pretty much like one of the most wholesome things that I do in order to practically hype up the possibility and the potentiality of a Crash Bash remake or remaster happening at any point in the future. Which, by the way, this year, Crash Bash hits its 26th anniversary. Hence, that game came out in the year 2000. And in 4 years' time, it's going to hit its 30th anniversary, so yeah. A remake is still possible by those standards. It doesn't matter what score it got on whatever website, Metacritic or what the fuck ever. It could still happen. It's happened with other franchises. Hell, fucking Bubsy 3D even got a sequel 20 plus years later with Bubsy 4D now, so yeah. That pretty much debunks that whole theory of, you know, a Metacritic score determining the demise of a potential franchise, of a potential game or franchise in its entirety. So yeah, that pretty much clears that up. So afterwards, that'll be followed by a portion of, like, a bit of a playthrough of Rayman 2 The Great Escape for the Nintendo 64. Which, by the way, this year hits its 30th anniversary along with the Nintendo 64 console itself. So yeah, that's double the celebration, yeah, and it's starting to become clearer why... Wait, what happened? That's very weird. The screen just went black for some reason. Okay, that's better. It's because of the way it's reading, you know, the hard drive, which, by the way, I'll get into that in a bit. But anyways, back in business, people. Apologise for that minor technical difficulty there, but yeah, that's double the celebration for both Rayman 2 The Great Escape as a game, plus the Nintendo 64 as a console. So it's starting to become more clear why, you know, I didn't want to give up on this live stream, because it celebrates multiple things as opposed to just the start of the year. That's pretty much the whole point of the stream. But yeah, anyways. I'll be doing like a playthrough of a portion of Rayman 2 The Great Escape for the Nintendo 64 as a follow-up. And then finally, I'll be finishing up with Sonic 3D Blast for the Sega Mega Drive, or Sega Genesis, depending on which region you got the console from. Sega Mega Drive in UK, Sega Mega Drive in European and Asian territories, whereas it's the Sega Genesis in Western territories. Which, by the way, Sonic 3D Blast as a game also hits its 30th anniversary this year, as it also came out in the year 1996. So yeah, that's one of the things that are actually gonna... So yeah, people, that's one of the things that are actually gonna... It's also another one of the aspects that actually make this a special live stream. It's like it's like a celebration of multiple anniversaries here. Oh, by the way, yeah, there was a mix-up with with the anniversary of Rayman 2 The Great Escape. Rayman 2 The Great Escape actually came out in 1999, so that game actually in this year hits its 27th anniversary, so it's a year older than Crash Bash. So it doesn't hit its 30th anniversary at the same time, because the Nintendo 64 came out in 1996. And so did Sonic 3D Blast. That game came out in 1996 as well, so those two anniversaries sort of tie in with each other as well. Even though they don't 100% correlate, but yeah, apart from that, that's pretty much what I plan to actually present in this live stream in terms of gameplay. Okay, so yeah, we've been at this for almost half an hour now. It's pretty much insane, but before I get into that, I'm going to give a bit of a prologue as to how this year has sort of panned out, and I'll try my best to keep it short and simple. How it's panned out. So, in terms of like 2025 to 2026, I think I'll start talking about that much later on. Well, not necessarily much later on, but when we're like deeper into the live stream, therefore it just builds up properly. But anyways, let's sort of jump into gameplay. I think I know what's going on. So yeah, bear with me, people. We'll be jumping into the game soon enough, since, you know, it's been half an hour pretty much now. Well, virtually half an hour at this point. But first I think I'll have to test out the volume mixer before I, get into this. Okay, let me just go on settings. I need to get the ball rolling in this live stream, so yeah. Let me just test out the volume mixer real quick, just to see whether or not it saved my settings, because when it doesn't save like the settings, it's a recurring problem. Your operating system seems to have a recurring problem with saving settings. So yeah, let me see if it saves the volume preset in terms of the mixer. Good, it saved it. Perfect. Okay, that's very good to know. We can actually proceed. Hey, Cola Comp or Cola Pro, welcome to the live stream. Just for stopping by. It says, Mans is here. Mans is back from Japan. May New Year celebration. Yeah, tell me about it. Welcome to the real world where nothing makes any fucking sense. But nah, for real, like, this is... By the way, yeah, I'll get more into that much later on, because this is going to tie in to what I have to discuss. So yeah, I'm going to give people a bit of an update in terms of this live stream. Well, in terms of how the year has panned out for me personally. And yeah, man, it's so great to be back. For real. So yeah, people, more on that later on. Color Comp says, I literally just got back from the barbershop. Heck yeah. Lol, hope you enjoyed that barbershop session there. Anyways, yeah. So I've explained like what I'm gonna contain within this live stream. And as you're probably already aware and are probably used to this by now, yes, Cola Pro, you're probably expecting this. I'm actually gonna do I actually plan to do my annual any percent completion playthrough of Crash Bash, which is pretty much my annual rendezvous point per year when it comes to these live streams. Cola Comp says, I expect Crash Bash and nothing less. Yep, that's pretty much the main portion of it. Okay, so speaking of which, I'm actually gonna fire up the emulator now. By the way, I'm gonna be playing on the most recent version of EPSXE, which is EPSXE 2.0.18, which is actually a 2025 release, believe it or not. I'm genuinely surprised that, the EPSXE team have even pulled themselves together to actually make a new build for 2025. That is proper insane. I'm gonna fire this up. Golocom says perfect. He also says, wait, there's a new EPSXE? Wow. Yeah, tell me about it. I was skeptical about it myself. Proper insane. But yeah, at the same time, I can't wait to tell people how this year has actually panned out for what it was worth. And it gets deep, and parts of it, I must warn you, parts of it do get dark, so just bear with me. But at the same time, I didn't want to mention that straight away because, especially since this is still a New Year's live stream, it's like, it's something that I want to keep putting a positive spin on. So like, it's the best you can do, you know. Okay, let's fire up the game. Start up Crash Bash. Cue the PlayStation 1 startup sequence.
Sony Computer Entertainment Europe presents a Universal Interactive Studios production. Developed by Eurocom Entertainment Software. Crash Bash!
Let's go, people, it's about fucking time we kickstarted the action on this. Color Pro also says, oh dang, but you got through it. Oh wait, let me double check the mixer. Okay, perfect. It's on 20% volume. Okay, that's good. But yeah, it's great that I got through it. As you can see, this right here, this live stream right here is living proof. And also, not only that, but this live stream in itself is a reflection on how this year has panned out on my end. It's been such a scrape to get time off properly in order to do a live stream like this. It's proper fucking insane. Color Composer says, I just checked the PSXE site and yep, wow, nice. Yeah, it's definitely something I was not expecting when I stumbled upon it, when I checked it out previously, but yeah. Okay. Let the games begin. Let the games begin. Time to start the adventure. And jump into all the action with Crash Bash.
How many times must you be told? You cannot defeat me.
I have heard enough of your shallow wisdom. It is I who is the strongest, and it is evil that will ultimately prevail.
This bickering can go on no longer. We must resolve this once and for all time.
For once, feeble brother, I agree with you. We shall settle this argument. Prepare to fight.
No, Uka. The ancients would not allow it. There can be no malice between us.
A contest then. Good against evil. Your players against mine.
Very well. Summon the teams.
Crash, Cortex, welcome. You and your friends have been summoned here to do battle. A battle between good and evil. A battle to the end. May the best player win.
Uka, this is not a fair contest. You have too many players. If your confidence in evil is so great, you can win with equal size. You must surrender two of your team.
Very well. Choose.
Let the games begin.
Okay, here we are, people, in the first warp room of Crash Bash. Let the games begin. It's always fun walking around in this warp room, especially as Crash. Even with like, just making the moveset just play out. Oh yeah, also I forgot to mention, this year is also, speaking of 30th anniversaries, this year is also the 30th anniversary year of Crash Bandicoot, which also means it's officially been 10 years since the epic comeback anniversary year of Crash Bandicoot as a franchise. A moment in video game history to never forget. So yeah, Cola Comp says, the online scene misses you. I was pretty much anticipating that, but yeah. I missed the online scene as well. It's been quite a journey in a jungle, for what it's worth. Cola Pro also says, I've been talking to Eric, Rob and the others recently. Gonna tell them that you're live. Cool, I appreciate that. More people popping into the chat. Okay, so people, as for the any percent completion playthrough of Crash Bash, for those of you who are unaware of that, the requirements for any percent completion to unlock the Oxide Ride final boss fight where you defeat Nitrous Oxide is 22 trophies, 15 gems and 12 crystals. So yeah, that's the objective. So let's jump into Crash Ball for the trophy challenge. See, I'm really gonna have to lock in as well in terms of like, you know, really maintaining the game, really like, you know, maintaining gameplay standards on top of that. Okay, so really got proper lock in. I ended up getting Brio instead of Cortex as well. It's like another one of those RNG outcomes right there. Gotta make sure the gameplay goes well. Therefore this section doesn't drag on for too long. Well, speaking of like Eric and Rob and all that, that legit also plays, that also transitions smoothly into, you know, the race of a lifetime speedrun for that they did for Tsukimi's birthday, where like both Tsukimi and the Lucky Charms guy did actually live streamed the Crash Bash any percent speedrun race between Tsukimi, the Lucky Charms guy, Justin Bandy Dragon and Castcoder, with Eric Crash as a guest commentator, which of course he's now known as Serix, which he's been known as Serix for quite a while now. But yeah, there's so many priceless moments that happened in that live stream way back in 2023. It's fucking priceless. It's become a key memory. It's become an operative memory. Especially for me personally. It's like something to never forget. Yeah, like Cola Pro says awesome. Yeah, it's like, what you call it? There were like so many like priceless moments in the live stream, especially when they were bragging about their scores. Oh yeah, speaking of which, first round win, let's fucking go. That's what we're talking about. That's a great start. So anyways, yeah, it was priceless when they were bragging about their scores, and then Eric was like, you can't brag about your score, that's unsportsmanlike conduct. Yeah, but they're a funny group. Even Cola Pro agrees in the chat. He says, they are a pretty funny bunch. They are a priceless lot. Sportsmanship misconduct right there. And they were like, I remember them mentioning something like the scuff of 23. Oh yeah, the fact that they actually had to redo that live stream, and their first attempt, they considered that the scuff of 23. They considered that the scuff of 2023. Like, the scuff of 2023? Do not talk about the scuff of 2023. Speaking of scuffs, like, forget the scuff of 2026. Based on how things have panned out in 2026, the entire year in itself has been a fucking scuff for the most part. Not to say it's been like a catastrophic year all round. There are some positive parts about it, which I will also get into. But yeah, although like, I think after I complete the Crystal Challenge, it'll be a good time for me to give a proper rundown, because this requires for me to be like, you know, proper locked in. That's the thing about these Crash Ball challenges, they're insane as fuck. you don't expect it to be like, you don't always expect it to be as action-packed, but that's the way it pans out. Color Pro also says, I had Eric make me a funny video of Game Sandy, LMAO. It'd be funny to check that out. That would be a priceless thing to check out at some point, perhaps after the live stream. I will be live, I do plan to be live for quite a while, so that's another thing to get into. So there's plenty of time. Let's go. Color Pro also says, yeah bro. By the way, we will be having a voice chat tonight. Do feel free to join. I'll see what I can make happen. Of course, like, it'd be cool to stick around and chill with people, but of course, like, this has been a proper unconventional year. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed chilling with the Mandem as much as the next man, but life sometimes has other plans. But yeah, it'll be great to, like, you know, chat to you lot, especially for the first time in ages, you know. It's been over a year since I actually did my previous live stream. Just for that, I completed the trophy challenge for Crash Ball. Cola Comp says, yeah, I can send it to you on Discord, haha. Yeah man, can't wait to check that out. That's gonna be jokes, bro. He also says life is a biatch. Preaching to the choir right there. Okay, let's jump into the gem challenge. The challenge is where the outcomes or the parameters are rigged against you. Okay, this is insane. I don't know whether or not it's a hard drive issue. Perfect. Thank fuck the game didn't crash.
3, 2, 1.
I was gonna say that would have been catastrophic as fuck. The way it just froze on the loading screen like that. The way the emulator just froze on the loading screen like that, like dum da dum da dum da dum, with that part of the track just looping. Okay, they got more points than me, so I'm gonna have to really watch my goal here. You gotta goal keep even more when it comes to the gem challenges. But in half the time you got also, for a portion of the time, you're gonna have to let the other players beef it out of each other. The concentration is real over here. I see a new person jumped into the chat. I'll read your name out in a bit. I'll read your comment out in a bit. But yeah, whoever you are, welcome to the live stream. Cheers for stopping by. That was a pretty decent outcome, if I do say so myself. Quinny the Gamer 1991 says, childhood. Cola Pro also says, Cool Pro's channel is in my childhood. Yeah, that's actually a true fact. That is part of his childhood. Well, teenagehood, per se. But yeah. Because you're more or less a late teen or what the fuck ever when we were like introduced to each other, unless you happen to have watched some of my videos at some point in the past on YouTube. Quinny the Gamer 991 says, hope you're doing good. Quinny the Gamer 991 also says, GG's. Thanks very much, I appreciate it. Also, welcome to the live stream. Wait, does it say whether or not you're a first-time chatter? Yep, that's right. You are a first-time chatter. Although for some reason it doesn't say it on the phone, but it says it on the PC. But yeah, like, I say no PC is more advanced. It used to say it on the phone, but I don't know what the fuck happened there. He also says Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata indeed. Man's dropping liking references in the chat. I think it would be wise to, like, you know, drop the odd save state every now and again in case the emulator crashes. So yeah, that's sort of a backup plan there. Okay, here we are with the Crystal Challenge, where I basically don't have the extra kick. Hakuna Matata. Yeah, that's jokes. Color Pro says, yeah, since I was 15. Plus, it feels unreal that I was 15 when NST came out. Yeah, so you were partway through your teens. Like, quite literally in the center point of your teens at that point. Man. Yeah, I can't believe 2017 was 9 years ago. That's proper fucking insane. And that was a pretty eventful year for video games. I was so pumped for all the releases that year. Yeah, Color Pro says Hakuna Matata. You know, like, the Hakuna person actually got dethroned by another meme in terms of, like, you know, popularity. I can't remember which one it was, but like, in a way, I'm not too surprised. I saw it coming anyway. Yeah, Queen of the Game also replies to the Hakuna Matata. Lol. Yeah, no priceless reference. Okay, here we are in the Crystal Challenge. By the way, this pretty much brings me back to that point in the Race of a Lifetime livestream that, you know, what you call it, Tsukimi, the Lucky Charms guy, Justin, Bandy Dragon and Cast Coder did, where that one point where Cast Coder jumped into the Crystal Challenge within Crash Ball, they were like, everyone was like, oh, he jumped into the Crystal Challenge, he's gaming! Because like, he didn't take like the regular route because it was like harder and shit like that. They were like, oh, he's gaming! He's now taking the normal route, he's gaming! Why? He doesn't care about the route, he's fucking gaming! Why? Because he's fucking gaming! That's a priceless moment. It's like, he doesn't care about the route, he's gaming! Why? Because he's fucking gaming! He doesn't care about the route. He doesn't have to play by your rules. Priceless stuff, man. That shit right there, that's in the vault. It's like, it's locked up in a vault of memories. Which, you know, which will always resonate with you until the end of time. Well, they'll resonate with me personally, because of course I was the one to experience it. But yeah, the funny thing is, like, the purists, they get the reference in terms of like gaming and all that, such as like, you know, terms like keyboard warriors and all that shit, or keyboard warriors, however the fuck you want to pronounce it. The actual purists, they'll get the picture 100%. Okay, fair enough, Color Pro. So yeah, Color Comp says, there have been some memes since. Indeed there have been. The memes don't stop generating in this world. Color Comp also says, I'll keep the stream in the background, gotta do some stuff. Fair enough. This is proper jokes. He also says Lucky's a good hype man. Even though he type men. But yeah, that's presumably a typo. But yeah, he's a solid hype man, if I do say so myself. Okay, let's jump into Polar Panic. Things are a bit more chill, especially, and I'm not just saying that because we're jumping into an ice level, but yeah. Or a polar bear level per se, but yeah. Let's jump into Polar Panic for the trophy challenge. Legit, all you gotta do is push off those motherfuckers. Okay, so I think it'll be a good time to mention how this year, to sort of get into how the year has sort of panned out for me. And I think a good place to start, even though like, because since this isn't just like a New Year's live stream, it's also a sort of a retrospective of the build up towards, like, it's also like a retrospective point from the build up of from 2025 to 2026. And there are some pretty wholesome memories, and not only that, but at that point in time, when it was like getting closer to, like during the whole build-up phase from 2025 to 2026, it sort of felt less stressful in comparison to the build-up point from 2024 to 2025, because like a lot less high-maintenance bullshit was happening and all that. Plus, like, it also helped that, like, let's just say like certain toxic employees at work also left and went somewhere else, which honestly is a great help. It's made work a bit easier for what it's worth. By the way, I won't get too much into detail about work, since of course I want to remain positive, but yeah, for some people that have moved on, at least for the toxic people, good fucking riddance, because last thing you need is people fucking shit up for everyone else. If you don't have any respect for anyone else around you, you might as well just get the fuck out, because you're not doing yourself or anyone else any favours whatsoever. Okay, that was close as fuck. Nearly yeeted myself off the platform. Although I'll get into the reason why. I'll get into the more like deeper reason why it felt less stressful, because like I sort of come to a more like developed a more profound mindset per se of like, and this is something that I also came to like sort of some type of realization with some of my live streams, or some of my previous live streams from 2025, and it's that pretty much it's to do with like my approach to tough situations and all that. And one thing that I keep telling myself nowadays is that there's no point in stressing out about stuff that you can't control, because whatever's out of your control is not always going to be 100% your problem. Just concentrate on what you can control in service of your own future, because then at least, you know, something in your life is making progress. Something in your life is still like, you know, making progress, but still progressing forward. And you're not like completely stuck in the same place per se. Okay, let's jump into the gem challenge. Man, I'm getting through these quick. So yeah, that's pretty much like the whole profound reason of it. But in terms of like chronology, in terms of like, you know, the events themselves,
3, 2, 1, go.
a good starting point to actually start the whole, what do you call it, the whole prologue phase from 2025 to 2026 is the Christmas Eve party that we threw at our house in 2025 with family members. So pretty much like a couple of cousins, well, more than a couple of cousins that I haven't seen in like a couple of years or so, were invited to a party. They turned up and we had a pretty chill time. And not only that, but like us lot as cousins have sort of like, you know, bundled together, got into a series of topics. You should have seen the table we were sat at. It was like some type of Team 5 business conference meeting taking place with a discussion of series of topics. It was like one of the best things that was like going on. Like for all the topics we were getting into were also proper heated as fuck at times. Like for okay, let's jump into the crystal challenge. But yeah, the topics we were getting into were like proper heated as fuck as well. We were talking about the Andrew Tate versus Chase Demore fight. We were talking about Logan Paul and Jake Paul. We were talking about KSI and Deji. We were talking about Sidemen. We were talking about Beta Squad, Darkest Man, Harry Pinero, Specs Gonzalez. The list goes on. It was proper eventful. It was like one of the best. It was like one of the best Christmas parties I've ever had as well. Like, out of all Christmas Eve parties I've ever had, that one takes one of the top spots. And yeah, that was a pretty cheap outcome. But yeah, out of all the Christmas parties that have been thrown at my place, that one will certainly stand the test of time. Christmas Eve Party 2025 is certainly one to remember, without a doubt. Okay, that was cheap. But joke's on them because they're about to get electrocuted. It's like, bitch, please. But yeah, anyways, that's what makes that part wholesome. Is that super fun? But yeah, Cola Pro, you said you were listening to this in the background, so you're probably amused to a point where you're laughing your fucking ass off right now with some of the topics that I've mentioned, with how, like, in terms of like the series of topics that we were getting into. And speaking of which, Idris Elba is actually going to be on the next episode of Beta Squad, as seen in the trailer. That was an interesting play out for the Crystal Challenge, in terms of Polar Panic. But yeah, no, that's definitely something to remember. Okay, let's jump into Pogo Painter. Okay, so getting into Christmas Day, it's like, the way Christmas Day has panned out, it was just as wholesome, although like it was more chill because like everyone was just like spending time with each other and all that.
3, 2, 1, go!
I got some cool presents for what it's worth, even though like Christmas Day, of course it's not all about the presents, but like I basically got some cool stuff such as a soundbar plus a dartboard. And by the way, the dartboard itself, like I was not expecting to get it, even though like when I saw the actual present, I saw the shape of it and I already predicted that it was going to be a dartboard, because the funny thing was I was already considering getting myself a dartboard at some point, but then to see that I actually got a dartboard on Christmas Day was more than a pleasure. It's certainly a grand gesture for sure. It's a lot of fun. Cola Pro even responded and says, "Oh, I'm definitely having a laugh." Yeah man, I wouldn't put it past you, to be honest. I bet you're having a laugh about that now too. Like classic, one of my classic references right there. Wouldn't put it past you. Yeah, I clocked you guys still memeing. I clocked you guys, you know, like still memeing it as part of like the speedruns that you do as well. It's still fun to watch and listen to. Man, can't partially speak for shit right now. That was a pretty cool outcome. But yeah, these memes are funny. Yours says depends what, ha ha ha. Yeah, it's priceless as fuck. The memes don't stop. Yeah, that's the thing, like, it always depends on what it is. So yeah, with Christmas panning out the way it did, I think it'll be appropriate to fast forward practically a week later into the New Year celebration itself. Now, this time round, I actually didn't go to Madeira with like how everything was panning out, especially with like, you know, flights to Portugal being somewhat more expensive for how things were going at the time. At least I think that was the case back then. But anyways, I'm not gonna get too much into that. But it was still like a nice wholesome celebration. It was more or less as fun as the Christmas. It was more or less as fun as like the New Year's Eve party, and like New Year's Day itself is just as fun as celebrating Christmas 2025. So yeah, New Year's 2025 to 2026 was pretty eventful in the New Year's Eve portion, and the New Year's Day portion was actually pretty eventful but also pretty chill at the same time. We went out for a walk at the local park. It was like, of course, like there was still some icy ponds over there because obviously in January it's still winter time, but it's like it was still a nice little activity per se. Oh, Color Pro says, I'm like memeing the beta squad thing, lol. Yeah, man. The beta squad thing is like certainly something to meme about. You can come up with like endless memes in terms of beta squad plus sidemen. I honestly don't have a preference. I like them both equally because they both bring their own unique thing. Well, they both sort of bring their own unique vibes and features to the table, per se. But yeah, man, it's all for good laughs and all that shit. Everyone just wants to kick back and have a chill time. Spew juice, motherfucker. That was a cheap shot, but joke's on him because I'm practically over 30 points higher than him. Alright, Color Pro, I'll read that comment in a bit. Because yeah, like, I agree with that statement. Okay, so I think I'll let this round finish before I continue with the events of how everything has been panning out. Okay. Alright, so I completed the trophy challenge. Yeah, now's a good place to read the comment. So Color Process, I found it funny when you posted the beta squad vid in the Spidey server, just after Spidey was ranting about the tree cut down. Yeah, that was priceless as well. Although, like, yeah, real talk, that is a serious problem on his end. I mean, I do actually sympathize for Spider Rebel, don't get me wrong. But it was just priceless the way that panned out. But it was a timely coincidence, to say the least. It was a timely coincidence. Okay, let's jump into the gem challenge. Okay, so in terms of how January was panning out, so January was more or less pretty calm. Color Comp says, I know, right? I feel the same way. Yeah, man, it's like, you know, it's like a serious problem when like it means something to you on a personal level. And that tree actually meant something to him. So yeah, let's just, it's sentimental value certain things hold and other people don't realize, you know, what it brings to the table. Not just what it brings to the table, but what it means to like the person in question. That's pretty much the case there. Yeah, precisely. It was a big part of his routine. Like, you're used to certain things, but then like when something like that happens, I mean, I get sometimes change is inevitable and has to happen. But it's always a piss take when it happens. But it's always a piss take whenever it happens for the worst. But you know, we can't control. Like I keep saying, we can't stress out about what we can't control. It's a waste of time. That was fucking ridiculous. You know, I could have potentially clutched that if I actually got that crate on time. But yeah, no, I was like getting deep into the commentary as well, that's another thing. But yes, it's things like that, like, you know, there's no point wasting time stressing out about what you can't control when, like, you can capitalize on what you can control in service of your own future. That's just a big part of life. Okay, I need a crate. Actually, I need multiple crates, because time is running out. And this is a piss easy challenge as well. 31, that's a solid number. Okay, that was a cheap shot. You know what, fuck it. It's given me more time to sort of articulate myself and drop what I want to say in the commentary as well. So January 2026 in itself has been a pretty chill month. Even though it has been a scrape to get proper time off to actually do the New Year's livestream. Of course I was originally planning to do this livestream then. That's always the first instinct, to do a New Year's livestream in January. That's literally the best time to do it, because it's the most timely, it's the most appropriate time period to do it in order to, like, you know, execute it in such a timely manner per se. It was still pretty eventful, but at the same time I could sort of let it pass in terms of January, because it was still just the start of the year, people were just settling in and all that. And on top of that, when it comes to the new year, you're always like looking for new opportunities, which of course on my end that was certainly no exception. You always gotta look for new opportunities no matter what. It's part of life. Got the gem challenge. I mean, completed the gem challenge. Okay, moving on to the crystal challenge for Pogo Painter. This is the one with the poisonous magic mushrooms. Here's the thing about that, like, oh, emulator's lagging again, fuck that shit. Let it play, let it play, let it play. Fuck yes. We got a result. Okay, so here we are with the crystal challenge with the poisonous magic mushrooms. I bring this up in every single side topic, or partial side topic, but at the same time it's also a main topic in itself, in addition. But anyways, yeah, I always bring this up in every like New Year's live stream as of like the past few years. But yeah, this legit just reminds me of the time where one of my old work friends this legit reminds me of the time back in 2022, which was 4 years ago now, where one of my old work friends told me that he was playing GTA 5 whilst getting high off magic mushrooms. It's like, and I was like, you're some next level trip, bro. I was like, that's some next level trip, bro. He was on a trip of a lifetime right there. Like, playing GTA 5 whilst being under that type of influence is like proper next level. Also, speaking of GTA 6 got delayed one more time as well, up until November 2026. It was delayed to May, and then it was delayed to May 2026, and now it got delayed to now it got delayed to November 2026 as well. They're putting more time into it. Although, like, this also sort of ties into GTA 6 as well.
You win.
Okay, so I figured I'd let that play out. But yeah, anyways, this also sort of ties into GTA 6 as well. But I remember seeing an article where there was an explosion outside the Rockstar North building where they were where the development of GTA 6 was taking place. Although I can't remember whether it was an explosion or a fire. It was one of the two. This was way back in January. Oh, look at this fucking comment section. We got one of those self-promoters. Big fucking surprise, the account already got suspended and deactivated anyway, so yeah, they were grasping for straws there. Consider your bitch ass blocked and banned from this channel. No one's ever gonna see your bitch ass again. Well, that's never gonna happen anyway because the account already got deactivated and suspended, so yeah, go fucking figure. Okay, so Cola Pro also says, wait, is this new EPSXE version not stable? I don't know whether it's to do with the emulator itself or whether it's to do with the fact that it's running on an external hard drive enclosure, which by the way, I'll explain at some point. But yeah, it doesn't normally do that though. The livestream is still functioning pretty smooth for how it's panning out. Color Composer says, I don't remember Big Gaz doing that. What, in relation to like the magic mushrooms or GTA? Color Process says, we got a cool Pro New Year celebration livestream before GTA 6. Yep, that's a fact right there. Wait, what was, it's like a race to what's gonna happen first. Cool Pro 195 New Year celebration livestream? Or GTA 6? Clearly this livestream won the race. Okay, let's jump into Jungle Bash. A place where players will roughhouse in the jungle. Color Pro also confirmed it. Yeah, the magic mushrooms. Ha. Yeah, man. I figured it was one of the two, because you know they both topics sort of tie into Big Gaz's sort of like, you know, MO per se. Yeah, man. Frill, bro's such a character. Be nice to have a chat with him again. I really like the bash levels because they're like, what you call it? You can use the player's moveset within them. Frill, like if you play as like Dingo Dial or Willaroo, you're partially nerfed. Actually, like you're probably the most nerfed in terms of like, you know, the way you can function, because Crash and Coco can spin and still move at the same time. They can still like, they're not immobilized where they spin, whereas if Dingo Dial and Willaroo spin, they're automatically immobilized. So yeah, they've been fucked over. Color Pro also says, he'll be on tonight, I hope. We'll see how today will pan out. Honestly, it feels great to be live streaming again, to be completely honest. Like every time I live stream for like the first time in ages, I always miss it. You always get that sort of like hype type of feeling. It's like a type of high that you can't describe, you can't put into words. It's a super climactic type of sensation that you get whenever you go live. At least like, you know, when you're genuinely in a good mood. Okay. fuck these mofos up. So I'll get into pretty much like the later events of how this year in itself has been panning out. I'll just let some of this play out in order to, like, you know, to a point where the game is like more chill in order for me to like be able to discuss them better. But yeah, so far I'm actually having a lot of fun. Okay, that's the trophy challenge complete. The gem challenge, of course, has that time limit, but it'd be simple enough. Only time will tell what type of outcome we're gonna get. But yeah, anyways, in terms of New Year's, like, I hope everyone's had, like, since this is also like a belated, well, an extremely belated New Year's celebration live stream, I hope everyone's had a good start to 2026, on their part at least. I mean, I know the Ripto community certainly has, in terms of content, with the whole Casino Speedrun Championship. I actually watched every speedrun race, and they were proper fucking priceless to watch. It was great entertainment value, especially with all, like, you know, with a production value where, like, TK actually utilized AI for certain parts of it. It was proper professional, the way it was all laid out. Okay, if that went diagonally towards Koala Kong, that would have killed him, and I would have won the round, but fuck it. Okay, what the fuck is up with these crates? They legit just didn't fucking... They just didn't want to respond the way I intended them to respond. They just didn't want to respond in the most best anticipated way possible. They took the shittiest approach known to mankind. Okay. Okay, that was fucked up. Okay, anyways, let's try and get the ball rolling with this shit. Come on, whatever happens, happens. Let's not make too much of a big deal out of it. That was legit, like, one of the things that made me sort of, like, have to restart my New Year's celebration livestream for last year. Because, like, a lot was building up in my head at the time. Especially with, like, how the gameplay was panning out, and how, not only that, but, like, you know, there was that added pressure of me turning 30 the previous year. It was like a staple in my head, and I felt like everything was just building up to a point where everything was piling on top of me, and as a result, it just made me put way too much pressure on, like, how I wanted everything to pan out. But, like, everything can't be perfect. That's just life. But the thing is, like, the build up to the build up to turning 30 actually felt more pressurizing than actually turning 30 itself, because now that I'm actually past turning 30, all that pressure just disappeared. It's like everything just completely reset, and it's like everything, it just feels different now. It's like it's come to a point where I have a more profound type of mindset where I'm like, it's less about how old you are and more about how you feel and how well you look after yourself. Just for real, I look at myself in the mirror and I'm legit like, no way am I 30. I do not feel 30. Like, for real. Even though I am physically 30, I do not feel 30. Speaking of which, I'm turning 31 next month, which is insane. The fact that I'm literally just ignoring the lag like it's just normal procedure. I mean, like, it's happening in the same way every single time, so it's to be expected. Beware of the idol's wrath. Yeah, TK's tournament, that's what I mean. Color Process TK's tournament. It was okay, but I had my disagreements about it. I would have ran it so differently. He kind of lost the touch about hosting a little, and he hosted it alone, by the way. Yeah, I sort of clocked that as well. I mean, those aspects I actually do agree with you on, for what it's worth. But of course, like, when it comes to hosting a tournament or pretty much anything, like, people are gonna have disagreements. There's always gonna be difference of opinion and all that. Color Composer says, in terms of graphics and technical stuff, he is so good at it all. That was the biggest positive from it. Yeah, like, that's what I meant by production value. Like, the graphics and the transitions and all that, the way he enlisted AI to pull all of that off. AI does an impressive job these days, in comparison to the past few years. Color Composer says, well said. Yeah, I presume that's about my whole stance of my profound mindset of becoming a triple decader. But yeah, man's a triple decader now, people. Who would have figured? I mean, it was an inevitability. It was gonna happen eventually. Okay, beware the idol's wrath. The trolling idol's wrath, which shoots out multiple nitro crates. The funny thing is that you can literally just kite them towards the AI players, the AI CPU players, in order to fuck them over. I need more Wumpa Fruit. I need Wumpa Fruit, mofo! Ah, fuck these pricks. Triple decader up in the building, mofos. Even Color Pro in the chat is like, triple decader up in the building. Yeah, man, truer words have never been spoken. I really need to proper lock in right now. Oh, Brio copped for worst of that nitro crate. The way he's trying to redeem credibility by shooting a fucking crate in my direction. It's like, bro, your fate's already been sealed. Speak of the fucking devil, he just got blown up by a TNT crate that was right next to him. Talk about self-sabotage. I didn't have to fuck him up myself. This guy, man, like the AI, the way the AI plays dumb sometimes is just priceless as fuck. Okay, let's jump into the Papu Papu boss fight with Papu Pummel. Man, this is gonna be fun.
Well done. You have completed the challenges that have been set for you in this walkthrough. To progress to the next set of games, you must defeat the mighty Papu Papu.
Papu Pummel defeat Papu Papu and his minions. Let's fucking go.
2, 1, go.
I mention this all the time, but like, it was always I always found it like a pretty interesting aspect for Papu Papu to spawn mini Crash Bandicoot minions. And we both have mentioned this in the past as well. Like, if they were to potentially do a Crash Bash remake, it'd be really cool if they actually spawned miniature versions of a character you're actually playing as opposed to just miniature versions of Crash Bandicoot no matter what character you play as. I think that would be a very cool update. That would be a really interesting update, and a more like, you know, a more quality of life type of update. Well, not necessarily quality of life type of update, but like a more interesting update. I just let him kill his... Wow, like, I legit just let him pull some type of friendly fire type shit. Where like one of the Crash Bandicoot minions killed the other one. Okay, let's take out this motherfucker.
You win.
That was fun. Sometimes it's fun to let them sort of play out a bit, just for the fun of it. It also looks like Crash Bandicoot is playing with his little brothers or his little cousins or what the fuck ever. But yeah, nah, it's like really fun. Honestly, it'd be interesting if that would actually come into play if they were to remake Crash Bash. That'd be dope. Okay, let's jump into a Warp Room 2. Things are gonna heat up. And I'm not just talking about the fucking heatwave type of weather that's going on in the UK right now. But yeah, things are definitely heating up, both literally and figuratively. Or even metaphorically if you like. Okay, so we got all the trophies, gems and crystals over there. That's a pretty funny outlook there, Cola Pro. He says, I want David and Abdul to remake Crash Bash. That would be funny to watch, although they'll probably spend 10 years trying to make it, but yeah, fuck it. I mean, there are 2 fan-made remakes of Crash Bash already, Crash Bash Live and Crash Bash Remake, with the latter literally being called Crash Bash Remake, and also on top of that, a more faithful recreation of a remake. Although I do like how much jam-packed content Crash Bash Live has in comparison, because it's like, it's not necessarily just a remaster or a remake, it's like, it feels like some type of Nitro Fuel type remake, but they've completely reworked the entire scenario in terms of like, you know, the adventure mode campaign per se. It's not just like your standard warp rooms, it's like a chamber with like multiple doors leading into separate warp rooms, and there's like different variations and different types of mini games as well, which is pretty cool. Color Process, yep, I'll be back. Well, he said I'll be back separately, but yeah, you get the picture. Also, Memo Twitch is raiding with a party of 2. Cheers for the raid, Memo Twitch, I highly appreciate it. Actually, he's already dropped that social torpedo on my live stream. Anyways, let's jump into the level beach ball. Okay, so just as a safety precaution, I already put a save state in the emulator. Okay, so this level we can actually magnetize the balls to our carts, and then just like hold the X button and then just let it go in order to repel it. Well, not repel it, but shoot it. Okay, that was cheap, but fuck it. Anyways, now things are a little bit more chill in terms of gameplay. I can get back to like the main topic at hand of how like this year has panned out for me personally. So like, long story short, so yeah, pretty much long story short, as I've already mentioned, January was already pretty chill with how like it's sort of to be expected. So like I can sort of let like certain like mishaps or what the fuck ever happen in January, because it's just like the start of the year and certain things and stuff happens and you just gotta do your best to make time for whatever you have time for. But then February came along, and for how that month has panned out, February was mid to shit for whatever type of bullshit was cooking up. So basically, long story short, some bright spark of long story short, so yeah, pretty much, long story short, some bright spark of a fucktard, or more appropriately, a collective of bright sparks of fucktards have decided to, they've had the bright idea to come to work when they were feeling sick, spreading it all over the place and making everyone else sick in the process. But I understand that if you gotta go to work and pay bills, like, you can still go to work even if you are sick, but even then, you don't have to be such a fucking nuisance about it. Just go to the toilet and wash your hands multiple times, for fuck's sake. It's not that bloody difficult. As long as, like, you're not such a fucking nuisance about it, and, like, you're keeping everyone else safe from it as well. At least to the best of your own abilities, of course. I don't expect miracles, then, you know, that's all well and good. That's like saying if you got a mental illness, don't be a prick about it. Which, you know, the same logic applies there. Of course, like, you can never tell in terms of, like, the severity, but that's a whole other can of worms. But anyway, it goes without saying, like, how that transpired. But yeah, it was pretty fucked up the way that panned out, but hopefully, like, you know, the future just gets better. I mean, to the people that, you know, do get sick, obviously I always hope that they get better, because no one deserves to be sick. So, like, they're not 100% to blame, to be fair, but, like, it's even worse when people are just being a nuisance about it. Because if life is difficult for yourself, why are you going to make it difficult for other people? It's just pure fucking bullshit. But that's not even the worst of it, because, like, there are parts of this year which also made me feel like I went through the fucking ringer. Based on everything that has transpired throughout the past few months. So yeah, fast forward 2 weeks later, as I was getting well again, as I was slowly starting to get better, on a Sunday of all days, the motherboard of my PC fucked up. At that point, my PC became completely unusable, or like, it won't even start up. But the fucked up part is that the motherboard was still getting standby power, so like, all the other appliances such as, you know, I think parts of the keyboard, as in like, the LED lights of them, plus the LED lights inside the mouse, plus the mute button on the Blue Yeti, they were still lighting up because the motherboard was still getting standby power from it, but it wasn't getting a sufficient enough power enough. It wasn't getting a sufficient enough amount of power. Like, it was no longer getting a sufficient amount of power in order to actually make the motherboard post a signal to the monitor anymore. So yeah, that point was pretty fucked up.
3, 2, 1, go!
So yeah, that transpires into the events of March, where like, before I wanted to make any, like, you know, big decisions, such as making grand purchases and stuff, I just like, I wanted to make sure, I wanted to do everything I could to fix my PC before I even thought about potentially getting a new one at the time, because when it comes to spending a lot of money on a PC, that's not the type of decision you want to make lightly. So I spent a whole month trying multiple types of fixes that are relevant to the motherboard in order to try and fix it. And one of them, it could have potentially been a power supply issue at the time as well, because obviously at the time I didn't know any better until I started narrowing down each problem. So yeah, like, I sort of went through some type of repair maintenance hell per se, or like tech support repair maintenance type of hell, so to speak, at the time. So like, I had a spare power supply, and I clocked that when I did the clip test, in terms of like testing whether or not there's power going to the power supply, I saw that the power supply, the fan in the old power supply was not spinning, but the fan in the replacement power supply actually was spinning. So then that made me presume, that gave me the rationale to presume that the problem was the power supply and not the motherboard. But then when I actually replaced the But then, well, not the motherboard, but when I actually replaced the power supply, I was still having the same problems. So as a result, it ended up being the motherboard. I even tried to see whether or not it was the graphics card as well, and not even that turned out to be the problem, because the motherboard was still having the same problem of not posting. It was getting standby power, but it just wasn't posting in order to, like, you know, even start up the operating system in the first place. So yeah, that was the problem there. Okay, so I got the trophy, which is pretty good. Well, then again, I needed the trophy anyway, obviously, because that's the whole point of the progression. Anyways, back to the main topic at hand. Okay, so let's jump into the gem challenge. Okay, so anyways, back to the main topic at hand. So after all that had happened, when I finally reached a conclusion, so you people are probably wondering now, if all that shit happened to your PC, how are you still live streaming now? Well, as a matter of fact, it got to the point where where I pretty much tried every single fix possible, to a point where I finally reached a conclusion where I was like, you know what, fuck it, I might as well just buy myself a brand new gaming PC. And by the way, and this is what I'm actually using right now, I'm actually playing on a brand new gaming PC with Windows 11 Pro. It was a gaming PC built from PC Specialist this time round. I didn't build it myself like I did with my previous PC, which, you know, was still a powerful computer to this day. And the stupid part is that my old PC, which, like, you know, I'm actually surprised to even be calling it my old PC, because realistically, in terms of its specs, it was still a pretty decent PC even by modern standards. So to call that an old PC feels fucking insane. It feels proper fucking insane, like, it's purely asinine. But yeah, like, the one positive that I got out of it is that I got a new PC. But of course, it's a decision that I did not make lightly, and I'm not gonna go into how much I paid for it. It's not comparable with any other PC for someone who's, like, say, are like budgeting to the extreme, so to speak. Let's just put it that way. But the specs in this PC, like, they are spectacular as fuck. I'll tell you that for free. If you'll pardon the pun. The pun partially intended. Well, that's the thing, like... Wait, I'll get to your comment in a bit. After this gem challenge, okay, that's the gem challenge complete. Okay, so Cola Process back. I'm gonna be exercising, so I won't be chatting. Enjoy your exercising. Obviously, man. Honestly, man, exercise is great for you, bro. Cola Compost says, in response to my situation, he says, oh dang, you could have just replaced the motherboard. Motherboards aren't even expensive right now. Probably where you're at. In my situation, like, getting a new motherboard was actually more expensive than actually getting a brand new PC build altogether, at least with every option that I tried. In fact, that was one of my initial approaches as well, to replace the motherboard. But then it's like, to use the new motherboard with, let's say, the graphics card and all that, like such as the GTX 1080 and all that, it will still perform at its maximum, but at the same time it would be sort of tanking the motherboard as well. And not only that, but like, a new motherboard will also require a new power supply of higher wattage anyway. It just depends on how powerful the motherboard is, and yeah, this one is pretty powerful. It's like proper powerful. Anyways, I'm gonna go into the crystal challenge right now. But yeah, anyways, as nice as it would have been to have actually built my current brand new gaming PC right now, I still needed a computer that was like, you know, ready to use, which is why I opted to have it pre-built in the first place. So yeah, like, it was one of those situations where like I didn't want to make a rash decision, but at the same time I still needed a computer urgently, especially with this live stream right here. This is one of the reasons why I needed a computer. This is one of the reasons why I needed a brand new computer, fully working, in order to like still be able to get the ball rolling with certain stuff, such as this live stream. So yeah. Anyways, here we are with the crystal challenge. By the way, it was pretty impressive though. But since then though, things slowly started to turn around. But yeah, like, after a whole month of going through the fucking ringer with that type of bullshit, it's proper fucking insane. It's just purely fucking asinine. With like the amount of time lost. Some of it was, even though it didn't look like it at the time, of course it's not nice to like have to get a new PC under those types of circumstances, but in the end it did pan out for the better, because it was a computer that's more or less 10 times more powerful. And not only that, but it's not every day you buy a new computer, and it's practically been 10 years since I built my previous computer anyway, so if anything, it was potentially a timely sort of upgrade. It was potentially an upgrade that was coming of age, per se. The specs that I have in this computer are proper fucking spectacular as well. The CPU that I have is an Intel Core Ultra 9 285K. The GPU that I have for my PC, which is the graphics card, is a Palette Nvidia GeForce RTX 5090 Gaming OC graphics card, which is an overclocked graphics card. And yes, it's a 5090, the best in line. You know, it's crazy though, like, the build originally had like a 5070 Ti built into it, and then I was thinking about upgrading it to a 5090, but then I was like, you know what's the point in doing that, when if I'm thinking about putting a 5090 into it anyway, I might as well already have that graphics card built into the computer from the get-go. I'd just save a lot more money like that. Otherwise I'd have a spare graphics card lying around in my house just like unused. And not only that, but it'll come to a point where, especially since the graphics cards themselves last very long, they have like such a long lifespan no matter how new or old they are. Well, depending on what generation you get in them, of course, but like, it gets to a point where they're like, you know, it gets to a point where like, you're spending double of the money for nothing, because by the time you actually want to replace the graphics card, if that graphics card fucks up, it only happened like 10 plus years down the line, and by the time that happens, that replacement graphics card will become obsolete compared to all the brand new technology that's in place in the future. So yeah, that's pretty much the prime reason why I opted to put an RTX 5090 into my gaming PC. Also, the RAM inside the PC itself is a 48GB, I think it's 48GB, yeah, it's definitely 48GB to my personal recollection. I have like 48GB of RAM in my new PC as well, my previous one had 32GB. And it's of a higher speed as well. It's funny because it was cheaper to get like 48GB of a higher speed as opposed to getting 64GB of a lower speed. So like, yeah, this has definitely served me well. Color Composer says, it served you well. He also says, insane, wow, yeah, tell me about it. Proper insane, but honestly it was a worthwhile purchase in the end.
3, 2, 1.
That one with the force fields, man. That Crystal Challenge with the force field is fucking insane. It's the bane of Geordie 95's existence. As you've seen in... well, as you probably might have seen in Abdul the Arabic guy and Geordie 95's any percent, well, Crash Bash any percent speedrun race or 200% speedrun race. I can't remember which one it was, but they both... I remember last year in 2025 they both did... like... they were both speedrunning the game together, at least. Color Composer says Crash Bash only deserves... Color Pro also says Crash Bash only deserves to be played on the best PCs. Indeed, Crash Bash requires the most powerful PCs on the planet, otherwise your PC is gonna blow up. That's definitely gonna be the case when they remake Crash Bash. I'm willing to bet that's gonna happen.
Crash wins.
Well, if it was to happen, then yeah, that would be the case in terms of how your PC will perform. Well, it depends how much the remake obviously packs into it in terms of content. I gotta be really careful here. That was close. Gotta try and not let them debate you.
Crash wins.
So yeah, that's pretty much that out of the way. Although I'll tell you something for nothing about Windows 11 compared to Windows 10. Like, back on my old PC, like, when I was still able to, like, pretty much out of the blue, like, the old PC sort of just, the motherboard just decided to fuck up out of the blue. Like, the PC still wasn't lagging or anything, it was still performing perfectly. But then, like, out of nowhere, everything just powered off. And it happened, even worse, it happened on a Sunday of all days. So yeah, that was proper fucked up. So potentially, like, if my old PC was still working, well, if my previous custom built gaming PC was still working, I wouldn't have had to spend the amount of money that I actually spent in order to get a brand new gaming PC. And it's even worse when you have to spend such a stupid amount of money in order to have a computer that's decent enough to, you know, decent enough to actually perform all the tasks that you need for it to perform. And wow, that's actually priceless. I like how the Walrus saved me from death. Like, the Walrus is like, nah, fuck you bitch, I'm not having that, I'm saving Crash. It's like, fuck you Rio. Bro, like, it feels surreal that I'm actually live streaming Crash Bash right now as well. Something I still never thought I'd be doing for quite a while. Based on how this year's panned out, yeah man. That's how it is. But anyways, comparing Windows 10 to Windows 11, I have to say, there's nothing wrong with Windows 10. Like, for the way Windows 10 was, it was, the way I see it, even though Windows 11 has implemented AI features such as Microsoft Copilot and all that shit, Windows 10 was perfect without all that shit. It was still fully functional and everything, there was nothing wrong with it whatsoever. You could still do all the shit that you could do. And what I found with Windows 11 is that there were just like certain problems that I ran into in terms of like specific programs. Oh, Brio just debated himself there. He was like, fuck this shit, I'm out! Can't believe that reference is 9 years old now, or potentially 10 years old. I think it was 2016 or 2017 when that meme was born. Oh, okay, there's Rillaroo at that 100-pound weight. Oh, there's Rillaroo at that 500-pound weight. Yeah, let him fuck himself over. But yeah, nah, like, this stream, getting all this out in the open actually feels good. You see, like, I'm not the only one experiencing this bullshit. See, people, Color Pro gets the picture as well, for those of you who are watching this live. Even he says Windows 11 sucks, IMO. You know what really pisses me off about, like, Windows 11? It's like, when it doesn't save your settings, and I'm talking like actual PC settings in terms of like volume mixer and all that. Even though you're on in the live stream, I was checking to see whether or not my volume mixer settings for EPS-XE were saved, because sometimes it doesn't do that. And originally I was going to use Elgato Wavelink as a backup option, but then it turns out I didn't have to, although I'm actually using that as part of my new approach to actually, you know, do the whole, what you call it, adaptive voice reduction or adaptive noise reduction, in terms of like, you know, noise cancellation for background noises when it comes to the mic feed. But I'm still using Adobe Audition, but now I have to use Elgato Wavelink in association with that, so it's kind of crazy how I sort of have to make both of those programs converge with each other whenever I go live. The things you do, the things you have to do when starting up a live stream, Windows 11 just complicates it even more. It's fucking crazy. Okay, so that's the crystal challenge complete for Tilt Panic. So they overcomplicate things for no reason when it comes to Windows 11, especially with like certain drivers. Some of them like become incompatible, which is pretty much bullshit. Color Comp also mentions his. By the way, I have a girlfriend, by the way, long distance, and she is in the same city you are as well. But it's funny because she is Albanian and I'm Serbian. Oh, nice to know you got into a relationship. Plus, I'm happy for you, bro. All the best for the way it's panning out. You both deserve to be happy, 100%. I know long distance is tough, but if you both can make it work, then that's perfect. Well, at least if you're both able to meet up at any point in the future. But yeah, anyways, that's a different topic. So yeah, that was before he posted the Windows 11 sucks comment. Yeah, he says Windows 11 sucks IMO. Yeah, back to that. Yeah, Windows 11 is fucked up. It's like, it didn't even need to happen. The only reason why Windows 11 was published officially by Microsoft is because someone leaked it, and it turned out to be a rush job. That's literally the only reason why it exists to the public right now. That's the only reason why it's in the public domain at this point in time. Otherwise, potentially, we could have had Windows 11 by, let's say, 2030, so potentially the next decade. But anyways, yeah. Color Pro also says, thanks, bro. You're welcome. It's always great when two people meet each other and establish a connection. Anyways, he also says, I de-bloated my Windows 11. What you mean by de-bloated? Did you mean like, oh yeah, I think I know what you mean by that, like, just sort of, not just refresh the cache, but like get rid of all those like fucking temp files and all that, like flush the system per se. Or if that's not what you meant, but like, or if you meant downgraded to Windows 10, then that's another predicament right there. Okay, let's jump into Pogo A Go Go. I'm gonna get the ball rolling with the shit. Is it pulling the same shit? Wait, let's see. I fucking knew it. This time it did it right at the start of the loading screen. That's priceless. I was not expecting that, but what the fuck ever.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so since then, things slowly started to change for the better. In terms of the way certain things are panning out, although like, it's still been really tough in order to like get this live stream happening, but yeah, like, no, for me personally, like, it was a nightmare trying to maintain all of that, because like I keep saying, it's not a decision you make lightly. But anyways, that's how March panned out. But anyways, yeah, that's how March panned out, but then when it came to April, like, even though that was like, those are the primitive stages of me making use of my brand new custom built gaming PC. Everything was still sort of primitive in terms of like having to install everything, although like based on like your email you can still like set up a new PC as if you're still using your old one, as in like still having like, you know, the same programs and the same settings and all that shit, but at the same time it does introduce some compatibility issues, so it came to a point where I still had to reinstall a lot of programs anyway, so it got to a point where I was basically in installation hell throughout the majority of the first part of April, and I was legit trying to get that live stream done before the second half of April, which, you know what I'm about to get into at this point. See where I'm going with this. I'll call it process. Yeah, I removed some features from my Windows 11. Yeah, because some of them are not worth it, they're just pointless. Essentially, you're using Windows 11 as if you're using Windows 10 at this point. So yeah, it just completely throws Windows 11 as an operating system into disrepute. That's essentially what it does. It makes it completely pointless. I'm not gonna lie, it does have a nice appearance, but at the same time, like, in terms of practicality, there's no real practical reason for it to even exist at this point. It's impractical to have all of those external features that just pretty much tank the overall performance of the PC. And it fucks up downloads as well, that's another thing. I clocked that, it fucks up the download speed, even when you're downloading like files that are not even a fucking gigabyte in file size. It's insane. But yeah, I suppose get with the times, I presume. Well, the best way to get with the times is, of course, to get decent hardware, not a fucked up operating system. But yeah, the best way to get with the times is to get brand new decent hardware, not a fucked up operating system. Okay, I still won that round, that's perfect. Color process exactly, my man. See, that's how it is, you know.
3, 2, 1.
There's no point in making a brand new operating system unless you got something proper groundbreaking to bring to the table. Not only that, it actually has a practical, it actually, like, you know, has a practical purpose of use as well. That's what it comes down to. But no, that's something that, it's practical common sense that just gets thrown out the window every once in a while. Because companies, all they give a fuck about is money. That's the fact of the matter of it all. So anyways, yeah, after all that transpired, I was still, the fact I was going through installation hell, I was legit, like, still even trying to make sure I had enough time to actually, you know, even start up this live stream at some point in April, depending on how it all panned out. And before the first part of April as well. Because of like, you know, everything that we had planned. So then like, I didn't have to think about it for the rest of the year, but since, you know, it's calmed down, it's come to this, I had no choice but to leave it up to this point in time. So yeah, that's how it all transpired. Okay, so with the way all that panned out, in a way it sort of gave me a bit of, cause like, in a way it sort of gave me like a bit of a rest at the same time too, because with dealing with all of that shit plus like a bunch of other stuff which is also really important to what we were, to basically what we had going on at the time, like I just needed to kick back for a bit in order to like assess what I was gonna do next.
3, 2, 1, go!
With that being the case, now that we're at this point in the conversation, this transitions nicely into the next portion of the whole timeline, of the whole like precursor timeline to this live stream per se. So as of Vite, okay, so wow, I can't fucking speak for shit right now. But yeah, it's fucking crazy. So anyways, back to the main topic. So as of the 18th of April, I went to Japan. I actually went on a trip to Japan and it was sick as fuck. So like I went to, basically what happened was like, I went to Japan for a week and 5 days from the 18th of April up until the 30th of April. I didn't start posting to my Instagram stories until the 30th, until the day, or until the night I got back even. But the experience that I got in Japan was like no other, and there were points in the trip where I feel like I found a new, sort of like a profound version of myself where I'm like enjoying life a bit more. Like I'm not all that much stressed out with all the bullshit from work, because it's like and like this is Japan we're talking about. It's one of the places where I've always wanted to go. So like being in Japan was like a massive fever dream. When I was there I was like, I cannot believe I'm in Japan right now, this is fucking unreal.
You fail. 3, 2, 1, go!
To like mention the trip itself, like to sort of get into like what the trip itself was, it was basically a cousin's trip. So like it was something that we've actually been planning for quite a while actually. Some cousins from the UK, some from Madeira. It wasn't that really. Actually no, they were all cousins from Madeira, but yeah. Anyways, it was basically a cousin's trip. And we've been planning it since December 2025. Because like, to get flights, in order to actually, to get flights to Japan in order to like, you know, like closer to the time, you'd be paying out a stupid amount in terms of flights. In terms of like, you know, plane tickets and all that. And basically like, we went to like all sorts of stuff. So basically I stayed in 5 different hotels, went on 6 different bullet trains. And it was insane. Anyways, let me concentrate on this gem challenge right here. So I stayed in 5 different hotels, went on 6 different bullet trains. And it was, The experience was amazing, and in terms of the bullet trains themselves, they weren't as fast as I was expecting them to be. It was like, it felt pretty standard, but at the same time, like, of course they had to do that for health and safety reasons. But the way we were like going through Japan, the way we were traveling through Japan, we were like just pretty much hopping from city to city. And it was quite an adventure. So we went to, so pretty much all the cities we went to Tokyo, Matsumoto, Kyoto, Osaka, spent a day trip in Hiroshima, and then back to Osaka, then back to Tokyo. It was quite an adventure. The food there was sick as fuck. Honestly, we had all sorts of stuff like ramen, curry, sushi, all the standard stuff. Time for the crystal challenge as well. We even had like, even at one point, we even had, and this was only like a last resort type of thing, but okay, loading screen, just play out. Okay, here we are, the crystal challenge for the rules. But yeah, basically all you have to do is score the most points in one go, and that's pretty much it. But this is a penalty that affects every single player, not just the player in question, but also the CPU players on top of that.
3, 2, 1, go!
But anyways, we sort of did this as like a last resort just because it was opposite the train station. But we also had a McDonald's in Japan as well, and yes people, my first ever McDonald's in 2026 was a Japanese McDonald's. And not only that, but like it was one of the best meals as well that they had. They had a McGriddle, which they're sort of doing as like a special promotion type of burger. It's a breakfast menu. It's a breakfast item. It's a breakfast menu item. Essentially, that's what it was. And the design that they have, it's basically like a sausage and egg McMuffin, but with pancakes instead of the actual muffin bread. That's essentially what it was. And it's even cooler that, like, you know, when I opened up the wrapper... Sorry, I can't speak for shit right now because it's hot as fuck over here. But anyways, when they opened up the wrapper... like, they literally have the McDonald's logo on top of the actual... pancake itself, which is really cool. Okay, that screen can fuck off. It was really cool the way they implemented that. I don't know if they actually do that in McGriddle here. I never really had it in the UK, but I had it in Japan. Okay, 32, that is a decent score. I gotta be careful, man. So in addition to that, we went to a lot of places. As some of you have seen on my Instagram stories, I went to an arcade that they have, well, pretty much Tokyo's biggest arcade. Well, they have multiple branches of that, but pretty much I went to Taito Station, which is one of their biggest arcades that they have. As a matter of fact, like, I went to two separate branches of Taito Station. I went to the one in Tokyo, and I also went to the one in Hiroshima, and it's pretty massive. It has like 3 floors. It basically has like, it pretty much has like 3 floors of claw machines, with the 3rd floor also containing arcade cabinet machines, plus the Pong table. Even had like the Mario Kart plus, even had like the Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix arcade cabinet game, plus the Donkey Kong, I think it's Donkey Kong Country or Donkey Kong, not Donkey Kong Bonanza, because that's that's the latest release within the Donkey Kong franchise. But yeah, that was it was basically a Donkey Kong arcade game that they had, where they have like these tambourines or what the fuck ever, or these big ass drums where you sort of just play along to a rhythm, so it's like one of those rhythm based games, I presume it was. Although the one that I actually played some games in was the one in Hiroshima, and I only played, and pretty much I played a game of electric darts in the Hiroshima branch of Taito Station, and basically it's like, it's pretty decent for what it's worth, for what you pay for it. It's like 10 rounds for 100 yen, and 100 yen is barely 50p, let alone a pound. It doesn't even scratch the surface of a pound, because like, you know, Japanese currency, it looks like it's gonna be expensive when it's not. It's literally just 47p if you convert it. Well, if you do the calculated conversion on your phone anyway. But yeah, no, it's good. Okay, moving on to Space Bash, one of my favourite levels in the entire game. So yeah, all that was fun. So what else did we do? We saw Mount Fuji, but only from a distance. Okay. Laggy ass emulator. Here we go. Anyways, yeah, people. So we saw Mount Fuji from a distance, only because, like, you know, there's like not that much access to tourism. There's a reason why, like, they pretty much sort of control. It's pretty much controlled around that area. So we saw Mount Fuji, and we also went up the Japanese Alps in Matsumoto as well. It was fun. It reminded me of the mountains in Madeira as well, which, you know, so in a way it was partially familiar territory to me personally. Well, to all of us there. Or majority of us anyway. Yeah, the majority of us. Anyways, it was a lot of fun, like, it was all that picturesque scenery. It'd be a nice place to revisit, to be honest, because, like, it's super chill, it's calm. Akwaku, motherfucker. The way he shoots diagonally is weird as fuck. Well, that was close as fuck. Nearly fell into the pit right there. Okay, let's fuck up this mofo. Okay, that was a good shot. The way he's just pissing about in that particular spot over there. Someone had to put an end to that.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, here we go. Okay, it's like pretty much more in Japan. There was like more to get into. So there was one point where like, so we did all the standard stuff in Japan, really, pretty much. I was explored Tokyo, Osaka, and Kyoto, and all that. Okay, we win. Okay, so I mentioned that we spent a day trip in Hiroshima, so of course that was the place where the first atomic bomb was dropped. So yeah, we saw the atomic dome, and on top of that, like, in addition to that, we saw the flame of peace as well, which is like a flame that's been lit for... They pretty much had the flame of peace, was pretty much, it's been lit for ages. Pretty much. It's old as fuck. But yeah, no, it's there's a lot of value to it, and it definitely, like, you know, adds to the whole atmosphere. Also, the way they were like showcasing the bombs as well was like, they're not as big as you expected them to be for the amount of impact that it caused. I mean, yeah, we went to Hiroshima, but we didn't go to Nagasaki. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, I forgot it was a siblings and cousins trip, which is a cousins trip. But yeah, in general it was a cousins trip. So yeah, when I said I'm just generalizing, but fuck it. You get the picture. Okay, we got the gem. Alright, moving on to the crystal challenge now, which, by the way, they use the Egyptian tomb setting from Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped. Hey, the Scarecrow, welcome to the livestream, cheers for stopping by. He says, hello chap. The Scarecrow also says, what's your bullshit today? Depends on what you mean by bullshit. But anyways, let's jump into the crystal challenge. The Scarecrow puts the lol emoji in the chat. Yeah man, priceless as fuck. As per usual. But yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. It's great to be live streaming again, man. I miss it so much. Every time I haven't live streamed in ages, I always miss it. Even when I like watch back a live stream that I've done in the past, I always feel nostalgic about it. Or even just a live stream that I've been a part of. Or even if I like, you know, watch a live stream that someone else is currently doing at this point. Even then it makes me miss live streaming. But I think it's only something that a content creator can relate to because they're the ones that have actually done it in the past in order to be able to experience it. But yeah, you get the picture.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, so we can't pick up crates in this one. Interesting how they reused the what you call it. It's really interesting how they, you know, they reused the Egyptian tomb level from Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped on Koala Kong got fucked over. It's crazy though, because this could have been a separate level altogether if they were to use this type of scenery, and they could have used like an alternative type of futuristic scenery of fucking Rillaroo spin around like he's some type of fucking Beyblade. Okay, let's see if we can break his cycle. Yep, man's broken his cycle. That was the POG of the year, bro. The POG of 2026. Okay, so that panned out the way it did. Let's jump into Desert Fox. The Scarecrow says, that's hell when it stutters. Tell me about it, when emulator's fucked up. when emulators fuck up like that. But yeah, the Scarecrow also says, don't think you can say that anymore. The Scarecrow Gamer also says, lol. Wait, don't think you can say what anymore? I don't know, depends. Depends on...
3, 2,
Oh, poggers. Oh no, people still say it, I clocked it. People still say like pog or poggers or what the fuck ever. It's just that not everyone uses it that much. Okay, let's fuck these bitches up. Okay, I really gotta watch my step. Or just watch where my tank goes. Just let them blow each other up, might as well. The Scarecrow says, yeah, I'm just messing. Yeah, I figured.
Crash wins.
Koala Kong legit just debated himself.
3, 2, 1, go.
It's proper fucked up. See, another thing I did while I was in Japan, well, another thing we did when we were in Japan is that when we were in Kyoto, we went to the team labs in Kyoto and it was cool. It was sick as fuck. It's pretty much like any art exhibition you'd see in London, but like 10 times proper high tech. But like, it's proper next level compared to that. It's like 10 times more futuristic. There's like mirrors all over the place, there's mirrors on the floor and all that. Mirrors in the ceiling. And they even have like projected artwork on the walls where like, if you press your hand against it, it disappears. It's like being inside a video game. It's like you were put inside a video game the second you stepped inside the building. Man, it's fucking crazy. Okay, I'm clearly being ambushed here. Wait, let me put a mine, see if they fuck off. Yep, they definitely fuck off. See, that's what gets them to fuck off. Okay, Rillaru's out of the picture. Not today. Fuck yes, that was perfect timing. Okay, so that's that complete. But yeah, now for real, Team Labs was like a proper next level experience. You know, when you're in there, you can actually download an app to your phone. Where like, you know, you can choose an element and then the element that you choose, it projects onto like, you know, the mirrors. Well, not just the mirrors, but like whichever room you enter, per se. And some of it was like the fucking back rooms. It was crazy as fuck. Well, it wasn't crazy and like, it was cryptic, but in a cool way, you know. Some of it was like the fucking back rooms. It's like the back rooms, motherfucker.
3,
But yeah, nah, in general, it was a fun experience. There's a lot of platforming involved as well, which is a lot of fun. Like, a lot of in real life platforming. It's insane, but like, it's an experience I certainly recommend. Okay, that was a piss easy gem challenge. That was a speedy completion to that gem challenge. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you get a piss easy completion that you don't expect. But it's always great when it pans out that way. Okay, Crystal Challenge, here we are. This is the one which has like that fucking turret that shoots from the center of the arena. The good thing about that is that you can kite it to the AI players. So yeah, just fuck over the CPU players.
go.
In a way, it sort of throws the mines into disrepute, but okay. I was gonna fuck over Rillaru with that, but that partially backfired because he went further into the background. He went further into the corner of the map. Not Rillaru. I mean, not Rillaru. What do you call it? Dr. Nitrous Brio got blown up. Koala Kong got fucked over, but at the same time, I got killed at the same time.
3,
But at the same time, I got killed simultaneously, so fuck it. Koala Kong got fucked over by the turret for the second time. Practically used the AI as a meat shield. Brio copped it from both my turret plus Koala Kong's mine. Looks like this map is really not a strong suit. Alright, let's calculate this. Oh, he's fucking himself over. Looks like I didn't have to fire myself. Okay, looks like Rillaroo also copped it from all corners. It's proper insane. Anyways, yeah, back to Team Labs in Kyoto. That was a fun experience. Also, something pretty funny but at the same time partially fucked up happened as well. So there was like this red light. There was like this room with the red light where like we were approaching towards. And it was a nice place to take cool pictures and all that. You can like, it's great to, like, say like you go to the light and someone like takes a picture of you and you have like this really cool background, this really sick red background just sort of like projecting off of you. So like you're there and then you have like the red light just sort of outlining your entire body shape per se. And it just highlights the way you pose as well, which is fun. But some of the people were there, like, they didn't even get the memo. They didn't get the picture of, like, you know, what was the entire purpose of that light. Because literally, like, all it is because realistically, in terms of its build, all it is just a red light, but it depends on how you use it, that's the thing. Like, it depends on what you do with it, but of course, like, if you use it for like someone else to take a picture of you, then that's a great use of it. It's a great place. Honestly, I definitely recommend like one of those. I definitely recommend it for that purpose, to say the least. It's interesting all the cool stuff you can do. By the way, something priceless and completely fucked up happened at the same time when we were like approaching that. So pretty much when my cousin was walking up to a red light itself, this American guy just popped up out of nowhere and he was like, "Don't go into the light!" And then he followed up with, "Whenever you get there, whatever you do, don't take off your pants!" And then we were like, "That's a step too far, mate." It's like, we were like, what the fuck? It's like one of the things where like you don't expect anyone to say, because it's just like weird as fuck. But yeah. I'm not surprised. Well, I got everything, don't I? Yeah, I got everything. But yeah, I'm not surprised that an American guy of all people come out with like something like that. It was completely random and out of the blue. Like no one was expecting it. Although, what's even more fucked up was that he was there with his kid as well. So like the type of example that sets for his kid. His kid's gonna be growing up and being like, "Don't take off your pants." It's like proper fucked up. But yeah, the way he was saying to my cousin as he was approaching to the red light, "Don't go into the light. When you get there, whatever you do, don't take off your pants." Wait, don't get me wrong, like that was a priceless moment, but at the same time, it was also a what the fuck moment at the same time. It's like, don't go into the light. When you get there, whatever you do, don't take off your pants. It doesn't always bear repeating, but you know, it is what it is. That's enough. Anyways, we get the picture. Now moving on to the second boss fight of the game, Terminator.
You are progressing very well. More challenges lie ahead in the next warp room. Show us you are worthy of them by defeating the mechanical bears.
Here we are with Bearminator and the Mechanical Bears. The polar boss fight. I presume it's the same polar that we escape from, that we run away from and completely escape from in Crash Bandicoot 2 Cortex Strikes Back. At least I presume that's the premise of it. Well, the reintroduction of this character anyway. Either that or it's a new character altogether and they just decided to reuse the same type of premise. Okay, the Mechanical Bears, the missiles. This boss fight is a fucking piss take at times when you play, especially when you play as Tiny Tiger or Koala Kong. It's especially when you ricochet into the Mechanical Bears and it fucks you over. I mean, there is a trick that you can get yourself back onto the platform. Say you sort of levitate in mid-air, but at the same time, it's a glitch in the game where you just, you basically perform the recovery animation multiple times, but, you're slowly edging towards the platform, you're slowly approaching it, as you're trying to get back onto it with your recovery animation. By the way, another glitch that you can pull off in this boss fight, and it happens more often than not at times, but I don't know whether you have to spin around a lot or not, but sometimes when the Mechanical Bears actually, they ricochet off the platform. Say you get 2 or 3 Mechanical Bears and one of them just ricochets off the platform. That sometimes happens more often than not. And yeah, it was a piss take the way I was shot by the missile back then, but you know what, fuck it. Let's fuck up this motherfucker. Okay, let's get back in business, people. But yeah, Japan is an experience. I highly recommend it to anyone, and as a matter of fact, I already see myself going back. I mean, of course the flight there was fucking crazy, it was proper insane. It was essentially an 11 to 12 to 13 to 14 or 15 hour flight, give or take. Both to and from Japan, or both to and from Tokyo. A lot of it was great. Highly recommend the experience. I'd definitely go again. I certainly see myself going back to Japan at some point in the future, but of course it's expensive. Only time will tell, people. Only time will tell. I haven't finished posting all my stories about it yet, but we'll get there, people. We'll get there in good time. All it takes is patience. I remember in the Japanese version of this game, you get a cheat code. You get presented with a board with cheat codes right at the end of this boss fight. But yeah, now the piss takes that happen in Bearminator, it fucks you about a lot, and it's even worse when it happens in the speedrun and you choose one of the best characters possible for it. Anyways, let's jump into Warp Room 3. The third Warp Room. So yeah, now we're back in Warp Room 3. Now let's jump into the third Crash Ball type of level, or the third ballistics level, Embolism. Let's do it. This is the one with the repellent rays. Gotta be in precise locations and all that shit. I know some of you thinking, I'm potentially dreading the Crystal Challenge because it could pan out either way, and not only that, but it is a popular opinion is that it's the it's the worst challenge out of all of them, unless if you don't count the relic challenges that come into play much later on into the game. But yeah, no, for real, I highly recommend the experience of going to Japan. And we went in April where, like, you know, the cherry blossoms were still like, well, I wouldn't exactly say like at their peak, but they were looking pretty decent. Like, I'd recommend all of it, you know, like I can't pick a favourite. They had some cool hardware stores as well, or cool tech shops like Big Camera. I recommend all that as well. And yeah, we saw lots of stuff. They had a Pokemon Center in almost every town as well, and they had a One Piece jump shop and all. There were multiple One Piece jump shops there. Okay, program spam, we don't want that, but yeah, like, obviously we picked up some stuff as well. In fact, like, when I went to the Pokemon Center, I think it was in Kyoto, it was... Wait, let me just close this crap. There, cause like, it's just a pointless distraction. There we go. Yeah, it's just one of those Adobe Acrobat pop-ups. There we are. But yeah, anyways, back to the topic at hand. Okay, so that's almost the topic at hand. So yeah, Crash wins, we're back into the picture. But anyways, people, back to the main topic at hand. When I was in the Pokemon Center in Kyoto, I picked up a few things. It was pretty cool. So like, I sort of picked up like a special deck. It was kind of like an exclusive edition. And also I picked up like some type of box where you can like sort of put decks inside them as well, and it's a foldable box as well, so it's like, it makes it even more portable. In a way, it's sort of like a shoebox, but not really. But yeah, no, it's certainly worth the purchase. It wasn't expensive at all. I don't remember the price of practically everything that I got, but yeah, all I can say is that it wasn't that expensive. Pretty cool pickups, plus like, you don't go to Japan and not pick up anything, that's just fucking insane. In a way, like, when I was there I also had to make a decision quite quickly as well, because the shop was closing at the time. It was literally like, I think it was almost 10 or 11 PM when we were there, I don't exactly remember, but yeah, I presume it was almost 10 or 11 PM at the time. But yeah, it was great. The people at the reception were nice. Honestly, it was great being there. When I was walking out, I was like... Well, pretty much like you say that in like every building, but yeah, like... every time like you walk out of the building, like, it was cool to be like, "Arigato gozaimasu," which like... It's kind of a standard of saying thank you in Japanese, like, in a way. Or I wouldn't necessarily call it a standard, but it's kind of a convention, so to speak. That's a better word for it. I survived on 1 point. Talk about a clutch. I mean, I know it's a trophy challenge, but still. Nope, Rillaru, you are getting jebaited. You're not pulling the wool over my eyes, mate. Man, the heat really does fuck up your ad-libs. It really does fuck up your speech ad-libs, to say the least. This is pure insanity. Well, I almost got that motherfucker, but it's not like I can't survive without it. It is what it is, you know? It is what it is. But yeah, pretty much every time we walked out of each building, we were like, "Arigato gozaimasu," which is pretty cool. Arigato gozaimasu. It was like konnichiwa. Every time like we entered the building, like we just said hello, we're like konnichiwa, and then every time we exit the building, we're like arigato gozaimasu, which is like, well, not even that, like even after like, you know, the chef has prepared his or her food, or what the fuck ever, even then we were like arigato gozaimasu. It felt pretty cool to say. Not only that, but like the people there are nice as well. It's like they sort of help you when you don't understand something. Like say you mispronounce something and they help you out. And some of them you can even chat to them in Google Translate if you don't completely understand English. In fact, when I was playing, what do you call it? Okay, here we go. Okay, so that's the trophy challenge. Okay, so that's the trophy challenge complete. Doing reasonably good for time for what it's worth. Alright, moving on to the gem challenge.
Three, two, one, go!
Okay, I'm on 15 points and they're all on 20 points. Okay, so let's... Okay, so the fact that I'm on 15 points and they're all on 20 points, it's not that big of a difference. You just gotta maintain your goal properly. But yeah, anyways, it was... The way you can speak to people, it's nice how like... it's nice how kind a lot of the people there are, especially like, you know, if you can't speak Japanese, sometimes they sort of help you out. Or not even that, like, if they don't understand you in English, like, it's fine if you use like Google Translate. Like, it doesn't bother them, they just look at it and they just treat it like it's a normal conversation. Which is, you know, it's actually pretty decent of them. It's standard of them, and not only that, but like it's... I wouldn't say it's generous of them, but it's also like... Yeah, I'd say it's pretty standard of them. Because it's like... No, it's just easier to communicate like that, you know. Like for example, when I was in the Hiroshima branch of Taito Station, I was playing darts. I was playing electric darts. Well, I was playing this game called Dart Slave 3, which is basically the electric darts game that they had on the top floor of that branch. And I was chatting with these two Japanese girls that were also playing electric darts. And they were like... And you know, they got the picture. They were all just like... They were all pretty chill. We were just having a good time. But yeah, that's as far as it went. Okay, let's jump into the dreaded crystal challenge. According to a lot of people. It's crazy because back in the 2020 New Year celebration livestream, plus the 2025 New Year celebration livestream, I completed this crystal challenge all in one go. Like, as in like, all in the first round. It didn't take multiple attempts. It did not take multiple attempts for those two live streams. Well, to complete this challenge within those two live streams in particular. Let's see how this one will pan out. I mean, it'll pan out the way it'll pan out, innit? I won't be too disappointed. It is what it is. So yeah, let's fucking go.
3, 2, 1, go!
But yeah, no, like we were just... Yeah, but no, we were just having like a chill time, just establishing common ground with each other when we were playing darts. And that it was nice to meet new people and all that. The standard stuff. You get the picture. But anyways, that's pretty much it. I gotta be careful. I gotta be really careful with this shit. I gotta be careful, man. Rillaroo is on 18 points. This motherfucker, he's just been chilling. He's just been chilling and trying to troll the rest of the fucking arena. He's trying to troll the rest of the pack in the map. This is the one where Engine only fires at the player. Yeah, Dr. Engine is a prick in the Crystal Challenge. He only fires at the player. He only fires metallic balls at the player. I could pause buff on my way through this, but I see if I want to do this like proper genuinely. I'll see if I can like complete this with a proper genuine approach. Okay, I didn't even have to move in order to get that one into Rillaroo's goal. Yeah, let's fuck up Rillaroo's score. Let's knock down his tower. This motherfucker thinks he's a big shot. Let's knock down his tower of points. Hear that, Rillaroo? Man's gonna knock down your... You hear that, Rillaroo? Man's gonna knock down your Jenga tower. I don't know whether or not someone's gonna interpret really fucked up out of context, but fuck it. Well, okay, 1 point. If I clutch this, that would be an extremely fucked up turn of events. It'd be a lucky turn of events at that, but like a fucked up one as well. But in a positive way. Oh fuck. Okay, well, never mind. I was close though, because he was below 5 points at the time. Although, like, for the way that run, why do I keep saying run? What the fuck? I can't speak for shit right now. But yeah, for the way that round panned out, it wasn't too bad. Because I eliminated most of my competition anyway. So yeah, that was a plus. Come on, Rillaroo. You can't stay at the top forever. In fact, who says you're at the top at all? Yeah, he thinks he's at the top spot. He got you baited. Okay, fucking hell, it's so cheap when like... It's so cheap when you like fucking, what do you call it? You kind of like lose sense of orientation because you don't know where the fucking ball's gonna go. Okay. Okay, let's be careful. Well, let's try to anyway. Okay, come on. See that point difference between me and Rillaroo? I've got true potential. Let's see how this pans out though. Okay, come on, Engine, work with me, don't fuck with me. It's funny how Rillaroo has I was just about to say, it's funny how Rillaroo has the repellent ray, yet I'm still getting balls in this fucking goal. The AI proper plays dumb at times. Man, I'm proper locked into this round. I'm super proper fucking locked into this round. Okay, Crystal Challenge success win in round 2. That's a pretty decent outcome for what it's worth. It could have been a lot worse, I'll tell you that for free. Could have spent 10 years in this fucking challenge, but thank fuck that was not the case. Okay, here we are, here we go. Let's jump into Melt Panic. Speaking of which, that's what people are going through right now with the fucking heatwave in the UK. They're going into melt panic because people are practically melting at this point in time. But the loading screen is freezing up again. There we go. But anyways, yeah, like, that's pretty much how my year has been in a nutshell. Well, pretty much how the year has been on my end, or on my part in a nutshell. Of course, when I came back, like, hay fever season was partially at its peak in a way, so I partially still got... So yeah, I partially still got sick again, but it didn't last long, thank fuck for that. But you know, long story short, every month this year introduced a new problem, and that was a fucking piss take in itself. But you know, that's just what it is. Like, through this year, I've proper been through the fucking ringer, based on everything that's transpired on my end. It's proper fucking insane. So yeah, like, people can't say shit to me in terms of, well, purely based on what I've been through. I mean, you can make whatever comparison you like, but in the end, everyone has bad experiences. No matter what the extent. Okay, let's push Rillaru off the ice.
Crash wins. Three, two, one, go.
Whatever bad experience you deal with, that's something you've obviously dealt with, but it's not something to take out on other people. I'll tell you that for free. In fact, like, it's a proper fucking piss take where, like, you come across a situation where, like, there are people, you come across, say, like, the odd person, like, sort of compares their own bad experience to yours and makes it all about themselves. Like, just say for example, you're just there, just venting, just getting a bad experience out of your system, and then out of the blue they're like, oh, like, that's nothing compared to what I've been through. Like, you had much less stress than me because you had so much more less stress than me because I had to do this. Because, like, I had to do this, that, and the other at silly o'clock and all that bullshit. And it's like, the whole world is, and it's like, fucking hell, the whole world is not about you. Get over yourself and pull your head in. It's like, for real, just because you've had one bad experience does not automatically delete everyone else's bad experiences. Just because, it's like, for real, just because you've had one bad experience does not make, like, it's like, for real, just because you've had one bad experience does not make everyone else's bad experiences disappear. Just because you've had one bad experience doesn't mean, just because you've had one bad experience doesn't automatically delete everyone else's bad experience from existence. The world doesn't stop turning just because you've had one bad experience. Time does not freeze just because you've had one bad experience. Especially with what everyone has to go through, and pretty much based on what I've been through this entire year, I've been through fucking turmoil compared to you. So who the fuck are you to lecture me on bad experiences of all things, you selfish, childish prick? Honestly, it's like, grow the fuck up and get over yourself. Because you're not the only one that has problems to deal with. Everyone in this world has problems to deal with in all shapes and sizes. Honestly, it's just hypocritical as fuck when people pull shit out like that. It's just hypocritical as fuck when people pull shit out their arse like that. And yeah, this certainly doesn't come out of nowhere. It's something I, of course, had to deal with recently. But yeah, you get the picture. Just because you went through one bad experience does not automatically give you the right to downplay everyone else's bad experiences like they're worth nothing.
3,
It's just pure bullshit.
1, go!
It's like, it's completely pathetic, and it's actually pretty selfish to do that as well. It's not just... It's actually a pretty selfish thing to do as well. Not only is it selfish, it's also childish on top of that.
Time up.
But yeah, you get the picture.
2, 1.
At least have the maturity to take other people's bad experiences into account, regardless of how bad they are, because everyone, like, you know, has their own problems to deal with. Okay, let's take these motherfuckers out.
Time up. 3, 2,
It's just stuff like that that pisses me off, you know, because... And especially people that know me well enough would know for a fact that I despise the living fuck out of hypocrites and have no sympathy for hypocrisy whatsoever. So yeah, like every time you defeat a hypocrite, so the best way to defeat a hypocrite, and pretty much the only way to defeat a hypocrite, is to pretty much hold a mirror up to their face with a side order of fuck you.
time up. 3,
But yeah, that's pretty much it.
1, go!
Pretty much the best way, or practically the only way, to destroy a hypocrite is to hold a mirror up to their face with a special side order of go fuck yourself. That's what it comes down to in the end. Like, there's maturity and there's hypocrisy, and of course you want to be the former. Otherwise, you're not projecting yourself well. And on top of that, it comes across as hostile in addition. Because like, the world could do with a lot less hostility, and if life is hard enough for you as you say it is, why the fuck are you gonna go make it harder for someone else? It's a slap in the face to the rest of the world, and honestly, it's just shit that no one should ever have to go through. Or it's shit that no one else should ever have to put up with. But you know, that's just it. Just like, think of other people, not just yourself. Of course, it's okay to be selfish when it comes to all the right things that count, such as your own personal health and all that. Like, that's all well and good. But downplaying someone else's bad experiences like they're nothing, and comparing them to yours just to make it all about yourself, it's just pathetic and pedantic. But yeah, that's pretty much what it comes down to. You get the picture. Okay, this one I have to avoid the ledge, otherwise I'll drop off the platform immediately. There's no recovery for me here. The player has no recovery point here. But yeah, that's the moral of that type of discussion. And plus, it's something I sort of had to say in order to get off my case as well, because it's something that's been pissing me off. But you know, now that I've made my point, hopefully people get the picture. If you don't, then... But if a percentage of those people don't get the picture, then perhaps they might be in need of some professional help. But hey ho. Whatever type of bullshit people choose to fabricate, that's their own problem. Whatever's going on inside that fucked up head of yours, that's an inside job. Just don't take it out on anyone else. That's the point. Okay, so that's all that complete. Okay, so no panic is complete. Let's jump into El Pogo Loco. I think at some point later on, I might recruit some guest commentators. I might jump into one of the voice chat channels just to recruit some guest commentators. And hopefully, you know, things will pan out for the best. But you know, we'll see how things go. But for those who are still here, for those who are here from the starting point of the live stream, or at least close to the starting point of the live stream, you'd pretty much be aware of, like, you know, all the stuff that I've mentioned in terms of, like, whether or not you want to be, well, pretty much rules of thumb of whether or not you want to be part of the commentary, or whether you want to, like, you know, become a guest commentator in this live stream or any potential future live streams for that matter. And pretty much, like, it's stuff that I had to bring to attention because sometimes, like, when you don't say anything and then they proceed to avoiding the obvious about certain things that, you know, you're not really supposed to do, or rather things that don't help the situation, like saying something stupidly cancel worthy on stream or what the fuck ever, just saying like the most stupidly cancel worthy bullshit on air or what the fuck ever. That's definitely something to moderate. So yeah, in terms of moderation, that's something that I had to point out, because here's the thing. The only reason why people continue to act the way they do, in a way that you don't agree with, is because they have a revolving door. And with that being the case, with that quote unquote revolving door that you're supposedly giving them, they see it as a green light or like a free ticket to take the piss, and sometimes potentially take it too far, if it ever does get to that extent, or reach to such a point like that. This whole revolving door type of mentality, or this whole revolving door type of approach, isn't always the answer. Sometimes you have to put some moderation in place. Like, you know, let people know where you stand, so then they know not to proceed with whatever fucked up bullshit that they, well, whatever fucked up bullshit in question that they are supposedly continuing to do. So yeah, that's the thing. All you gotta do is prevent potential fucked up proceedings, or just prevent potentials, or just, you know, prevent potential proceedings that appear to be fucked up in your eyes. Because of course your point of view as a live streamer is important as well, not just the guest commentators. Words of wisdom right here, but it's facts, man. So yeah, you might as well just ditch this whole revolving door type of mentality altogether and assess what works best. And if said people do continue to take the piss with whatever the fuck would, and you know, if said people continue to do whatever the fuck they happen to be doing with this revolving door type of privilege that you're giving them, then perhaps it's about time you start giving them an eviction notice. So then they'll really know where they stand. That's just how it is, man. Sometimes you just gotta put people in their place in order to set the record straight. It's part of life. So yeah, people, that's just pretty much the way it is. I have to say, what? I almost dodged that TNT crate. Perhaps if I was a second quicker. If I was a second quicker, potentially I would have escaped that TNT crate. This is a proper mad thing. Okay, well that's fucked. Son of a bitch. I shot backwards into Rillaroo, but he jumped out of the way just in time. Cheeky ass motherfucker. I missed me that time, bitch. How the fuck did Rillaroo win? By 4 points? Are you taking the piss? I mean, joke's on him because he's 1 round below me. He's 1 cut below me, so he can go fuck himself. Nothing but a hollow victory. Nothing but a hollow victory. So yeah, people. I did say some of what I was gonna say was gonna get dark, so yeah. Delivery as promised. If you catch my drift. Well, delivery as promised, per se. I don't know why, like, man, this heat is fucking up my ad-libs once again. Even though, strangely enough, like, it happens either way. But you know, that's the spotlight effect sometimes. It fucks you over. But sometimes, like, that's just... those are the perils of going live. It's the live streamer's curse. Nah, I'm just playing. It does put you on the spot, but nah, for real, it's all good though. It's just a minor observation. But yeah, I was gonna say like deliver or some shit like that, but nah, it's delivered. It's the way it is. Okay, this time I definitely won that round, I clocked it. Brio got surpassed by 18 points, even though technically I was already ahead of him anyway, so... he was surpassed long before then. He was surpassed long before that point. That man was a goner. I think after this one the rest is just gems. Do I have like 12 crystals? I don't exactly remember, I haven't been counting. Fuck it, I'll check.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, I can speedrun this shit. This one's piss easy as fuck. I just gotta race my score down to 0. Well, in terms of practicality, it's piss easy as fuck. But let's see how it pans out. In terms of its premise, it's piss easy as fuck. Okay, come on, let's go. We got this. That was a decent score, 27 points. Whoa, that was a decent pickup. Whoa, okay. That was great. Okay, come on. Don't know why it stopped there, but fuck it. Okay, well, I'm approaching the end. The end is at sight. I just need a fucking crate. Perfect.
You win.
You know what, I'll do this crystal challenge and then just check afterwards. Fuck it. So yeah, time for the El Pogo Logo crystal challenge. Avoid Rip Peru's nitro attacks. Yep, this is the one with the nitro crates. And they insta-kill you, pretty much. It's the same premise as the poisonous mushrooms in Pogo Painter. But even more deadly. It just immediately ends the round. Fucking nitro, that was close. Keep the fuck away from me, Ripperoo. You drugged up motherfucker. Fucking I remember back in the old days of YouTube, I used to call them the frogs on drugs. Man, where the fuck did all that time go? Seriously, man, it's like It's like my username as a premise is a time capsule, and it's like my username as a premise, it's like my username as a premise is a time capsule in itself. That was a 6-score roundup of a pickup right there. That was pretty fucked up. You know something crazy that people actually theorize? Okay, this is pretty fucked up. Anyways, yeah, I'll get onto that in a bit. Yeah, fuck that shit. Anyways, yeah, you know something crazy that some people theorize, and this also relates to the poisonous mushrooms in the Crystal Challenge for Pogo Painter as well. If an AI was to come into collision with either a poisonous mushroom or a nitro crate, as in like an AI or CPU player or what the fuck ever, apparently it would crash the game. But like, here's the thing. Here's something that sort of debunks that theory. So pretty much, it depends on the engine the game was programmed in. So like, depending on the engine that the game was programmed in, that is technically a possibility. But it doesn't just depend on the game engine, it depends on the programming language the game was written in as well. Like for example, okay, so here's a good example. If the game was written in okay, so here's a pretty decent example. If the game was developed in Unity and written in C#, that would certainly not be the case. The player would just pass right through it. They would literally phase through the item, because in order for that to happen, there would have to be some type of collision code put in place in order to trigger that type of mechanic. There would have to be like some collision code put in place in between the AI CPU player plus the poisonous mushroom or the nitro crate in question, or like in general, in order for something like that to happen. And not only that, but it would also have to be like an error encoding saying like it contains like one mistake where like it doesn't, you know, let's just say like it involves like a programming mistake where it's like it's missing one character, like a colon or a semicolon or a bracket or what the fuck ever, or it just contains the wrong type of variable. Only then would that type of scenario in the game would end up crashing the game altogether. That's how it works. That in itself would trigger a runtime error or a compile time error depending on the type of, well, depending on the type of implementation you put within that space of code. That's how it works. So yeah, it's just game development knowledge put to good use. At least if you program in a program like, well, at least if you program in a game engine like Love2D and use a programming language, or use like the Lua programming language, it like, when the game crashes, you actually get an error message containing the code itself, and not only that, but it points out the line of where that error in the code resides in. So it's like, at whichever point where there's an error in the code, the error message will actually tell you which line of code that particular error is based in. So then like, the developer has a clearer picture on what to do when it comes to fixing it. Just depends how much research you gotta do, but if it's a simple fix, then, such as like a character correction, then that's pretty much a small problem. It's a small cog in the machine per se. It's a small cog in the machine to replace, if you catch my drift. But anyways, let's jump into Snow Bash. Wait, let me check. Okay, so I actually have 12 crystals now, so at this point I don't need any more crystals, and from this point forward it's just going to be trophies and gems up until the end of the 3rd warp room, and then from the 4th warp room onwards it'll just be trophies. So yeah, we just need 3 more gems to unlock Big Bad Fox, and that's it. We've already got the 12 crystals. Well, actually we only need 3 more gems to unlock Oxide Ride, because we've already got the requirement of 12 crystals to unlock Oxide Ride. And we've already surpassed the Big Bad Fox requirements anyway, so yeah, let's... Right now is no time like the present to proceed. Okay, let's jump into Snow Bash. This is going to be fun. This is definitely one of the fun levels, although in a way it has the same gameplay premise as Space Bash. The only difference is the setting, that's it. Like, literally, same type of items and all that. Although, like, there's just one update to the premise. Instead of pits, or instead of using explosives to create pits on the platform, there's a penguin in the middle. I don't know whether or not that's supposed to be Penta Penguin from Crash Team Racing, or whether, like, Penta Penguin was his name in Crash Bandicoot 2 Cortex Strikes Back, but... yeah. I presume Crash 2 is where they got the concept from initially. So yeah.
3, 2,
Anyways.
1, go.
This is priceless as fuck, because you can do all sorts of shit. You can just wake up the penguin and then he'll just fuck up the entire arena altogether. Just spinning all over the place and causing a fucking ruckus. This motherfucker causing a ruckus. You might as well be giving Idris Elba a run for his money. For those of you who watch Baller League will know exactly what I'm talking about. You'll get the reference. You'll get the picture.
Crash wins.
Turns out the penguin did me a solid.
2, 1, go.
This penguin, like, well, technically he's on no one's side, but it's a happy accident that he sometimes do you a solid, because, as mentioned before, the AI plays dumb a fuck ton. Okay. Yeah, fuck off, prick. Come on, penguin. I'm gonna wake you up for your shift. I'm gonna wake you up for your night shift. But hey, at least I'm giving the penguin, like, an actual purpose to wake up. All these motherfuckers are doing are just waking him up from a fucking rave that he got pissed from last night. And he's just trying to sleep off that hangover over there.
3, 2, 1.
So yeah, man, the AI, they be inconsiderate as fuck. Well, that was a pretty solid knockout. That was a double hit right there. I hit both Brio and Rue at the same time. I hit both Dr. Nitrous Brio and Real Rue at the same time with just one crate. Okay, we got this shit. That was close as fuck. Considering I dodged an explosive, that was an Considering I've dodged an explosive, that was an impressive feat on top of that. The way I pulled that off. This penguin is doing me solid after solid, no cap.
Crash wins.
We got the trophy, mofo. Okay, so it doesn't look like anyone's posted any more comments in the chat. Okay, so I've checked on my phone and there's no new comments, and I checked on my PC as well and there's still no new comments, but you know. But that's not a problem. I'm still having a lot of fun in this live stream for the way it's panning out. The gameplay might not be, you know, 100% up to standard, but it's decent enough. It's decent enough to pass, especially given the circumstance of how this year's, you know, transpired. It'll pan out the way it pans out. Okay, I'm not being funny, but that fucking TNT crate could have exploded right there in that position where Dr. Nitrous Brio was standing. Brio should have copped that explosion for real. I don't know what the fuck was happening there. Fucking hell. We're under time constraints, man. This is crazy.
Time up. 3, 2, 1, go! You win.
The way that TNT crate exploded without a particle effect animation taking place. I mean, sometimes that happens more often than not. It depends on, you know, the PS1's. It depends on the way the PS1 processes it, and technically this is an accurate depiction of the PS1 emulation process anyway. So like, that's the whole point. Even though like there are other emulators that do a much better job in terms of accuracy, but you get the picture. Alright, so yeah, I did say that we were not going to proceed to get any more crystals after El Pogo Locos, so yeah, let's stick to that premise. Alright, let's jump into Metal Fox. The next one out of, well, the next iteration of all the tank levels. It's panning out to be great, this live stream. In a way, it's going somewhat better than I expected.
3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, let's pick up the bomb. That's exactly why, like, this one is also one of my favorites. You can pick up bombs and then just, like, you can, like, legit just pick up bombs and then just, like, shoot them over the barriers in order to catch out in order to, like, you know, blow up your opponents. Those bombs are super useful in this one.
3, 2, 1, go!
Plus the, what do you call it? I like the aesthetic of these levels as well. These tank levels, every single one of them, they always have like a semi-post-apocalyptic type of setting to them. I mean, it would make sense because a war always takes place during an apocalypse, or at least most of the time anyway, because both premises actually tie well together and they go hand in hand.
Crash wins.
It's like, bitch, please, I got a bomb. Your laser's no match for my bomb.
2, 1, go!
It's like, get fucked, Brio. I like how all the bombs are spawning in my favour. The RNG is proper doing a solid for me today. I mean, despite the minor piss takes, the RNG is actually doing me a proper solid. Well, apart from that, I don't know what the fuck happened there. Oh, would you know, it's a repeat of El Pogo Loco where Brio gets a point in the third round. Bit of a pointless point, but yeah, he gets a point in the third round nonetheless. Yeah, that was my plan all along, for Uluru to take a double hit. To take a hit from my turret, plus a hit from his own mine in the process. Well, as a follow-up in the proceedings per se. That was pretty great, that was pretty decent. Okay, just a gem challenge after this one. We are doing great. It's interesting the aesthetic that they go for this. In fact, I like how dark it looks, especially this one. Like, dark levels always looked cool to me.
3, 2, 1, go!
Plus, not only that, I like how, in a way, this one is sort of like a mixture between, like... In a way, it sort of has, like, a mixture of an aesthetic of the prehistoric levels from Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped, with, like, you know, a whole post-apocalyptic vibe on top of it. Like, it's not exactly like that, because, well, it's not exactly like the prehistoric level type of setting from Crash 3. Because obviously it doesn't look exactly the same, and the colour palette is clearly different. It's just the fact that they've made it darker and they've added all these, like, you know, explosive kegs in the background and all that to make it look like a post-apocalyptic army type of setting. It's like a prehistoric post-apocalyptic setting per se, based on some of the assets that are in the background. I don't know whether that cage, although I don't know whether that gate over there is meant to be like a steel ribbed cage or what the fuck ever, or just a steel cage in general, but I don't know, it looks like he has double the inspiration from two different types of aesthetics. At least from my point of view. This is so fucking pointless. I just took him out with 2 shots, like, he might as well have just stayed there. It was just pointless of him just staying there, like, and then just approaching me the second the barriers came down. It's like, that is a recipe for death. Self-sabotage right there, that's a recipe for shooting yourself in the foot. He was literally walking into fire. Oh, I like those background effects, they're pretty cool, especially like when you go back and forth, you see the skybox sort of, you know. You see the skybox follow the character, but from a distance. That's pretty dope. Okay, let's jump into Dot Dash for the trophy and the gem. It's taking its time. Okay, here we go. Might as well put that fucking SpongeBob SquarePants meme. Where like the narrator puts up those time cards that say like 1 hour later, 2 hours later, 3 hours later. Especially in that episode where Patrick breaks the 4th wall and he's like, SpongeBob, can you hurry up, I'm running out of time cards! Okay, anyways, let's proceed. As you can hear, this theme tune is pretty much a remix of the Dingodile theme tune from Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped. It's a pretty cool tune, not gonna lie. It's adrenaline pumping right there. By the way, people, fun fact, for those of you who are not aware of this, in the Japanese version of Crash Bash, which is called Crash Bandicoot Carnival, they play, when you enter this level, it actually plays a remix of the Can-Can. Well, I say a remix, but more like a recomposition per se, and this is essentially what this track in itself also is as well. It's a recomposition rather than just a remix. See, the best time to use the missile is when they stop spinning in front of you. So then, like, they just ricochet in the air. That's because then you can't pull off a ricochet effect while they're spinning. They just continue spinning. But yeah, no, this is panning out well.
3, 2, 1, go!
Speaking of stuff that's panning out well, it's like I said earlier on, like life in general, for what it's worth, even though this year has been pretty fucked up, things have been panning out well in other departments. And I'm not sure whether some of you remember this from earlier on in the live stream, or like a previous point in the live stream, but if you lot kept a mental note of that, I mean, you didn't necessarily have to, but just in case you did, and you remember the point where I mentioned that, you know, it's good to, the important thing is that it's not about your age, it's more about how you feel and how you look after yourself. That plays into what I'm just about to say. So pretty much in that department things have been going well, especially since from the point where I turned 30 last year, I actually properly started training to a more, I'd say, I wouldn't exactly say intense extent, but more so, but I also have like a profound appreciation for, like, you know, the time that I have when I'm young, and it's good to use, and it's good to utilize that time to help build yourself up and fix yourself up for the future. So as a result, I've actually started training on a more regular basis now, per se, in terms of like lifting weights, pumping iron and all that. Some of you probably remember that I was actually going to the gym back in 2020, which I mentioned in my New Year's live stream from the 2020 New Year's live stream. But then afterwards, that point, gyms obviously had to close because of COVID-19, which of course was something that was in full force back then. I like how he fucked himself over. That's where you get. Check yourself before you break yourself, motherfucker. But anyways, yeah. In terms of like working out, I've actually been training on a more regular basis. And even though like ever since then, ever since the COVID-19 period, I still haven't stepped inside a gym, but still, that doesn't change the fact that I can still look after myself well, because I'm still training at this point, just at this point in time, just in a different way. Of course, perhaps in the future at some point I might step back into the gym. I do see myself going back, because going to the gym was definitely a fun experience for me. The only reason why I stopped going was because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Otherwise, if that never happened, I'd still be going to the gym as we speak. But you know, things pan out the way they do. But nah, like, now I'm sort of working out but on a more profound level, and like, yeah, profound is sort of like a word that seems to be resonating with me a lot more, because like, it bears repeating with like pretty much everything I have lined up for the future, or everything that I plan to line up for the future anyway, based on like pretty much my whole new approach to life. Okay, so let's jump into the gem challenge of Dot Dash. So yeah, with that being the case, not only am I working out on a more regular basis now, in terms of like exercise and all that, it's also got to a point where I actually started investing in gym equipment as well, such as weight plates and all that. In fact, just recently we picked up a kettlebell. So we picked up a kettlebell recently, and that actually helps quite a lot. Cause like, you know, pretty much a tool like that is like multi-purpose. It's flexible to work out of a kettlebell. So yeah, as a matter of fact, we recently picked up a kettlebell. Although more predominantly, I have been lifting weight plates on the barbell, simply because like, I'm building a lot of foundational muscle mass per se. But it's not all about the muscle mass, it's more about, if anything, I consider that a bonus. The most important thing is that like, I'm preserving myself for the future, so like, it's about your health. That's the most important thing. It's crazy because like, well, it's not crazy, it's actually, it's helpful. Not only that, it's great to exercise because it keeps you in a positive mindset. It's good for your physical health plus mental health. And I've implemented multiple different exercises into my routine per se. Well, even though it's not necessarily a routine, but I still do whatever I can in order to keep myself fit and healthy. Well, it is a partial routine. It just depends on, you know, what I plan to work out on which which parts I plan to work out on which particular day. So pretty much, I do front, back and bicep curls, which of course is part of front, back and bicep. So yeah, front, back and bicep, squats, abdominal crunches, deadlifts, hip thrusts, and treadmill cardio. It's pretty much a mixture of those things, not necessarily all in that order, but yeah, that's just a generalization of what I do. And it's good to do like a mixture of exercises like that, because just doing one exercise alone is not enough. Like just saying, oh, I do squats and treadmill just to keep fit and healthy, but like, that alone isn't going to get you very far if you're like trying to achieve something bigger. But nah, for me it's just like general all-round health and to build up muscle mass, especially like general foundational muscle mass. It's that I just consider a bonus. But you know, but nah, for real, it's got to a point where I partially don't recognize myself in terms of like the way I look in comparison to last year. Well, not completely the way I look, but in terms of like, you know, structure and form, I can definitely like see and feel an improvement. Because like when you actually put the time in and you're committed to it, you see and feel the difference. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I like how the way I have Crash just facing towards the camera, that's perfectly positioned right there. But yeah, Crash gets the picture, people. See, this guy's a loyal listener right here. Anyways, let's move. We move, motherfuckers. Okay, let's move on to the third boss fight, Big Bad Fox. Time to jump in.
I suspect this tournament may not be all that it seems. Guard your crystals well. Meanwhile, you must proceed by perfecting your skills in the tank.
Dual Karibo 2881, welcome to the livestream. Cheers for stopping by. He says, hello, it's been so long. Likewise, it's been ages, man. It's great to see you stopping by. Also, yeah, I clocked you've been live streaming multiple times, but I haven't been, like, you know, as active in terms of jumping into other people's live streams, especially because, like, you know, the way life has been panning out, I've legit just trying to focus on, like, pretty much building the best of what I can build within my personal life, such as dealing with in real life priorities and all that. So yeah, that's pretty much just it. Just like a lot of in real life priorities took precedence, so I just, as a result, I just had to take myself out of the picture for quite a while. But now I'm back in the picture. Okay, let's take down the big bad fox.
3, 2, 1, go!
So we have Komodo Joe and Komodo Mo. Those are the two antagonists of this boss fight. I mention this quite a lot, but I like how the premise of this boss fight is essentially just one of the boss fights from Metal Slug, with like, pretty much the roles are exactly the same, but the perspectives are reversed. Now I could put mines there, but fuck it. I could take cover behind, but it's not gonna take too long. Whoa, okay, that was a solid dodge. That laser was threading the needle right there. Okay, next one up is the missiles. Yeah, it's a piss easy tower to take down. I also clocked this as well, like, you see Komodo Joe and Komodo Mo, they're literally just like fucking GIF images. They're not even proper models when they're inside the tank, they're just GIF images. That's something you wouldn't have clocked back on, if you're playing back on the PlayStation 1, hooked up to a CRT television, hooked up to an old school CRT TV. Because of course, like, the effects of a CRT TV sort of mask that. Everything's like filtered there, but like, well, not necessarily filtered, but just the way it processes an image, like, it creates that optical illusion. But now, as you can see, they come up as actual full-scale models. Well, I say actual full-scale models, but like, as in like models that just appear to be playable. Well, NPC models pretty much, or models that actually, well, two separate models that actually play against you. And as you can see, my turret has morphed from a bomb to a missile, or from one bomb to a pair of missiles. It's kind of priceless that you can just get them to shoot themselves. In a way, like, this is partially like Space Invaders, because you can just destroy some of the barriers. But instead it's you destroying the barriers. Because like, the missile has those capabilities. Okay, that was pretty cheap.
3, 2, 1, go!
They proper like to get up your ass. Although a good speedrun strat that you can do is put a bomb where like either Komodo Joe or Komodo Joe is rising up from, but like put it at a timely, but like time it perfectly to a point where like the second they get up it explodes, and just like that they lose a massive chunk of their health. That's pretty useful. That's a useful speedrun strat right there. This guy, like, I swear, Komodo Joe literally just gave up. He just stopped giving a fuck completely and he was just letting me shoot him at that point. He was like, oh well, fuck this shit, I'm done for. Might as well accept defeat. Okay. Let's jump into Warp Room 4. The fourth and final Warp Room. Well, fourth and final main Warp Room. Of course we got Warp Room 5, which is the secret Warp Room. But of course, we're not going to be playing that because we are doing the annual any % completion playthrough of Crash Bash. Which basically means I'm only playing the game up until the final boss fight and that's it. Okay, so from this point forward we're just picking up trophies and that's it. Okay, so let's jump into Skyballs. Or as a percentage of us like to call Skybollocks just for the fun of it. Just because this level actually proper took the piss back in the day. And in a way it still can. You'll see why.
3, 2, 1, go!
So in this one, the premise of this one is that the platform actually tilts from time to time, and it can tilt in multiple different directions. If it tilts in your direction, then you're pretty much fucked. Although this is nothing compared to the Crystal Challenge though, with the fucking red balls of death. Like, they have fucking insta-kill type of programming put into them. They have an insta-kill type of programming implementation put into them. But there's this one running meme about this particular level in Crash Bash. And like, it's a key memory as well. It's like, it's an operative memory. And like, it's just priceless as fuck to remember. And pretty much, like, it pans out like this. So like, there's this guy walking down the street and he sees one of the metallic balls fall from the sky and land onto the floor, and it makes like a dent on the floor, or like a massive like ball shaped hole in the floor, like it's a fucking comet or an asteroid or what the fuck ever. And then afterwards, well, shortly afterwards, say like a few seconds later, give or take, the video automatically starts panning to, it pans up to the sky, and then afterwards it transitions into, like, the camera just pans up to the sky and then transitions into the actual level itself. And then you see some of it playing in third person perspective, but then like at some point the camera just switches from seeing the game being played from a first person perspective. So like, as in, you're in the car itself and the camera is moving along with the car, and then you're just seeing all the balls ricochet from the car that you're positioned inside in question, plus using the extra kick in the process. So yeah, that's pretty much that. Okay, that was close as fuck. 2 points away from death. That was a partial clutch. We're getting there, people. We're getting there. Oh fuck. I could have piss easily dodged that, but what the fuck ever. I mean, not dodged that, I could have piss easily saved that, but what the fuck ever. Son of a bitch. I'm just here trolling them. But it's just funny to taunt them sometimes. You can just press the triangle button to just taunt them when you have time to chill. It's just jokes. It's proper jokes as fuck. But yeah, I'm just chilling right now. Dual Kruber says, how you doing? Well, considering the way this livestream is going right now, pretty great. Although, As of this whole year though, the events of this entire year, it has been like a jungle of a clusterfuck. But apart from that, like, I think things are slowly starting to turn around. Depends how they pan out in the future. I mean, I'm at a point now where I'm just remaining positive. And that's pretty much it. What the f- how the fuck did Rillaroo win? Okay, that was a clutch. What, that motherfucker had 9 points? Well, he's had it all this time to be fair, but still, like, it's kinda cheap. The way that happened. But yeah, no, like, apart from that, like, you know, it's all the same. We're still going, still keeping myself alive and well. Especially since I hit the big 3-0 last year. So yeah, man's officially a triple decader. Some people would say you've officially achieved Unk status. With that being the case, how have you been, Dual Creeper? How's this year been for you, Nathan? Has it panned out well, or has it been as unconventional as it was on my part? Well, then again, like, you weren't here earlier on to hear the conversation. Well, you weren't here earlier on to hear, like, the whole explanation, which, by the way, I took breaks in between explaining. Well, breaks in between providing an explanation for. But you get the picture. Or presenting it on the live stream per se. But yeah, it's been one hell of a year. Pure madness. Okay, at least I got more points from Rillaroo now.
Crash wins. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, this is gonna be proper next level. Alright. Yo. Okay, no worries, people just chilling out. You know, it's crazy, like, it used to bother me so much. It used to piss me off so much of having, like, the commentary get all silent at some points, but now I'm just like, I just have a more profound appreciation for that silence now these days. It's just like, now it's gone to a point where I don't always need a guest commentator to sort of fill in the gaps per se, because sometimes, you know, it just helps me properly articulate myself for what I want to say next. So yeah, I think like, I think that is, I personally reckon that in itself is a profound level of personal growth. Like for real, like, I'm not putting any pressure on myself at all compared to last year. Well, in terms of this year's livestream compared to last year's livestream, it hits different, you know. I mean, sure, it's happening much later in the year now, but still. It had to happen one way or another. Okay. Okay, just doing trophies now. Alright, Skyballs, let's jump into Manic Panic. One of my favourite polar levels. Ice level mofo. This one's sick because they actually introduced the bombs into the polar levels. Actually, this is the only one that actually has the bombs in the polar bear ice levels. It's interesting to see them transition from riding a polar bear to just travelling on foot. Okay, piss off, Brio. Oh, you prick. Could've used a bomb on that motherfucker. You know what, fuck it. Brio fucked himself over. Whoa, that was an exercise in futility right there.
3, 2, 1, go!
He fucked me over only to fuck himself over and let Rillaroo win in the process. The AI is dumb as fuck. Okay, come on, Bomb. I'm counting on you. Here you go, bitch. It's payback, bitch. Although, Koala Kong needs a taste of payback now. Let's just see them beef it out. I could force victory, but I'm gonna let them beef it out.
Wins.
Hey Pure Evil Crash, welcome to the livestream. Cheers for stopping by. He says, that was funny. With a couple of emojis. I presume you're referring to what just happened, but yes, a lot of priceless shit happens in Crash Bash. Son of a bitch. I could have gotten that fucking bomb, but what the fuck ever. Pure Evil Crash says you're welcome. Likewise, right back at you. Piss off, you prick. Yeah, take that £500 weight and shove it up your ass.
Crash wins.
About fucking time we got a victory.
1, go!
Ah, fuck that shit. The way this guy is trying to stick to me like a... What the fuck do you call it? He was legit just like hanging around me like a bad smell or a fart in the lift. Or what the fuck ever. He was proper G-checking me with the fucking £500 weight.
Three, two, one, go!
It's like, Brio, what the fuck's with the G-check? Okay, so my bomb didn't hit him, but I pushed him off piss easily in the process. That was a good backup plan. That was piss easy.
Crash wins.
I sort of anticipated that. Okay, moving on to the next level, Pogo Padlock. This one's pretty dope. The music in this is comparable to the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air in terms of its BPM, or in terms of its like beat or drum loop in general per se. But yeah, no, it's definitely got a comparable drum loop without a doubt. Only this one you can't step on your own colour, otherwise you're fucked. Well, you're not necessarily fucked, but all your coloured squares disappear. Okay, we are getting there. We are genuinely getting there. Okay, let's pick up a padlock if we can. Okay, got one. It's stupid how you can't pick up a padlock plus the speed use at the same time. It's like one cancels out the other. But you know, that's the way the game was programmed. It could have been programmed to keep both, but I presume they thought that would have made it too easy. I presume they thought it would have made it way too piss easy for the player. Son of a bitch, made me step on my own colours. What a fucking twat. Well, on the plus side, I got 105 points, which is a massive jump in numbers compared to them. It doesn't really change anything, to be honest.
Crash wins. Three, two, one, go.
Pure Evil Crash says they gave up too easily. What he says, they gave up so easily. Yep, fact right there. To be honest, the trophy challenge AI played dumb as fuck, so I wouldn't put it past them, to be honest. Okay, I'm gonna need a crate to spawn somewhere close to me. Perfect! Just as I say that, it spawns right next to me on my right. This game read my mind like a book. The RNG read my mind. That makes, yeah, that's a better way to put it because it makes more sense. The RNG of the game itself read my mind. Yeah, smooth sailing, piss easy shit.
Crash wins.
Okay, we are getting on so well.
2, 1, go.
I like how a lot of those crates are like different iterations of the Crash Bandicoot crates in the background, but like designed specifically for the background of this level. It's interesting because like we could have seen like a completely brand new game with those types of crates, but then again, like we got plenty of Crash Bandicoot games in the past for what it's worth, so I've got nothing to complain about when it comes to that. Okay, we gotta be careful. I mean, I know I'm saying that a lot, but especially in my situation where I have so many points on the square, like I had like so many squares in my color to the point where I'd have a lot to lose. I just clocked that I picked the speed shoes. I clocked that I picked them up like a second later, like what the fuck? Like I'm going at 2 times speed all of a sudden. It's like man's picked up the pace, you know what I'm saying? Okay, I need a crate, well I don't necessarily need it, but it'd be nice.
Crash wins.
155 points. That's a pretty decent score if I do say so myself. Okay, let me double check comments. I guess here's a laughing face emoji plus a tabby LMAO emoji as well. See, another one of those Discord server type emojis. Dual Krebo posted another emoji in the chat. It says cat in the chat. Let's see what he did there. Looks like the cat in the hat but wearing like a Christmas hat or what the fuck ever. Okay, well it's nice to see the chat popping. At least for quite a bit. Right. Let's go. Okay, Drain Bash, this is gonna be fun. I like the iterations, especially the Crystal Challenge of this, don't get me wrong, apart from its piss takes, but... apart from that, it's great. It's another one of my favourites, especially the innovations that it brought to the table. Well, I say innovations, but like, you know, different premises. Such as like, you know, special items with inside purple crates. You know, there's still a lot of potential for a Crash Bash remake. Because the 30th anniversary is coming up in 4 years' time at this point. I'm gonna have to... You know, it's interesting because, like, there's so much to anticipate now. Especially now that we're in May. We're on the precipice of May. And approaching... Like, we're on the precipice of May. And approaching the starting point of June. Oh, those fucking orbs. Which means that there's a lot to anticipate. Like, for example... We've got the PlayStation State of Play taking place on the 2nd of June, and we have the actual Summer Game Fest 2026 event taking place on the 5th of June, which, by the way, is the 1st year anniversary of the Nintendo Switch 2, believe it or not. Speaking of which, the Nintendo Switch 2, man, I can't believe that's still a console. The way it's going right now, like, man, the appeal for it has dropped from so many people because not a lot of people are buying a lot of games. And on top of that, most of the games on the Switch 2, even the games getting released now for the Switch 2, a majority of them are still getting released on the Switch 1. And it's like, some people are like, what the fuck's the point of getting a Switch 2? Just so I can play the same game in 4K resolution. It's not that much point. Because it's not good value for money, because I'm playing literally the same fucking game. Plus the performance. Like, you know, the performance results, based on its specs, are actually not that much. They're not that great in comparison. Well, not necessarily not that great, but they're not as much of a substantial improvement in comparison. That's what the video game market is like. I don't know whether or not we're going to get a PlayStation 6 announcement at some point. I don't know if it will happen this year or next year. Potentially next year. It would make more sense. But fucking hell, the PS5 and Xbox Series X, they were released a year too early. Although with the PS5 Pro, legit, we could have just like... It's so pointless for them to make two models when Sony could have potentially waited to make a fully fledged model as like the base PS5. That would have been so much better, because like it's such a practical way to introduce the next generation with like the best possible benchmark of specs that they potentially have to offer. Well, that they could potentially have to offer.
3, 2, 1, go!
But you know, it's just the way it is, man. Companies, all they give a fuck about is money. These price hikes are taking the piss, and Nintendo are responsible for that. They started it with the Switch 2. Now every other corner in the gaming industry is paying the price. All because Nintendo got greedy and fucked up in the process. The way I just killed Koala Kong, just as he picked up that power up. FYI, you can actually steal the power up from the opponent, you just gotta be precise about it. That's what's rough. That's what roughhousing is like, you gotta play dirty. The orbs are the most overpowered power up out of all of them. That's essentially like a variant of the extra kick. The force field is essentially a variant of the extra kick. That's like the same type of premise as, like, you know, the extra kick from that car over there. I could have killed Nitrous Brio, but he got the benefit of the doubt. Dr. Nitrous Brio got the benefit of the doubt. I could have killed Dr. Nitrous Brio, but he got the benefit of the doubt of the time running out. That's how it works. Well, that's how it worked then anyway, we get the picture. Alright, well that's all of it. Oh yeah, of course, as you can see, this is the warp room that introduces the relics. So yeah, from the fourth warp room onwards, what the fuck is onwards? From the fourth warp room onwards, you can start playing the relic challenges within each level. Okay, let's jump into Jungle Fox. The final Fox level that we're gonna play. They put the missiles in this one as well, which is pretty cool, but they rarely turn up. I don't know if it's to do with the emulator or the fact that it's just a hard drive and external, like pretty much an external caddy enclosure per se. Which, by the way, I can now actually explain now that I've gotten the fact that I've got a brand new PC out of the way now. So basically, like, everything that I have, pretty much like all my emulators and stuff, I still have on one of my original hard drives that I put inside my previous gaming PC. But what I did was, like, when I was replacing the old PC with a new PC, I took the previous PC out of the place it was sitting. Okay, Kong got a lucky cheap shot there, but fuck it. Okay, so anyways, as I was replacing the old PC with a new PC in terms of where it sits in my room, underneath my desk, I took out the hard drive. Well, I took out the 4TB hard drive from my previous custom built gaming PC, and I put it inside a hard drive enclosure in order to use as like a backup plan, and luckily enough everything still works perfectly. But I don't know if that's the reason or whether or not the emulator keeps on fucking, what you call it, glitching and lagging. Koala Kong's getting ridiculously lucky. It's like he played the lottery or some shit. But yeah, nah, fuck it. But yeah, that's the case. Like, everything still works perfectly, but I don't know whether the fact that it's hooked up to a hard drive, I don't know whether the fact that it being hooked up to a hard drive enclosure the way it is would actually have something to do with the emulator lagging, but probably would, because something like that could potentially cause dropped inputs like that. Well, not necessarily dropped inputs, but like, you know, periodic, what do you call it? Periodic connection drops per se. It's something like that could potentially cause periodic connection drops like that between the PC and the hard drive. So yeah, that's probably the cause of this emulator lagging the way it is whenever it comes to a loading screen. I don't know whether it's to do with that or whether it's to do with the now brand new current latest version of EPSXC. What the fuck? Well, at least Koala Kong doesn't get a third point in. Rillaroo took the opportunity. Rillaroo was like, fuck you, you're not winning this trophy challenge. Oh, fucking hell. I'm getting so many cheap shots here, it's ridiculous. Okay, now Brio won a challenge. Everyone gets a point in this trophy challenge. Whoa, what do you know? It looks like Christmas came early for the whole team. Well, I say the whole team, but Christmas came early for the whole arena. Or the whole board, or the whole map per se. Yeah, just let those fucking mines blow up on them. It's a predicament of their own development. Now we're fucking talking. We're back up in the building.
3, 2, 1, go!
We're back in business towards progression. Okay. This has gotta be for winning round. Strangely enough, I haven't seen a missile pop up yet. We've had all these rounds play out. Oh, speak of the fucking devil, the second I mention that, the second I point that out, Rillaroo gets like the most luckiest positioning ever. And the missile drops on top of him. Oh fuck, Koala Kong wins the round, fuck it. Piss off. Fuck it. Never happened in the first place. Oh well, at least I get an opportunity to use a missile now. Let's just say this is potential content farming material right here. Yep, prone for content. Isn't that just fun? Fucking, they keep dropping mines. When the fuck are they gonna drop a missile? Another mine, go figure. The AI are getting the most ridiculous cheap shots in this level at this point for some reason. I can make the idols drop on top of them, but like, I don't know, depends. Depends where they're positioned. Well, not on top of them, but next to them, and they'll still take impact from it. At least the good thing about this one is that you have a lot of space to move around, but it doesn't help whenever the AI just takes the piss. I don't know why the fuck that Tiki idol decided to follow me, but what the fuck ever. Oh, decided. Wait, what? How did you not fuck over Koala Kong? You were like fucking. He was barely a few pixels away from the idol. I don't know how he did not take any impact. I don't know how he did not take any impact from that. It's probably the hitbox. There we go. There we go. Okay, come on.
3, 2, 1.
We gotta do this. How the fuck did Crash not shoot him? That's pathetic. Oh, we got a missile up in the building. I'm getting that missile. You lot can fuck off. And missile's mine, motherfuckers. I'm gonna use it the best way possible. Let's not waste it. Well, I was going to until Rillaroo decided to pussy out. Then again, I killed him with one missile, so like... that was pretty solid. Didn't even have to use both. And like one missile out of the 2 shots as well. Whoa, not 2 shots but the 2 turrets that are firing out a couple of missiles, since you fire 2 missiles at a time obviously. But you know, you get the picture. Rillaroo, come on. The way they keep fucking themselves over like that. That just proves my point right there. The Tiki idol legit just fucked over Rillaroo. Pure insanity. Okay, that's the trophy challenge completed for Jungle Fox. Now moving on to Toxic Dash. Let's jump in. Okay, here we are, people.
3, 2, 1, go.
We're in Toxic Dash. This is right. This is a proper acid trip of a level. Might as well get Eric Bellinger up in the building. Like cinnamon water, mix of marijuana, caramel, honey, appleberry, nana. That track right there is a 2019 classic at this point. It certainly stood the test of time. Although that being the case, that'll most probably be the final time I pull that off within a New Year's livestream like this. We'll see, but you know, it's not worth putting all that pressure on yourself. But yeah, nah, for real. Classics like that don't go unnoticed. I gotta be careful, bro. Okay, that was close. It's cheap the way it's drifting from left and right though. That's weird as fuck, man. Bro. This legit sort of reminds me of, like, especially of those, what do you call it? Those blobs from Crash 1 in the Brio boss fight plus the lab. That's what it reminds me of. That's legit what it reminds me of.
3, 2, 1, go.
Let's do this shit. Those fucking kegs though, those explosive kegs can fuck off. Like cinnamon water, mix of marijuana, caramel, honey, appleberry, nana. Let's do this shit. When something stands the test of time, it bears repeating, but only to a certain extent. What a knockout. Well then, not much of a knockout because I didn't really, you know, collide into him at full speed, but fuck it. What the fuck? Just keep dropping out the ring like that. Okay, we got this shit, we got this shit. Now we're fucking talking. Okay, Jewel Creeper, I'll read your comment in a bit. But yeah, nah, I get the picture. Okay, that's even better. We got that acid trip power up. Light cinnamon water, mix of marijuana, caramel, honey, apple, berry, nana. That's so fun. Anyways, yeah. Let's proceed. As you can see, this is a fuckfest right here. What the fuck is Rillaru doing? He's like... I mean, not Rillaru, what the fuck is Brio doing? He's like... He's on some next level turbulence type shit over there. It's like... It's fucking... His cart is having a fit or some shit. It's like his UFO is having a fit. Well, it's not necessarily a UFO, but it's like... It's like a rocket ship or some shit. Like, get that Wumpa fruit, man. Yeah, now we're talking. But yeah, for real. That track has certainly stood the test of time, without a doubt. No cap. Okay, I've completed that with only 5 seconds to spare. I've been at this for a while now. Okay, so that's pretty much it for that level. Time for ring ding. So this is the final proper level I'll be playing. We can't go without Crash Bash. When it comes to the annual rendezvous point. Okay, we got them speed shoes or what the fuck ever. We got these balloons right here. The black balloons, man, for all. The black balloons are like the most... They're pretty much like the most powerful balloons because they change... They always change the events of practically everything. What I need is a vacuum out of that box right there. Speaking of the devil, it's even more perfect when it aligns up with the black balloon. It fucks everyone over. Of course they start attacking you the second you pick up a Hoover. They're all beating each other up in the process, might as well let each other beef it out, you know what I'm saying? Gotcha. Fucked him over. Dual Creeper says, I'm doing good though, just feeling hot because of the heat lately. Tell me about it, the fucking heat wave is crazy. Although it's cooled down a bit as of recently, today it's not too bad, considerably. What the fuck? How the fuck did he pick up those... How the fuck did he pick up those speed shoes when I'm the one who broke open the fucking crate? Maybe because I must have gone so far apart to the point where it sort of glitched onto him. The cycle got fucked. I didn't even give him a chance to pick up his balloons. Fuck it. Let's get this shit. Okay, come on, we got this. We got this. We got this. Okay. That's so pointless considering that the speed shoes don't really do that much. I don't know why they come up and attack you just because you get speed shoes. That's a bit fucked up.
Crash wins.
Crash wins, mofo. It's kind of crazy, man. We've been out for so long now. But we're coming towards the end of Crash Bash. It's been fun as per usual. But we're not in the final boss fight yet. Okay. Spin Neb Mofo. Yep, the peace and quiet still feels pretty good from where I'm standing. It's like I can just concentrate, you know? Okay, what the fuck? Okay, now you need to relax. Bro, what the fuck is your problem? Just for that you're getting a slap.
Crash wins.
I know it's a graphical glitch just there underneath the wheel. Don't know whether or not it's a reflection of the board or a reflection of the scoreboard per se, but what the fuck ever. Okay, so that's ring ding complete. Now here we are, people, we're gonna face nitrous oxide and oxide ride. Let's jump in.
Thank goodness you have made it this far. I now believe Uka Uka has been fooling us. You must succeed in the final challenge before I can safely hide the crystals you have won.
Here we are, people, the home stretch of Crash Bash. Oxide ride. Let's do this shit. No time like the present. You can shoot Oxide himself, but it won't do fuck all. He won't take damage until the second phase. So yeah, we got a first phase, which is a chase right here. Although you can shoot obstacles. On the plus side, you can shoot obstacles in order to, you know, in order to like make them disappear or just like clear the path per se. Shoot the nitro crates that he drops as well. It's cool how they look proper high definition over here in comparison to the actual levels themselves. I actually managed to shoot all of them as well, wasn't expecting that. Well then again, I do know the formation that they appear in, so I had a rough premise of where to shoot, but still, you don't always get them perfect. I was pretty fucking lucky. Here we fucking go. That one was piss easy. Okay, now we're the second phase is like a crash ball section. It's cool that they utilize the futuristic level section. It's cool that like they utilize the futuristic sections from the Warp plus the levels from Crash, plus the futuristic levels from Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped. Nice attention to detail there. A cool way to pay homage. What the fuck? You know what? That's, in a way, that sort of helps out, because then that means I can play this phase at full health. Every time you enter this phase the first time, like, he's always more difficult to defeat anyway. Which I don't know why that fucking happens. I don't know whether like the AI is just programmed to be that ridiculously hard, but it's just ridiculous as fuck. Like the amount of shit he saves. That Red Bull, by the way, that's something you want to avoid. That is a recipe for death right there. I don't know what the fuck's happening, but fuck it. Okay, the Red Bull killed me that time. But yeah, for those of you who were earlier, yep, that's the Red Bull that came from the Crystal Challenge from Skyballs. I have to admit, this heat is pretty tiring. Fucking hell. Miss me the missiles though. I mean, it's enough to... It's already bad enough that you have to save your own goal, but to have those missiles get fired at you is fucking crazy. To have those turrets fire missiles at you is another problem to navigate around. It's just one maneuver after another. Come on, don't take the piss. Fucking hell, come on. Yeah, this one actually takes the piss.
3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, we getting there. Are we genuinely getting there? Yo. Come on man, we gotta get some hits in. Like, the way the balls ricochet is fucking ridiculous. And the way he reacts to them as well, it's like... Okay, good. It's like you just gotta make it so shit spin. It's like legit, you gotta make it so shit spins out of control on his end. Otherwise you're basically fucked. Fucking hell, that Red Bull right there. That Red Bull can piss off.
2, 1, go!
Dual Crebo 2881 says, will you return to doing commentaries again like we used to? I'll certainly return to recruiting guest commentators at some point as well, yeah. It's just at this point I haven't been like, what you call it? Like, I haven't put anyone in the guest commentators. Well, I haven't been recruiting anyone for guest commentators. Well, just to start off this live stream, because there were just a lot of stuff that I had to get off my case. But like, I think now that I've got all that off my case, it'd be a good place to invite guest commentators. So yeah, if anyone's free to join, they can request a Discord server for me to jump in, and I'll just jump in the voice chat channel for that particular Discord server. I would be in the Dingo Crash Discord server by default. Well, I would be in the general voice chat channel within the Dingo Crash Discord server by default. But at this point, it's like, I just needed to commentate by myself in order to, like, you know, properly articulate myself. Well, give myself the time and space to properly articulate my spells. What the fuck? Give myself the proper time and space in order to articulate myself. There we go, that's how you... I don't know where the fuck the word spells came from. That just dropped out of the blue. Okay, perfect, now we finished. Just like that, we've completed Crash Bash with any % completion.
It cannot be! What sort of trickery was used to defeat I, the great Ooga Ooga?
No trickery, no cheating. Your secret plan to steal the crystals has failed.
You knew?
Of course I knew, and as I predicted, good will always triumph in the end.
You have failed me for the last time. You will pay for your incompetence! What are you doing?
These crystals are far too powerful to leave lying around. They are safe once more. That is all you need to know.
I want what is mine!
I believe that can be arranged.
What is this?
The penalty for disturbing the crystals, my brother.
Okay, here we are people, the credits sequence, thus the completion of Crash Bash. Shout out to Stuart Duckworth for this amazing soundtrack, including this epic Steve Duckworth. Yeah, shout out to Steve Duckworth for this amazing soundtrack right here, including this epic credits track right here. I don't know why I'm mixing up the name Steven Stewart for, like, they're two completely different names, but fuck it. But yeah, anyways, you get the picture. Let's just proceed. But yeah, no, I can't believe we're past this now. It's crazy. It took a little while, but we got there. There's still more to come, but after this I'll definitely be taking a lunch break. Hopefully at some point in the future we'll get a Crash Bash remake, but of course that's just wishful thinking at this point. Always depends how it pans out. But yeah man, let's just enjoy this track in the meantime. I like how the fireworks play into the overall theme of this livestream as well. This track right here has certainly stood the test of time as well. So yeah, here we are people, back in the warp room, but this time in the 5th warp room. So yeah, we're in warp room 5, aka the secret warp room, but of course we won't be playing any levels in here. But yeah, this is the levels that they have to offer. Splash Dash, needs 17 gold relics, 19 crystals to open Dragon Drop. You need 21 gold relics to open Mallet Mash. You need 23 crystals to open Swamp Fox. You need 25 gems to open Keg Kaboom. You need 27 trophies to open Dante's Dash. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That covers the entirety of the warp room itself. Interesting, I can switch between warp rooms as well. Anyways, yeah, you probably would have seen that in my 200 followers special celebration livestream, which I did way back in 2020. For those of you who were around back then, where I actually did a 200% completion playthrough of Crash Bash. And man, that was no easy feat, it was crazy as fuck. But you know, it is the way it is. It is what it is. Camera angles are kind of interesting for what they are. So yeah people, that being the case, we've been here for a while now. I've been at this for over 4 hours and 50 minutes at this point. 4 hours and 53 minutes. Essentially, I've been live streaming for 5 hours at this point. Virtually 5 hours. Did not expect it to take this long still, but A, I had a lot to get off my case, and B, of course there were a lot of in-game piss takes to deal with. But of course at this point I'm going to take a break before I jump into the next game, which will be Rayman 2 The Great Escape for the Nintendo 64. I'll just see whether or not launch is ready. It most probably is at this point because it's almost 3 o'clock right now. Insane, I can't believe I've been live for this long now. Okay. I hope people still stick around for what it's worth. But yeah, just so you know, just in case you see Oversidle, it doesn't mean that I've left. I'm just AFK. Alright, so it's been fun playing Crash Bash, honestly. I like the remakes that they've made. They're pretty much faithful to this game, and I have a lot to anticipate when it comes to Summer Game Fest 2026. Which, by the way, I'll still need to cover the events of Summer Game Fest 2025. That still hasn't been discussed yet, but interestingly enough, we got into a lot of, you know, interesting conversations as well, especially with the chat and all that. But yeah, hopefully those who were in earlier, they'll be able to catch up. Since I'll still be live for a little while, but hopefully not too long. Let's see how the day pans out. I know I'm killing time a little bit here as well, but at the same time it's like I gotta get the ball rolling with other stuff. So it's gonna be a little bit of late lunch, but that's the whole point. Because like, well, not necessarily the whole point, but the whole point of these breaks is to separate each game per session. Otherwise it just wastes even more time in the process. Okay, so now would be a good place for me to take a break, and I'll be right back after my lunch break, people. Don't anyone go anywhere. BRB, people. Okay, I'm back, people. Man's back up in the building. Anyways, yeah, that was actually a lot of fun. So I've just come back from my lunch break. And yeah, like, playing the Crash Bash portion of the livestream, aka the main portion of the livestream, was actually a lot of fun. I caught up on a lot of stuff. It was actually great to open up about how all the events have transpired throughout the entirety of 2026 thus far. I've been pissed off to the fucking precipice based on how everything has panned out, but it's great to know that I finally got the chance to do this livestream after all this fucking time. It's honestly, it's a great reassurance that I even got a chance to start it this time. And you know, I can actually continue. I actually feel like I can continue this livestream as well. It's going great. Especially from my, you know, I'm not really, like, it's less pressurizing as I expected it to be honest. But you know, that's what we get for overthinking things. For my first ever livestream as a 30-year-old, this was definitely a much better experience than I anticipated it to be. But yeah, I hope everyone's had fun playing, or watching me play Crash Bash. It's definitely been a lot of fun. Plus, I remember what it's like, just going for a lunch break mid-livestream. It's like, you're just seeing it running. You're just seeing the idle animation playing, and then it's just like, you know, just there finishing my lunch. But yeah, it was a good meal. Don't know whether or not I'm going to take a break in between the next game. In between the next two games, but yeah, we'll see what will happen. We'll see how that's going to pan out. Okay, so now's a good time to finish up with Crash Bash. This has definitely been a great, you know, it's definitely been like one of the best outcomes I ever could have hoped for in terms of Crash Bash. So yeah, just gonna close off the emulator. Alright, so I don't know like how many people are gonna jump into the chat at some point in the future, but like, we'll see. But yeah, so far, like, even though only 3 people have, actually no, even though only 4 people have jumped into the chat, actually no, 5 people, because one of them was a first time chatter, still, like, it was just fun getting all of this out of my system. It was great to talk about it, it was healthy. And in a way, it was sort of healing. It was like bittersweet per se. And that's pretty much the vibe I got at the start of 2026 in general. It felt bittersweet to the point where it's like, okay, so I know everything is not perfect, but at the same time, I'm not stressing out about what I can't control, because I know what I need to do over the stuff that I actually have control over. And that's the thing, like, control is key at times. Control is an operative aspect. Okay, we'll be switching up games soon enough, so I think I'm just gonna test the volume mixer with the next emulator. Okay, just bear with me, people. Okay, so yeah, it didn't save my settings, so that's another one to take into account. Hopefully it saved it this time. Okay, people, now we're gonna start up the Project 64 emulator to start up the next game with Rayman 2 The Great Escape for Nintendo 64. It always comes up with a prompt when you first open it. Okay, time for Rayman 2 The Great Escape for the Nintendo 64. This is gonna be nostalgic. It's been a while since I live streamed it. Last time I live streamed it was also on a New Year's special. I think it was the 2018 to 2019 special celebration. But yeah, it was a long time ago. So yeah, that was that to my personal recollection. Okay, soon enough, we shall be ready. Okay, time to start up Rayman 2 The Great Escape for Nintendo 64 within the Project 64 emulator. Works perfectly with the PS5 controller. Okay, let's go. This is proper iconic. You get a great experience with the PS2 emulator, or with the Project 64 emulator, I mean. But yeah, that as well. Yeah, I'll just put CLP as in like the initials. For Cool Pro, just for the hell of it. That's how I usually do it anyway. Okay, let's jump into all the action. Okay, sort of had to reset it, but yeah, fuck it. I've reset a couple times just to, like, you know, it doesn't play out of focus. Because like when it came out, that cutscene, it just froze the cutscene, so yeah. Let's just have it play in full. Okay, time to jump into all the action.
They'll never float she. Do you want me more this too? No, it's better. Never stew. Camel group stew. Oh, whoa, huh? Leah, Phil. Do what I need. Just get a Brewster. Oh, yeah, it's you. Oh, you're the diamond. Now what's for you? Give me the next column. Yeah, Grandma. Oh, you're the diamond. Phone to consider one knee.
Okay, so here we are. With Rayman 2 The Great Escape. It's the starting point right here in the prison ship. Pretty standard moveset. It's always cool to test out. But yeah, now I've completed this game multiple times. To experience the original Rayman 2 for the Nintendo 64 is like super iconic. Also for what it has to offer. Oh, cutscene coming up. Okay, here we are in the Woods of Light, the first proper level of the game. As you can tell, there's like the gibberish Raymanian dialogue, which was introduced in the Nintendo 64 version of the game. The PC version also like is pretty much an upscaled remaster of the Nintendo 64 version, like remastered graphics and remastered soundtrack on top of that. But yeah, let's proceed. There goes Murphy. It's interesting how like they actually put Rayman 2 The Great Escape plus Tonic Trouble on like, you know, the Nintendo store in order to download for the Nintendo Switch 1 and 2. It's pretty cool. It's a nice throwback, and for what it's worth, it's great to see that, you know, Rayman is actually back in the picture as well in terms of content in general. I've actually played Rayman 2 The Great Escape for the Nintendo 64. I mean, I played the Nintendo 64 version on the Switch 2 as well, and the controls are... like, there's a noticeable delay, and it's like a split second to a second, give or take. It's almost unplayable, unless you spend a lot of time with it.
You want me more this too? No, what's better? Never flourishing. Here now, still. No, patient. Forward to consider one day. It's you to, yeah. Oh, you're the Zabba. Hey! No, patient.
Okay, let's go. So with that being the case, you get a much better experience out of playing on the Project 64 emulator on PC. So yeah, this is pretty much your standard intro level. Like, okay, don't know what the fuck happened there, but the way it's jumping at that angle, what the fuck?
Forward to consider one day. Get you to, yeah. Stop! Now what's for you? Oh, yeah, let's go!
Okay, here we are in the Hall of Doors. Here comes Murphy chatting to us. Pretty much giving us a rundown of what to expect. That'll take us straight to the Fairy Glade. It's interesting how, like, they decided to, when they made this game, they just decided to do all these, like, what do you call it, gibberish types of voice lines that keep on getting, that they just loop over and over again half the time. They just repeat them at certain points. And then, like, later versions of the game, such as the PS1 version and the PS2 version, they just, like, they actually implement proper language type dialogue. Okay, let's jump into the Fairy Glade. The way they were fighting over the crown on top of that. Yeah, by the way, those graphical glitches within the loading screen, that tends to happen. I of course can only use the analog stick when it comes to the Nintendo 64. Okay, so I'll most probably be playing up to picking up the first mask, and that's about it. I won't play any further than that. I won't be playing this for too long. But yeah, it's a great game to revisit. These 5 times multiplier lumps. That was an interesting concept. Plus, like, these blue lumps that give you air every time you're underwater. At least in this level there's no piranhas. Well, at least not when you're underwater. That's when you're, like, following Carmen the whale in the whale bay, and they just, like, just kill your air bubbles in the process. Okay. Go around this entire section. Hey fake Crash Stefano, welcome to the livestream, cheers for stopping by. He also says, oh hi, happy new year I guess. Tell me about it. Welcome to the real world where nothing makes any fucking sense. But yeah, nah, real talk, I've been meaning to do this livestream all year, but now it's just like, it's got to a point where, like, I just needed to get over and done with, because I just didn't want to let it go. I didn't want to let, you know, the whole premise go to waste and skip out on a year, you know, because I've been doing it like every single year. I know we're part way into the year already, but it is what it is. But yeah, no, so far I'm having a lot of fun live streaming. It's great seeing people pop up in the chat. And pretty much earlier on I was actually playing Crash Bash. Now I'm here playing Rayman 2 The Great Escape. In Rayman Revolution they'd put the llama over there, which by the way, Rayman Revolution is the PS2 version of Rayman 2 The Great Escape. I mean, you can get past that waterfall as well without jumping, but sometimes jumping is the optimal approach. The baby Glowbox is just cheering. We're just saying, hurry up Rayman, we want our daddy back. You'll get him back all in due time. Murphy's just pretty much telling us what we already know about the green lungs. They act as checkpoints. It's just fun to slide in them, but yeah, still, fuck it. And there's a, what you call it? It's interesting how in different versions of the game you actually purify the water. Okay, that was close. But yeah, I was initially intending to have Rayman just sort of shoot himself off that slide, but yeah, it didn't pan out this time round, but fuck it. You know what happens. Fake Crash Stefano says, yes, I'm so used to the PS1 version. I wouldn't be surprised, it's the most commonly... It's probably like the most common version of a game since most people back in the day owned a PlayStation. Rayman was certainly a household game back in the day. It's a franchise that is certainly... Well, okay, what the fuck? I was gonna say, it's certainly a household game that has certainly stood the test of time, without a doubt. I was gonna say, what the fuck was up with that depth perception there? It's weird as fuck. It's cool that you can jump up to go faster. Over here is legit just red lums, doesn't matter if you miss any. It's just health. But yeah, this is a pretty nostalgic level. I like how... Wait. This is crazy. Okay, that's that phase complete. I like how in the Rayman 2 Redreamed fan remake it combines all the phases. And not only that, they actually combine all the versions of the game. As in like... Well, they don't combine all the versions of the game, they just combine like certain portions of it. Like the part where you purify the water. So pretty much like, they have the original layout from the Dreamcast version since that's the version it was based on. But then like... But then they also included a section where you actually purify the water in order to proceed with the level itself. It's fun to kill piranhas in this game. So yeah, like they made some interesting updates in terms of Rayman 2 Redreamed. Which, you know, it was originally called Rayman 2 The Great Escape HD, but then they updated it. But yeah, it definitely sounds more unique. Okay, here we are. I'm right here, as you've just seen. There's a hidden passageway. Okay, just like that, I picked up these secret hidden lums. Although, of course, that does not complete the level 100%, but fuck it. Okay, that was close. Nearly landed into that poisonous water there. Alright. Here we are with these robot pirates. Just throw gunpowder loaded kegs. Okay. Didn't want to jump down there straight away. It's getting really hot over here, so yeah, it's like... It's humid as fuck. Although I do have to admit, it's gotten a bit colder now. That's piss easy to get hit by those kegs, but at the same time it's like, fuck it. Okay, here we go. Right, here's our first robot pirate fight. Piss easy as fuck, by the way. The pirate ambush music is pretty dope. I did a great job with the soundtrack. Okay, let's take out this motherfucker and sleep. It's always fun to do that. Like that, you just bypass the bullshit of having to shoot him a fuck ton of times. The fuck? Okay, here we go. It's cool you can shoot a switch all the way from there. Oh yeah, they put a cage there in the PS1 version. Should wake up this pirate from... Wake up this pirate from its cheeky nap. He was just there having a nap, but Rayman just then came along and paid him a surprise visit. It's like, surprise, motherfucker. But yeah, over here is where we have the machine and everything. Free me, Rayman. Find the machine and destroy it. So we would be going here if that was the case, if we already destroyed the machine, which of course is back over here. I mean, this level's piss easy. A lot of the game is actually pretty chill, but at the same time, it's cryptic but chill. Rayman 2 has definitely taken a dark tone in comparison to its previous game. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, I think I was paying attention to the chat, that's probably why. I was gonna say, where the fuck did that come from? Man, it's so hot, like, barely concentrate. This music slaps. I like both versions of the soundtrack, but like, there's always something about like the original that has its like, you know, authenticity to it, even though it's like, there's always production value to take into account.
Cheers, Neil. Get you to, yeah. Oh, you're Zabba. Phone to consider one day. No, monsieur. Namaste. Just gonna push the do what I need. Yay! Grandma!
Okay, just like that we've unlocked the power to swing on purple lambs. So yeah, we've destroyed the machine and freed Lever Fairy. But yeah, now there's a quest to find our first mask out of the 4 masks. Yeah, some piss easy shit. Okay, now for the final phase of level 2, the Fairy Glade. Level 1, the Woods of Light, was piss easy, as per usual. This right here takes a much darker tone. A way to speedrun this level would be to, like, you know, drop down instantly. But of course run the risk of getting squashed. As in, like, taking full damage, because like if you drop too high of an altitude in this game, it plays that squish animation and you lose some health. Okay, here we are. It's not a long section, to be honest. Here we are, we're approaching the air currents. Okay, that fucking camera's fucking up. Fake Crush Stefano says, is it a blasphemy if I say I like full voice acting better than these voice lines? I'm not entirely sure, but anyways, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. The way Rayman's playing basketball with his body is just priceless. There's a glitch in this version, well, not necessarily in this version, but in the PC version. I'm not sure if it exists in the Nintendo 64, but I'm not sure if it even exists in the Nintendo 64 version, but in the PC version, when you, like, what do you call it? Like in the PC version, when you, there's a specific spot that you stand inside that first air current and you activate and deactivate the helicopter power multiple times. And then like the final time when you activate it shoots you up in the air. So it's an insane speedrunning glitch, which is like POG tier level. Wait, did I go into that air current? Yes, I did. I went into that previous one. I've been live for fucking hours right now. What the fuck? Okay. Let me get back up. Yeah, I won't play too much of this. I'll play an even shorter section of Sonic CD. I mean, not Sonic CD, Sonic 3D Blast. But yeah, Sonic CD is a great game as well. I would have a lot more to say about this game if I wasn't so tired as well. What's another thing? I think most of my energy was like used when I was playing Crash Bash. Well, at least for the live stream. But yeah, anyways. We proceed. I think there's more lums in here. Yes. There should be. Yeah, there's definitely more lums in here. Yeah, it's been a while. Your Primo Triple X954, welcome to the live stream. He says, you playing on GOG? Actually no, I'm playing the Nintendo 64 version on the Project 64 emulator. Hence the level of detail on the graphics, plus the quality of the soundtrack on top of that. But it looks impressive for what the emulator can pull off though. He says, oh nice, yeah it's great isn't it? It's impressive work. Emulation has come so far to an impressive extent. Let's jump in a portal. Of course we can't complete the game 100%. I mean, of course we can't complete the level 100% at this point because the two remaining lums plus the remaining cage are in that secret area in the Land of the Living Dead. Not the Land of the Dead, the Echoing Caves. This ain't Rayman 3. Okay, let's go. I'll just say this just for the fuck of it. Okay, level 3. Jumping into the Marshes of Awakening. It's just one of those things where like... it's just fun to play. So I'll at least get this lum, but I'm not going to go into the Cave of Bad Dreams because like I'm only going to play up until the first mask in this live stream and that's pretty much it. Warning, this is unknown territory. Tourism may be hazardous. Jano is proper territorial about the Cave of Bad Dreams. You have to know the name of the place in order to actually enter, in order to obtain access to it. Interesting how his hat is also similar to the Magician's hat in Rayman 1. So you mentioned the GOG version. I actually happened to also have the PC version on the GOG platform itself. Galaxy of Games. It's great that they actually put the game on that platform in order to, not just that game, but all like the original classics on there as well, in order to make them compatible with modern operating systems. Okay, let's smash open this cage.
Just gonna burst her. It'll never flow the shade. Do you want to let me mow this too?
Okay, so here we are, we've just freed Sam the Snake. Now let's shoot onto a scarf and I'll start this riding section. You can speed up all the way just to fuck about. Of course you can't always get all of them. Of course the yellow lumps are priority. Well, not necessarily priority, but they are the operative lumps to pick up when it comes to completion. What the fuck was that? Okay. It's dropping the ball somehow, but fuck it. I'm getting pretty tired, to be fair. I've been live for over 6 hours now at this point. What the fuck? I didn't even fucking do that. I don't know what the fuck's happening. Got some next level sensitivity on the fucking joystick. That's for sure. These zombie chickens, you can just bypass all of them. Okay, at least got all the cages in the first round. It's piss easy to miss them. It's piss easy to get them, but it's also piss easy to miss them, and you have like 3 chances to get it done. The earlier you get them, the better. Here we are. On to the second phase. This one's... it's a pretty short level. Okay, that was pretty sick. That was sick as fuck. The way I just pulled that off. There we go. That was some parkour action right there. These controls are sensitive as fuck though. They're more sensitive than I remember. Fucking hell.
Yellow, pode ter uma money. It's you to get.
Okay, that pretty much wraps up this level. Okay, let's unlock the portal. Interesting how they put it on the wall, not on the tablet itself. As in, like, the portal in question. Okay, access granted. Would that be in the case we've unlocked the bonus stage? These ones were proper fun to play back in the day. It's literally just like one of those It's literally like one of those button mashing activity type of games, or type of mini games that you play. Just tap A and just press A and B repeatedly. Okay, let's do this shit. Just gotta fill the bar up as much as possible. And pretty much the more the bar you fill up, the faster Baby Glowbox goes. So you're controlling his speed essentially. It's proper insane though. Some high adrenaline type shit which really puts your fingers to work. There we go. Yeah, it's some proper insane button tap in there. And that's on the PS5 controller as well. Okay, so essentially, like, you just win extra health for Rayman and that's pretty much it. Although in later iterations, you actually win gold fists for Rayman in addition to extra health. So that's another reason to complete these bonus stages. They get harder and harder as you go further into the game. Okay, so let's just jump back into the Hall of Doors. Okay, the Bayou. This level was fun. It's always fun seeing all of them blow up like that. This is a truly nostalgic experience right here. proper throwback. Here we are in the bayou, and that cutscene with Razorbeard and his robot pirate, butler and the henchman, that was always priceless back in the day. Iconic memories for the win. Anyways, right here we have a bonus level. Well, I say bonus level, but this is the Walk of Life, so essentially like, it contains the rest of the lums. Here you can win life, force and power, and you have enough lums to go there. Okay, so this is pretty much one of those levels where it's like, you pretty much just follow Lee wherever you, through the path. Well, I say follow her, but you like, go alongside her per se. I mean, it's one of those piss easy levels. It feels more like an exhibition level per se, because like, but the thing is, like, you've got to reach the checkpoints before the time runs out in order to actually, you know, complete the level. It's crazy, like, you're ahead of Leaf for, like, the majority of the starting point, but then at a later point in the level, well, as soon as it gets to, like, that section that we just passed, the game makes it so she starts to lap you. It's like she's literally programmed to overtake you, just out of the fucking blue. It's like it's not a race against Lee, it's a race against time. That's the premise here. It's funny though, because like, when you're ahead and then just Lee just tries to overtake and it's like, you're not the guide, I'm the guide for this. Like, I'm the guide for this adventure walk. Okay, let's go. I don't know, it's just priceless. So you gotta walk the walk. It's action. Okay, I'm just gonna jump in here so then it doesn't glitch out. Well done, Rayman, that was very fast. 1 minute 56 seconds and 72 milliseconds. You make a good hero to increase your chances. Here's some more energy. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Fate Crash Stefano says Lee is just magically walking the Rayman. Yeah. I don't know, just out of the blue, just suddenly summons the energy to overtake Rayman, even though Rayman's just like trolling her at the start. Okay, so yeah, it's piss easy to get all the lums in that level. But Rayman M, Rayman Arena and Rayman Rush sort of remind you of that when you play that. But of course it's 10 times more fun. Okay, now jumping back into the main level, the Bayou. It's pretty short, it's only we're literally just playing like 2 more levels of this shit and that's it. The bayou was like, it's an interesting level I've always found. It's just one of those levels that make it actually feel like a proper Rayman game. Like it's set in a swamp. Like it's a mixture of like it's legit just like a mixture of a swamp and a forest. Why the fuck did he not jump? Okay. Way to kill my inputs like that. It's great that they ported this game plus Sonic Trouble to the Nintendo store, despite how it performs on the Switch 1 and Switch 2. What the fuck? How are you missing simple shit? In-game piss takes, fuck 'em. I don't know how you can miss basic shit, but yeah, fuck it. Oh, we got another sleeping pirate over here. This is where the music starts to get dark. This is sick as fuck. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, some people opt to go down that way, but like, it's just better to go down up the top. Therefore, like, you can just pick up those lums. But yeah, in a way, I'm partially appreciating the soundtrack here. It only plays for like a short section of the level as well. Okay, here we go. That cage right there is piss easy to miss. Okay, we made it. Interestingly enough, you can actually, in a speedrun, like I've seen like multiple speedruns where you can actually, you know, you can actually get that cage by ricocheting your fist off that wall. It is pretty precise to pull off. Your music gets even more kick-ass at this point. The amount of skips you can pull off in terms of speedrun in this game as well. You can even clip through this ground right here in the PC version. I'm not sure if that even applies in the Nintendo 64 version, but probably. Just a lot of piss easy shit, you know. Over here you see Bazit make an appearance in the PS2 version. Anyways, oh fucking hell, that's so cheap the way that happens. Like I was gonna go on top of it, but then somehow he just passed underneath that keg over there. A lot of these levels are dark and cryptic in Rayman 2, but like, I found a lot of them interesting, especially Tombs of VA. But you know, I personally found a lot of them interesting, especially the Tomb of the Ancients. Plus the soundtrack that goes along with it really complements the atmosphere. Okay, here we are, here we go. Kill this motherfucker right here.
Yay!
Rayman's super happy about that. Oh, Color Pro's back here, cool. He says, I'm back, GG on finishing Bash. I heard you talk a lot about your Japan trip earlier. Well, I heard you talk a lot about... Oh, he says, I'm back, GG on finishing Bash. I heard you talk a lot about your Japan trip earlier. Sounded pretty cool. Yeah, it was an amazing experience. And I actually see myself going back at some point in the future. It just costs a lot. It is an expensive trip, but honestly, like, the earlier you book flights and accommodation, all that, the better. Japan in itself is expensive, though. Even if, like, you do book certain things ahead of time. It's like legit, you gotta mentally prepare for yourself when it comes to trips like that. But yeah, for it was a trip of a lifetime though. You're patrolling from city to city. City to city. So yeah, it's a really expensive country, as you say. Yeah, it actually is. In fact, I think you can say a lot about that for most Asian countries, but I'm not entirely sure. But it's expensive to travel anywhere, to be fair. I don't know how the fuck he missed the switch, but okay, what the fuck ever. Okay, I'm almost done with my portion of Rayman 2 as well in terms of this livestream. I'm just playing a short portion of this game up until picking up the first mask, and that's pretty much it, but yeah. But for what it's worth, it was fun travelling from city to city for the stuff that we did. It's like calling all the girls, do you hear me? All around the world, city to city. There's a throwback right there. That track has certainly stood the test of time and all, on top of that. 2010 classic to my personal recollection. Okay, here we are. Approaching the end of the bayou. Color Pro says, how many different places did you visit? Oh yeah, he corrected himself, he said how many. I'm not sure how much in total, I haven't really counted, but yeah, quite a few. It's always fun to visit new places. Have you visited a lot of places? Okay, we know the drill to this one. Pretty much spam the living fuck out of the A and B button, which in my case is the X to square button that I haven't mapped to. "22 seconds and 90 milliseconds, pretty decent time." Color Pro says, me? Not really, but I'm going to this summer. He says, me? Not really, but I'm going this summer for the first time to Bosnia and Croatia, so it's going to be fun. Yeah, I can imagine. You can sort of picture it. There's a lot of great places to visit in this world, without a doubt. Okay, let's jump back into the Hall of Doors. The Sanctuary of Water and Ice. The Sanctuary of Water and Ice, here we go. Sorry, my throat was just being a bit funny there, but yeah, fuck it. Not a good thing I have refrigerated water with me, which is actually a lot better than room temperature water. So yeah, let's jump into the Sanctuary of Water and Ice. which is pretty much the final level I'm going to be playing for this game in the live stream.
Oh, you're Zabel. You wanted me more, mister? Now it's too bad new.
Okay, here we are in the Sanctuary of Water and Ice. The place where we pick up the first mask in the game. Okay, yeah, here's the bridge. That's what I figured. They put crabs in here. Like it's Crash Bandicoot. Interestingly enough, Rayman 2 The Great Escape, turning into a 3D game, was actually inspired by Crash Bandicoot, so it was like an interesting sort of like development process there, since Rayman 2 is originally going to be a 2D game. Alright, there's that pirate ambush. I don't know why the fuck I'm suddenly having all these problems with depth perception. I mean, yeah, sure, I haven't played this game in ages, but like, I'm not sloppy as fuck at it, fucking hell. Like, let's be real there. Yeah, it was a smart move. Color Pro says, yeah, that is good to remember. He also says, it was smart to make that move. It was smart to make that leap to 3D, 100%. That's the thing, because like, 3D games, like, at that point there was a whole crash in 3D games, so that's when the gaming industry as a whole really started to make the switch to like developing 3D games, in terms of like, you know, what developers are planning to do back then. It wasn't just, as a matter of fact, it wasn't just like a popularity type of situation. It was literally just technology moving forwards. It was innovation in itself. It's like going from text-based games to games that contain graphics. It's basically comparable to that. And I like how chill this music is. Soundtracks in Rayman games are fucking sick. Especially this one slaps proper hard. What the fuck? How? Come on, man, you can't be that sloppy. Let's fucking go. Like, come the fuck on. Okay, here we go. It's helpful that these blue lumps actually respawn. Just keep Rayman's health. An interesting speedrun strat in the PC version. I'm not sure it even exists in the Nintendo 64 version, but like, there is one point in the PC version where you actually swim through the wall and then like skip an entire chunk of this phase, and then you pull some type of swimming in the air glitch, which, yes, I know some of you, or at least like a percentage of you, would compare that to Spyro the Dragon. More commonly Spyro 2 and 3, since you can pull a swimming in the air glitch in both of those games, well, at least the original version of both of those games. But yeah, it's interesting how Rayman and Spyro both have that in common. But yeah, it's got some stuff. It's got some speedrun strats in common with Crash Bandicoot as well, depending on movement. But it just depends what you implement. But yeah, for real, it's great that they were bringing Rayman back into the picture, especially when it comes to like porting the Nintendo 64 version of Rayman 2: The Great Escape to the Nintendo store. What the? How the fuck do you miss that? I could shoot it from here. There we go, now we're talking. I'll just take both of them out, fuck it. The fact that Ubisoft are promoting Rayman right now is even more wholesome, especially since Rayman has officially hit its 30th anniversary last year. Free dumping for anyone who can figure out how to open the door. Or I presume that's free dumping for Rayman in that case. Guess we got the blue one here and the gold one there. It's sick when the music just kicks up. When you start to pick up, you know, the spheres, the blue sphere and the gold sphere. This music is super nostalgic. Color process. So many platformers are left to collect dust. Good that Rayman is sort of back. Yeah, it's great it's back in the picture. Oh yeah, in the Nintendo 64 version of this game, like, this part of the track, they sort of have like multiple different loop sections in it as well, which makes it even more original. It makes it all the more wholesome in the process. Da, da. Da, 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 da. Oh, see, they're like... They were... It looks like they were really... Well, it sounds like they're really experimenting with the drum loops and all that shit. Okay, here we are. Okay, here we are to pick up all these lambs. Dun, dun, da, 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 da. This track will always be fun to listen to. Dun, 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 dun. 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 That's always fun to listen to. I just had to sort of just let that play just for the fun of it. Okay, here's Murphy. I know he doesn't need to tell all us this shit, but fuck it. It's interesting how, like, over here there's like practically no skybox. Like, you can literally see that they're just... These walls are just planes with textures plastered all over... With just textures plastered all over them. It's kind of interesting. Then again, it's like hardware limitations. It's something we would not have clocked back then, back on the old CRT TVs, where like all the old school consoles would get hooked up to. Here we go. This one isn't too hard, it's just in terms of you just gotta position yourself precisely in order to pick all of these lumps up. Okay, that's close. We're approaching the first boss fight of the game. What the fuck? Yeah. That's a bit of an early jump, but at the same time, like, the depth perception is not that great. It certainly does take some getting used to, and I think for me it'll definitely take some recalibrating because it's been ages. But I've completed this game multiple times before. Dun dun dun. There we are. Just one final lump and that's it. That's after the boss fight. Actual guardian of the Sanctuary of Water and Ice, even though he's not really much of a boss fight. All you do is just grapple onto these flying rings and then just shoot that ice stalactite and that's it. It's a piss easy shit right here. I still get a lot of enjoyment out of this game, don't get me wrong. It's just that, like, premises like this are super simplistic. This yellow lamp up here, by the way, piss easy to miss. Okay, time to pick up the first mask. Okay, that's the Sanctuary of Water and Ice complete. Now I'm just going to do this bonus stage and that'll be it for Rayman 2 The Great Escape. I presume this is a different assault course to what I remember. Well, in comparison to the previous one, but anyways, let's just kickstart it off. Yeah, it is. Okay, come on. some of them get harder and harder, but this one is one of the piss easy ones. "25 seconds and 32 milliseconds, pretty decent." So yeah, as mentioned previously, you either earn health or just for fucking, well, at least in the earlier ones, you just earn health for Rayman. Well, you get like a health upgrade for Rayman, but at the same time. But in the later ones, you also get a gold fist upgrade for Rayman in addition to a health upgrade. So yeah, Rayman gets both a health upgrade plus a gold fist upgrade depending on which one of these bonus stage minigame races you end up playing. And yeah, it's a specific one per level. Although, of course, some of the levels share the same one, but you know, it always depends on which one. Okay, that's that complete. The Menhir Hills. That is a sick level, not gonna lie, especially with the rocket walking show, just sick as fuck. Color process, nice. He also says, "Oh, the controller ASMR. Yeah, tell me about it." He can literally just hear me spamming the buttons on the PS5 controller. Playing it on the fucking, like, doing that on the PS2 version though is like, it's more or less the same shit, but like, I remember back in the day when like, I used to do it in the PS2 version, Rayman Revolution. When I ever played it on the PS2 or the PS3, it was like, if you saw me playing it, it looked like I was playing it on a guitar or some shit. Then again, it's not that far-fetched. I mean, Guitar Hero was also developed by Ubisoft. So yeah, that's another interesting coincidence. So that's also another happy, interesting coincidence. But yeah, like, in terms of Rayman in general, it's great that he's back, and honestly, it's awesome that we actually got the Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition collection, which is pretty much like a whole collection of multiple different versions of the original Rayman. Like, they're basically remastered. Well, I say remastered, but like, basically, like, they partially remastered 5 separate versions of the original Rayman, including the SNES prototype from 1992, which is pretty cool. So yeah, there's finally an official method to actually playing the SNES prototype as opposed to just downloading an SNES emulator plus the ROM. And you know, it shows that Ubisoft actually recognizes Rayman for what it is. Well, it just recognises the fan appreciation for Rayman. I mean, the only version doesn't include the Sega Saturn version, but presumably because it's partially identical to the PlayStation version, but the only difference is it has multiple different, like, it has multiple different animations and all that. Color process and Rayman's reputation was never ruined from what I know, right? Yeah, precisely. Rayman's reputation was never ruined. Even when the rabbits came into the picture, Rayman was still brought back into the picture with Rayman Origins. And then Rayman Legends soon followed up. By the way, there's now like this rumor going around where apparently Rayman Legends is getting a remake called Rayman Legends Retold. I don't know whether or not that's true, but that seems to be trending on Twitter at this point, which now they call it X. But yeah, there's a lot to say about like the Rayman 30th and the dish. I can't even fucking speak right now. Yeah, but yeah, there's a lot to say about for Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition package, and it's great that it was released on multiple platforms. In fact, a physical edition of that package is coming out on at a later point in June. It's crazy. And they've already released it digitally back when it was shadow dropped. But yeah, that's the thing with the Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition. It was shadow dropped at the previous State of Play event. No one was expecting it whatsoever. I remember there being sort of hints being dropped about it, or like the teasers or whatever. But it was never officially announced up until the previous State of Play event. And now we have the next State of Play event coming up on the 2nd of June, which is literally less than a week away. It's proper insane. Color Pro also says Rayman Legends is that old that it may get a remake. Lol, tell me about it. It's funny because like it already got an additional port for the Nintendo Switch called Rayman Legends Definitive Edition as well. Back when the Switch 1 came out, well, on the same year the Switch 1 came out anyway. So yeah, like, anything's possible, although like Switch 1 is... I mean, like, the Switch in general, it's... like, they had to, like, when it came to the Switch 1 version as well, like, it was partially compromised as well, so it's not much of a... I mean, it was an updated edition, but at the same time, I'm not sure whether or not it had, like... whether or not it actually suffered from performance issues compared to the PS4 and the Xbox One versions and all the other versions, but yeah, like... but it does control better on other platforms though still. But it was nice that the Switch 1 at least got a port for it for what it's worth. We had a physical release for Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition. It's only coming out on PS5 and the Nintendo Switch for some reason. Like, it's not coming out on like Xbox Series X or PC. I don't understand why like they do that when it comes to specific platforms, but fuck it. And interesting how, like, I mentioned this earlier as well, but this game included, well, Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition included, but like a lot of the games that are on the Switch 2 are primarily Switch 1 games. So it's like, not a lot of people are buying the Switch 2 just to like get the Switch 2 exclusives, because there's, especially since there's not that many, so if anything, Nintendo are underselling the Switch 2 even though they're overpricing it, so it's like, they're shooting themselves in the foot there. I don't know what type of business practice they call that, but it's a fucked up one, to say the least. But there was a lot to get into that. But yeah, back to what you mentioned about Japan. What about me talking about my trip to Japan, but yeah. So pretty much like one of the other things I did in Japan was that I went to this cat temple called a Karajuki temple, or whatever the fuck it's called. And it's like, it's got loads of statues with cats and it's like really cool. Yeah, Gorakuji Temple, that's what it's called. There are a lot of cool temples there, and that one is right there is in Tokyo. It's like, it's full of cat statues plus like, it's full of like shrines and all that as well. Not only that, but you can actually sort of light some type of stick there. I'm not entirely. And you put it inside like this massive type of. You put it inside this massive incense burner. Yeah, that's what it's called. But anyways, I highly recommend that as well. And if you take a picture of like some of the cats, it's like, well, some of the cat statues from a certain angle, it looks like a whole army of cats. It's just priceless as fuck. But yeah, no, the whole experience in Japan was amazing. Okay, let me scroll down the chat. Color process, I didn't know that. He also says, lol, I was confused about the stream when you posted it on Ripto. Lol. I presume that's because of the title, because of how far into the year we are in, but yeah, fuck it. Hey Al, welcome to the livestream. Cheers for stopping by. Got Antonio Curtis up in the building. Antonio Curtis. He's like, yes I was. And Color Pro's like, there he is, yes. Al says, cool pros in Japan? That's fucking dope. Yeah, it's sick as fuck. Honestly, I highly recommend the experience. I've always wanted to go and it's one of the best places you can ever visit. The people there are kind. The food is like top quality. It's paying, it's Michelin star. I'll see what you did there, Al. Just like doing some type of quotes out of context type there. you put it inside this massive type of hole with the look face. Yeah, man. Yeah, I was just trying to remember like what it was called, you know, but then I just remembered it as the incense burner. Color Pro says, that's jokes. Al also says, thank you Pedro, good to be here. Great to have you in the chat. Color Pro says, ha ha ha. But yeah, it's great to see everyone stopping by, and it's just great to see everyone in general after such a long time. Honestly, I've been meaning to do this live stream all year. And it's just been a staple in my head, but it's been the way this year has transpired. It's like how do I put it into words? I mean, I think I mentioned it earlier on in the live stream, but like the way this year has transpired, it's been such a scrape to get proper time off, as in like have a decent day during the week where the house is more or less quiet in order for me to do a live stream like this. Because every time I do one of these New Year's live streams, I always jam pack a lot of content into it. So yeah, I did my annual any % Crash Bash playthrough earlier on as my annual rendezvous point to kickstart it off. And yeah, a lot did happen indeed. So yeah, Cola Pro's right there. Cola Pro says, Cool Pro discovered that there is a new EPSXE version. I was like shocked. It did sound like a lot happened. Yeah, it certainly did. And yes people, you're not wrong there. There is a new version of EPSXE. Well, a recently released one in 2025 anyway. It's EPSXE 2.0.18, which I don't see that much of an improvement, but it just happens to exist. I have to admit, I was pretty skeptical when I came across it myself as well for the first time. Just figured I'd test it out, see what the fuss is all about. Okay, so it was fun playing Rayman 2 The Great Escape. Alright, so at this point I'm going to finish up with Rayman 2 The Great Escape and move on to my next final game, which I'll only be playing for a short period of time. But yeah, let me just sort of test out the volume mixer, because Windows 11 for some reason doesn't always save your volume mixer settings when it comes to specific programs. It's a right piss take. Al says Lucky Luke in the chat. What do you mean by Lucky Luke? Are you like guessing what the next game is, or you just happen to reference the fact that I was lucky to go to Japan or whatever? Cola Pro just got the reference. He's like, oh, the game, haha. Yeah, Lucky Luke's a great game, don't get me wrong. Antonio Curtis says, yeah, haha, it's Cola's favourite game. I'm not surprised. I've seen him play it a few times, I think, to my personal recollection. It's a great game, you know. I wouldn't put it past him. Just as I figured, it did not save my settings. I was right to test it beforehand. Okay. Cola Pro says, it's a good game, yeah. I think I played it years ago and it's cool as well. Antonio Curtis says, he plays Lucky Luke Asterix and Cool Pro's Japanese Adventures. I presume there's a game based on my adventures in Japan now. That would be interesting. Cola Pro says, that's the Golden Trio. For Golden Trio, the Golden Trilogy, whatever. However you want to put it. Cola Pro also says, I feel like this game will be either Pac-Man World or Oddworld. It's neither one of the two, but yeah, it's two of the best games to play. Well, two of my best games to play. Well, two of my favourite games to play. Okay people, the next game, and pretty much the final game I'll be playing in this live stream, is Sonic 3D Blast for the Sega Mega Drive. I'll be playing a short portion of it though, even shorter portion of it in comparison to the previous 2 games, especially since I don't know whether or not I might have company around later on, but we'll see. Because, you know, things have been a bit unpredictable these days. But yeah. But yeah, Sonic 3D Blast is a great game. Well, it's an interesting game, to say the least. It was like their first attempt at, like, you know, making Sonic 3D. Although, I think... I think people compare that to either Sonic 3D Blast or Sonic Jam on the Sega. Like Sonic Jam on the, on the Sega Saturn. But yeah, they are comparable to each other. Okay, so I'll be playing Sonic 3D Blast. Just gonna boot up the emulator. Just gonna boot up the Kega Fusion emulator and fire up Sonic 3D Blast. No time like the present. Okay, here we are with Sonic 3D Blast, and as you can see, this game was released in 1996, which means this game also happens to hit its 30th anniversary this year, alongside Crash Bandicoot. I like how ours was like, holy shit, FIFA 2000, yeah, like, that is comparable to the graphics. Pseudo Mars Taken, welcome to the livestream, cheers for stopping by. It's Pseudo from the TNC Discord server. He said that intro on Sonic Blast is impressive in the technical sense. In a way it is, well yeah, it is impressive in a technical sense in terms of what the Mega Drive can achieve. Okay, let's start up the game. I'll be playing a short portion of the game though. Especially since, like, you know, I haven't played this game in a long time. I think I'll just play up to the first boss fight and that's pretty much it. Which, by the way, only takes up... Which is only like... It only takes up, like, you know, the first 2 acts of the game. So it's like 2 levels followed by a boss fight and that's pretty much it. But after that I'm gonna be calling it because I've been live streaming for a while right now. This game also got relaunched with another title called Sonic 3D Flicky's Island on Sega Saturn and PC, which I also happen to own both of those versions myself. Okay, here we are, Green Grove Act 1. Interesting how back in the day when they were just experimenting with 3D, everything was all isometric and all that. So yeah, everything right here in terms of 3D Sonic the Hedgehog, this is super primitive. I understand like that some people will have like complaints about this game in comparison to other games because like there are a lot of 3D Sonic games that are obviously much better than this one, which have come out at much later points in time. So like that doesn't surprise me. I even remember at one point when Alpha Omegasin was live streaming Sonic Mania back in 2017, he mentioned that both him and his friend used to take the piss out of this game in order to, in the sense of actually comparing it to any other bad game that exists on this planet. So like any other game on this planet that they thought was a bad game, they would compare it to Sonic 3D Blast. Which is a bit of a priceless outlook, to say the least. But yeah, for what it's worth, I respect Alpha Omegasin's opinion, for what it's worth. Not only that, but like, well, to be fair, like, he does have a good taste in Sonic games for what it's worth. He likes Sonic Generations as well, which I personally reckon was one of the best Sonic games ever made. That game even got a remaster, along with, like, you know, Shadow the Hedgehog content with Sonic X Shadow Generations back in 2024, which is 2 years ago now. I can't believe Sonic X Shadow Generations is 2 years old now. That's fucking insane. I remember it getting announced on the first State of Play event for 2024 as well. Definitely a title to remember. Okay, let me double check the comments. Yeah, Cola Pro saying hi to Cola Pro saying hi to Pseudo. Cola Pro saying hi to Cola Comp. By that logic, he'd be saying hi to himself. Anyways. But yeah, he was just saying hi to Pseudo Smile. He says, "Oh, it's Pseudo Skin. Hi." And Pseudo says, "I watched a video explaining how the intro was done." Cola Pro also says, "Yeah, I think I played this game before." Yeah, you probably might have. Pseudo Smile also says, even the way how the animated Sonic sprites were made, yeah, you can tell it's super primitive. It's like, it's not 3D models, it's literally just a combination of sprites. That's how they used to do it back in the day, before they actually used to implement proper 3D models and all that. That klaxon right there, well, I say klaxon, but that tune that just played, that tune is also in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. It plays, that tune, that extra life tune that just played is also the exact same extra life tune that came from Sonic 3 and Knuckles, aka the complete version of Sonic 3. I don't know how the fuck I can get up there. Oh wait, I can't get up there. Antonio says Cola saying hello to Koala Kong, lol. Antonio Kurt says Pedro, you missed my previous comment. Oh yeah, that was jokes. About being the top shagger, yeah. That's priceless as fuck. Okay. Okay, so I came from there. Yeah, these levels are a fucking... These can be a fucking maze at times. Cola Pro's like, top fragger, top shagger. And I was like, yes! Yeah, he's so happy that I read the comment out now. That's mission accomplished for you there, my friend. He made it his mission. You know, it's funny, like, it reminds me of that point where I arrived in Tokyo, as in like the airport, and the people inside the tourist shop, or the people that were running the tourist shop, they were like, what do you call it, the guy that was handing out stamps and all that, and just sort of promoting, I think he was promoting, like, you know, the way people, like, as in like the tourists are like visiting Japan or like visiting Tokyo, like Japan in general. Like, this guy was like super stoked when you saw that I was wearing a top that was based on Tokyo. It was like, he was like, oh nice, you're wearing a Tokyo top. And then he was like, I bet you made it your mission to come here. And then I was like, yeah, that's... And then I was like, yep, that's the case. With that being the case, mission accomplished. And he was like, yeah, mission accomplished. It was priceless as fuck. It was wholesome as well, because like they were so passionate about us being there, you know. Like I said, the people there are kind. Like, they're cool. Like, they're cool, calm and collected, and they're also passionate about what they do. Cola Pro also says, oh wait, Suga also said some stuff. Asuda says Sonic sprites had to fit into the cartridge / RAM, so the dev had to compress it in a way, plus mirror the sprites when going in a certain direction. Yeah, but it's all perspective on top of that. I was like, yep. Cola Pro says, wasn't that Guy Lizard's uncle? Well, which guy? Suda says the Sega logo and the intro animation is also compressed. Yeah, caught that as well. Or that might just be the emulation, but it probably was compressed. Suda also says interesting stuff. Cola Pro says, wait, did he actually sound like that? Lol. Yeah man, it was priceless as fuck. It's like so much so that like it just became a key memory to me personally. So yeah, just had to reference it in the live stream, you know. And I was like, ha ha, LMAO, need that clipped. Yo, I'm not putting that past you, bro. Okay, just completed Act 1. So I am taking my time with these levels. I didn't go into a special stage whatsoever, but fuck it. I'm only playing up to the first boss fight here anyway, but yeah, nah, it's just nice. Even just live streaming in general for the first time in ages and catching up with you lot, you know, it's purely wholesome. Not only that, but like it's sort of refreshing in a way. Okay, yeah, I need that. Son of a bitch. I fucking spun into him as well and I still took damage. Shows how primitive this game is. I legit do not put it past Alpha Megasin for taking the piss out of this game. Whatsoever. Ah, see, you clipped it there. Yeah, I clocked it. I literally just clocked it there, Al. He titled it Mission Accomplished. He titled it Mission Accomplished. Yeah, because like the Japanese there, like when they pronounce their L's as R's. Although some of them are like, it's kind of a mixture, it depends. They're not all stereotypically like that. But that one in particular did sound like that. And you know what was even more funny? Like, he also looked a bit like one of the tribesmen from Crash Bandicoot, as in like Papu Papu's tribesmen, but like a tall, thin version of them. Well, then again, like they're tall and thin themselves by design in the game anyway, but you sort of get the picture. But like, he sort of had the same hairstyle, if you catch my drift. Okay, I'm just seeing if there's any... I'm just checking to see whether or not there's anything else in this map, but fuck it. Nah, I think this part of the map's clear. I know there are special stages somewhere. Okay, I gotta be really careful here. Got exploding mines over here. Here's Knuckles. Gotta get 50 rings as well. Like, they have models of Tails and Knuckles in in this game as well. And whenever you approach them with 50 rings, you enter the special stage, but in this case he just emptied all my rings. Like a cheapskate of a motherfucker. That enemy right there is making the exact same sound effect from the mushrooms in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Well, when you bounce on top of them anyway. Just jump on top of them and ricochet from the top. You just jump on top of them and ricochet from the top point of them. Okay, let me see if I can get 50 rings, then I can go back to Knuckles. I might play at least one special stage. That is so cheap, the way like... It takes him like fucking 10 years just to climb one slope. Okay, I need 10 more rings. That's how much I need. That shouldn't be too difficult. Well, okay, that was close as fuck. I could have lost all of them then. Yeah, that's right. I'll teach you not to fuck with Sonic the Hedgehog, you prick. Anyways... Back to business. Let's find Knuckles. Some of these special stages are piss easy, some of them are hard as fuck. Yeah, Knuckles is over here. Here we go. Yeah, I didn't read those yet. You're right. That's because I'm locked into the game partially. But yeah, don't worry, I'll go back to read those comments. So the depth perception isn't exactly perfect in these, but like, you gotta like, just be super precise with the way you position yourself. 150 rings, that's pretty solid. As a matter of fact, I literally already had 150 rings from the previous round, so like, I'm a step ahead of the game, bro. Just like that, I picked up a Chaos Emerald. Okay, here we go. Don't worry, I'll scroll to read some of the comments. Okay, yeah, that's when I last stopped reading, so yeah. Pseudo Smile says, by the way, Corpro, have you heard of a Alicog? I'm drinking that right now. See what he did there. And then like, I was like, let cock. And then Color Pro's like, hot gay? You mean Cab Kiba, or however you pronounce that. Antonio says, Al says, yes, a lot of them actually do pronounce them flat out as R. Yeah, for real. It says, since L doesn't exist in Japanese. Yeah, in their vocabulary it does not exist. He also says, Al also says, and English loan words that begin with L are rendered as R, such as Remen for lemon. Yeah, precisely, that's the case. Sudas also says, 2010 came back so fast. Yeah man, that's a meme from the past, bro. That's a meme from the previous decade. But speaking of which, like, we're getting closer to the 2030s now. How fucking insane is that? Al says, ignore him, Pseudo. He is projecting. I see what he did there. He also says, he has sex times with his friend Mark Cerny Havala. He's projecting like King Pez per se. If that's the direction you're going with, but if you were, I wouldn't be surprised. If not, then interestingly enough, if not, then that was an interesting turn of events. Pseudo says, don't worry about it. Colorpro says, go go go. Colorpro says, go 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 go. Yeah, it's getting hot as fuck over here. Pseudo Smile says, I didn't take it personally, XD. That's good to know. Al says, good. Yeah, now we're back more up to date pretty much. Colorpro says, I don't think Cool Pro will read these. I don't think Cool Pro will read these. Yeah, it just took time. Al says, he will. Color says, yeah, Colorpro says, LMAO. Pseudo Smile says, let the mans focus on the game, mate. And then I was just like, yeah, Cola. Just like, what you call it? Just like he usually says. Every time someone says something, he's just like, quick to point the finger at Cola Pro. Like, yeah, Cola. Cola Pro's like, I'm sorry, I'll behave. Antonio says, let mans play the game. Pseudo Smile was taken, says, it was not a joke, Cola XDD. He also says, it's a real drink. Cola Pro says, everyone's ganging up here. Well. And then finally Al says, exactly Pedro, King Projector. Yeah, for real. Oh, so that was where you're going with it. Okay, well, that's perfect. Well, great to know we're still in sync. Great to know our thought process is still in sync. Okay, that was cheap as fuck the way I died just then, but yeah, fuck it. But yeah. Also, he gets shy when people copy him. I remember you mentioning that in, what you call it, in one of the, I think it was one of Cola Pro's Let's Plays. Well, one of Cola Pro's, well, I can't fucking speak for shit right now, but yeah, I think it was in one of Cola Pro's Let's Play parts of Croc Legend of a Gobbo's remaster, or it was from one of the Croc speedruns from the Croc Rip No More speedrun tournament. It was either one of the two from my personal recollection. Okay, at least now I'm just gonna lock in. But yeah, feel free to correct me. Al says, I probably did say something like that, yeah. Yeah, you actually did, I remember. And it was priceless to listen to as well. I mean, pretty much a lot of the conversations that you've had in those speedrun tournaments or those Let's Play parts, they were funny to listen to. Like, I had a right laugh listening to them. Okay, flickies. Okay, I think I'll at least complete this level just so I can defeat the boss fight. At least the first boss fight, and then that'll be it. And then I'll just look for someone to raid. I'll probably either raid someone playing Crash Bash, Rayman 2, or Sonic 3D Blast. Okay, so we're getting closer. Oh look, there's Tails as well, that's another special stage. What the fuck? Okay, I'll worry about that in a bit. I definitely heard a Windows 11 notification go off. Gotta stay on the platform as well. Yeah, they do get a bit harder. That's fucking crazy. That was close. That was ridiculously close. Especially since the platform in this one is a bit more narrow in comparison to the previous one. Okay, come on. So many fucking mines as well, like, it's crazy. Oh, fuck off. Oh well, it doesn't matter. But yeah, it was definitely the fucking mines that fucked me over there. Oh well, fuck it. I don't care. It's not like this is a 100% playthrough or anything. Alright, here we go. I'll catch up with your comments in a bit. Just don't worry, people. Okay, that works. Wait, oh that's right, every time the flickies get hit, like they just separate from the trail there. Because they could get piss easily hit by a laser and you wouldn't even be able to clock it, then you have to go back and collect it. I can understand why this game pisses people off, having to backtrack just for like 1 or 2 flickies that you might have lost along the path, just because he was shot by a stupid ass laser. Yeah, it's dumb as fuck. Definitely timed that jump perfectly. Okay, just need the rest of the flickies for this section, that's it. That'll be it for this level. Wow, that was crazy. The depth perception is ridiculous. I know this game is primitive, but it's ridiculous. It doesn't change how ridiculous the depth perception is. It does take a lot of getting used to. Plus, I've not played this in ages. I don't know whether or not you guys are actually enjoying watching me play this game, but if you are, then that's cool. I mean, I'm enjoying both playing and live streaming this game. For what it's worth. Okay, there we are, we're at the end of the level. Green Grove, here we are, Act 3, which is the boss fight itself. I like how Sonic Adventure sort of remixed this track. for one of their future levels. Either they remixed it or they took inspiration from this type of, you know, for this type of melody or composition. Just gotta wait for him to drop the ball. It's a piss easy boss fight. Okay, that was cheap, but fuck it. Yeah, just gotta watch out for that spiky ball there. Dr. Robotnik is getting cracked. He's getting cracked up in the building, mofos. Just like that, the boss fight is complete, and here we are in Rusty Ruin Zone. By the way, I won't be playing this game that much anymore. Like I said, I don't know why he's facing that way, but yeah, what the fuck ever. Anyways, I'm pretty much done with this game now anyways, so yeah, I'll just look for a person to raid. But before I do that, before I finish up the live stream, I'll just read all the remaining comments. But yeah, nah, it's been fun. Plus, I like the music in this level, so I'll let this play for a bit. Okay, it's so much better to read on the PC in comparison to the phone. It's so fun. I mean, like, it's so much better just, what you call it, reading it on PC as opposed to the phone. Oh, there's not a lot. Okay, yeah, Color Pro says, good stuff man, both the tournament and the LP were pretty fun. Yeah, they were definitely something to look forward to and something to anticipate. Yeah, I was saying to Color Pro earlier how, like, you know, I enjoyed watching, I actually, you know, watched every single part of the, well, not every single part, but like, every single race that took place in the Casino Speedrun Championship, and we both sort of agreed on how the tournament could have been run in a different way, but we also agreed that the production value in terms of utilizing AI for all the graphics and the transitions were pretty good. That's if you still hear, that is. But yeah, Al says, nice, haha, glad you enjoyed. He says, we also heard it. Okay, cool. Cola Pro also says, where's the Mexip? We also heard it. Okay, I presume you're talking about the Windows 11. I presume you're talking about the Windows 11 notification, but yeah, that makes sense. Cola Pro also says, where's the Mexican beep? Cola Pro also says, I am. Yeah, we've got the Mexican beep up in the building, mofos. Antonio also says, Casino Speedrun Championship was awesome. Yeah, it definitely looked like a proper hyped up event for the Ripto community, that's for sure. Color Pro says, ha ha ha, we do. Yeah, indeed we do. That's a fact right there. By the way, here's one final topic that I'd like to discuss. Here's one final topic that I'd actually like to discuss, and it's to do with Summer Game Fest 2025 and Summer Game Fest 2026. Okay, Pseudosmile says, the feeling when proprietary OS forces you to give ID and it gets leaked eventually XD, yeah, it's fucked up. Apart from that, it's usable, but yeah, anyways, back to the main topic at hand. So yeah, I'm just gonna discuss Summer Game Fest 2025 and Summer Game Fest 2026 as like a final topic before I properly finish up with the live stream. But yeah, anyways, I personally reckon Summer Game Fest 2025 has certainly stepped up a level in comparison to Summer Game Fest 2024. Like, it proper, like, if anything, it completely upstaged the previous event, for what it was worth. There was like, it was actually really cool the way the Unreal Fest Orlando 2025 event actually showcased the new tech demo for their brand new version of Unreal Engine 5.6, well, which is the new version of Unreal Engine back then, and they pretty much showcased it in like a tech demo. They showcased it in the Witcher 4 tech demo, where they were presenting how the whole concept of the level of detail, where like normally where you see an object like from afar, like the further away you are from it, the less detailed it is. Unreal Engine 5.6, they showcased that Unreal Engine 5.6 actually found a way in order to like maintain specific objects at like its full quality regardless of where you are on the map. It doesn't matter how close or how far away you are. There's no proximity based rendering anymore because they found a way to actually, you know, process it at its full quality without compromising gameplay performance, which is proper groundbreaking stuff. I even remember last year I was like, where the fuck has this been all this time? This is insane. Proper fucking insane. It's like proper next level. It was also great how like, what do you call it, when they showcased this sort of mod where like, I think it was a Fortnite mod or whatever it was, but it was set in like this control room where it was built up where there's this game that's like made up of 20 lines of code to my personal recollection. It just like, it tells you, and pretty much it's this type of voiceover type of command that replies to you based on what you've just said. And it's in this control room where you can't press this, there's a sign that says don't press the red button, but like the voice command is like telling you to do it, and then it's like, what do you call it, then it got to a point where like the replies became more and more realistic, and it got to a point where he asked, well, like the person demonstrating it on stage was like, I'm actually doing this in front of an audience on stream, so I don't want anything to go wrong because we're actually doing it in front of an audience on stream right now. And then, well, he said something like, it sounds like a big risk and I don't want anything to go wrong because we're doing this in front of an audience on a live stream. And then the voice is like, risk? There's no risk. Sometimes risks are meant to be taken. Or the voice is like, risk? Sometimes risks are meant to be taken. Besides, think of the views, the follows. A little danger will spice things up, don't you think? But yeah, it's one of those things. But yeah, that's something you would not expect, but especially from a video game, that's at next level. But yeah, Summer Game Fest 2026 is happening in... Summer Game Fest 2026 is actually happening on the 5th of June. This year, which is actually 10 days before I turn 31. It's 10 days before my 31st birthday, so yeah, that's another thing. So, June is going to be a busy month for me, with both Summer Game Fest plus my birthday, although in my eyes, Summer Game Fest will always be E3. People can call it a spiritual successor as much as they fucking want, but it will never upstage what E3 brought to the table. Even though it's handled by the same people, still it's not like the same vibe. You even still see people type in the chat of each event in like you know, these later events, especially these like, what do you call it? These Summer Game Fest live streams saying, we miss E3, we miss E3, we miss E3, like, fuck tons of people spamming we miss E3 in the chat. I'm not surprised. It's like one of those events that was praised and cherished by not just gamers but people worldwide. It's what brought a lot of people together. Honestly, like E3 it's a prime example of what brings a massive community of gamers and people in general together to enjoy the best games possible out there. That's what always gets me hyped for E3 as well. I do admit that production value has dropped in certain aspects, but it depends on like which company, like it depends on how whichever company handles their own live stream, because like they're no longer press conferences anymore, they're just media showcases. But you know, that's the type of era we're living now post COVID-19. So yeah, after all that shit that transpired 6+ years ago now, or 5+ years ago now. But yeah, technically 6 years ago now because we're in 2026. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, so I'll read a few more comments and then I'll finish up because yeah, this is an interesting conversation. Color Pro says we will get Spyro 4 this year. Interestingly enough, yeah, there have been talks about both a CTR 2 and a Crash 4. There's been a lot of speculation around that, so yeah, there's a chance we might get both. And even more interestingly enough, that uses the type of artwork from Crash Bandicoot 4 It's About Time and not Crash Bandicoot N. Trilogy, so yeah. To see like an official render, to see like a render with like the art style from Crash 4 being like part of an official thumbnail which got quickly taken down, you know, that's actually raised suspicion amongst a lot of people. So yeah, Sudo says I'm gonna get going now. I'll download the VOD so I can see what happened before. Feel free. Al says, fuck, you're nearly 31. Yeah, tell me about it. It's proper fucking insane. Time just flies by proper fast. But yeah, it's come to those points where it's like, you know, time just... And you're at that age where you feel like, you know, it's just... all that pressure that you had in your 20s building up to your 30s, it's no longer there, you know, it just disappeared. Because as soon as you get there, you start to realise it's more about, well, at least I'm just speaking based on personal experience here, it's more about how you feel and how you look after yourself. I mentioned this much earlier in the live stream as well, but yeah, it's a lot about how you feel and how you look after yourself. Also, with some of that being the case, I would actually like to give a shout out to the Stamp Stories, who is pretty much a recent live streamer that I've been watching since like late 2025, early 2026. He's been live streaming a lot of video games, and yes, he live streams quite a lot of Rayman and Crash Bandicoot and all that as well, so he's definitely worth checking out. He even does speedrun races, and he's part of this community called the Rise community. Well, I'm not sure if they're called like the Rise community or whatever, but it's like Rise Gaming. Yeah, that's what it's called, Rise Gaming. Yeah, he's pretty much currently a partner as a content creator for a group of people known as Rise Gaming at this point in time. So that he's definitely worth checking out. He's quite big on Twitch right now. He's got 1.8k followers on Twitch. It's definitely worth checking out. And one thing that he said recently, like in one of his recent live streams, is that when he was, he actually live streams a lot of Sonic as well. And one thing that he said recently in one of his live streams, when he was doing Sonic 1 resetless speedruns, and this is something that actually stuck with me, and it stuck with me today in particular, and it was something that he kept telling himself to do in order to prevent himself from resetting his resetless runs. He was like, whatever happens, I'm just gonna let it play. Forget about whatever happens. Just fuck it, I'm just gonna let it play. And that actually stuck with me, like, all throughout the day today. Especially when I was at work earlier on. Instead of, like, getting pissed off, I was like, you know what, fuck it, whatever happens, I'm just gonna let it play. I'm not gonna stress out about what I can or can't control. Because let's face it, a lot of these days I've been getting proper pissed off, especially as of the past couple of days. But yeah, Cola Pro's already heard pretty much the full story of like how I was pretty much pissed off to the precipice as of the entirety of this year. Well, not the entirety of this year, but the majority of this year leading up to this point. But it hasn't been all bad though. Plus, since I finally got a chance to do this live stream, I'd say this is a sweet victory worth treasuring to the end of time. But yeah, like the Stamp Stories, he's a priceless content creator as well. He sometimes live streams F099 on the Switch too as well, and there was this one live stream where like he kept on saying, "Don't feed the pros!" It was priceless as fuck to listen to. Because like, these guys were just like trying to troll him, and he was just like, and then like he just kept upstaging them like a boss. But not like it was all bants for real. But yeah, people, whatever you do, don't feed the pros. Unless you want to get trolled. Yeah man, oh, it's great to be that, people, for real. But yeah, see your comments there, guys. Yeah, Cola Pro says, we'll see. Are we gonna get... Cola Pro also says... Cola Pro says, we'll see. He also says, are we gonna get more barbershop updates? By the way, that's to be confirmed. That is indeed to be confirmed. I mean, we probably will, probably won't. But not for real, like... What you call it? Al also says, yes, very true. Color Pro says, oh cool. He says, I presume that's about the barbershop updates, yeah. Well, I don't want to get people's hopes up because, yeah, there was one point where I actually did go to the barbershop at one point this week, but I didn't do a barbershop update about it. Well, I made some rough notes about what was said just for the fun of it, just for a laugh, but that was pretty much it. But yeah, it was just a point where I just didn't feel like posting about it. But yeah, anyways, I'm not gonna promise anything, so please do not look a gift horse in the mouth. And yeah, that comes, by the way, that goes for content on my channel in general. People, if anyone's expecting me to live stream any brand new games that come out, please do not look a gift horse in the mouth. Because at the end of the day, you have to remember, we're all human beings, we all gotta get on with life. Color process, it's okay, man, yeah. I appreciate the understanding, well, I appreciate the, what you call it? I appreciate the affirmation there. Yeah, that was the term I was looking for. It was great having this music play in the background as well. So yeah, people, for those of you expecting even more gameplay of Sonic 3D Blast, I sincerely apologise, but at the same time, like, I've been live streaming for hours, so yeah. I apologise sincerely in advance, but at the same time, I've been live streaming for over 7 hours now at this point in time, so yeah, I think now's a good time to call it. I'm just gonna look for someone to raid and then call it a day in terms of live streaming. Okay, that'll be it. It took a while for it to stop playing the audio there, the way it was glitching out there after I closed the emulator, but yeah, fuck it. There's like da 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 da. Okay. Okay, so we're back to the start, people. Back with this thumbnail. Well, I say back to the start, but now, yeah, the live stream's officially over. Okay. But first I'm gonna look for someone to raid before I officially sign off. Okay, let me see if anyone's live streaming Crash Bash. That'll be my first pick. That's right, people, this is officially my first ever live stream in the year 2026. Okay, I had to mute that. I don't know why it played automatic. Already on the precipice of May and approaching. Okay, that needs to stop. I don't know why that was playing far back as well. That's another thing. It's weird as fuck. I'm just gonna go and... Okay, now that we're back here, I just need to jump into the Crash Bash category and then just see whoever's live streaming Crash Bash. Hypno Shark's live streaming Crash Bash. Burn Knuckle Terry, welcome to the live stream. Victor, it's been a long time since you hopped into one of my live streams. Man, it's been so long. But I sincerely apologize, Victor, but I'm actually wrapping up right now. I've been live streaming for like 7+ hours now. Almost 8 hours. Potentially, well, quite literally a work day. I've been live streaming for like a shift's worth of time. So yeah. Victor says, yeah lol, how's it going, man? Alright, it's okay. Well, I have to admit, this year's been pretty unconventional for how it panned out, but if you want a full rundown of how it's gone, how the year has panned out for me, then feel free to watch the archive back, because I certainly plan to upload it on YouTube. Plus it'll be available to watch on Twitch as well, so that's another thing. But yeah, no, it's great. It's been a while, Victor. It's great to see you pop up. Yeah, voice legend. Antonio Curtis says, nice, cool pros, get in the shift tonight. Oh, I see what you did there. The way you just put that in brackets. He says Irish slang for sex. That's interesting, not a lot of people would have known that. Okay, so Hypno Shark is the only person live streaming Crash Bash. However, every time I raid someone, I always raid someone new who I haven't seen before, just to like expand my horizon and connect with even more people. So it's not to do with the fact that it's him specifically, it's just to do with the fact that in general I look for more people to connect with. Color process, what a day it will be then, indeed. He says, you're already connected with like so many people, haha. See, that's how you network, bro, you gotta connect. We've got a Dutch person live streaming Rayman 2 The Great Escape at this point. I think he's playing, yeah, he's playing the PC version. I think the live stream is completely in Dutch as well. His name is Thundersoos. Let me see if anyone's live streaming Sonic 3D Blasts. There's a big part of me that doubts that. But yeah. No, it's literally just me. Or I might just raid someone playing Crash 1. That's the thing, like, I'm legit just looking for a viable option to raid. Okay. Color process, like anyone I meet on Discord, they have you for mutual for real. Yeah, like, that's almost the entire population of anyone on Discord, or at least like. But then again, Discord is like full of so many people, and you can only like, you know. It's easy to find a lot of mutual friends on Discord though, for real. That's another thing. Yeah, he also says. Yeah, Al also says Supersonic. Color process TK streaming, but nothing these games related. And Victor says, yeah. Okay, yeah, wow, it's official. I've actually been live streaming for over 8 hours now. 8 hours and 1 minute past. Okay. I'll find a similar game at least, since like I don't want to raid someone who doesn't understand what I'm saying. Because like to raid someone who's only live streaming in Dutch, like there's a chance they're not gonna understand English, so that's another thing. And primarily like these live streams are like English speaking live streams. The retro category is full of people. The way you just clocked it there, Al. He just says, wait, is that Victor Crash Legend 25? Color Pro says, yeah, it's the Victor. And Al's like, holy shit. He said, I ain't spoken with him since he faced Spyro Jam in the big one speedrun. I don't know whether or not you're referring to the one where he was like, the big one, the big one, the big one, or if that's a different run, but yeah. But yeah, Victor also says, I don't go by that anymore. Yeah, he goes by voice parodies now. Yeah, he changed his name a few times, like Voice Legend, Voice Parodies, but yeah, Color Process. Was that like 2013 or something? Lol. And Victor says, but yeah, it's me. Yeah, I remember like your username on Twitch was Burnock or Terry because like Because you used to jump on Daniel's live streams as well, with the username Burn Knuckle Terry, at least when he was live streaming on Twitch back on his old Twitch channel, the CBS12 Twitch channel. But he has a Dingo Crash one as well. He's had it since 2016, I remember, so yeah, 10 years now. I replied to Cola Pro saying yes. Cola Pro says, I thought it may be Terry Games at first. I think Terry Games has his own Twitch channel. I'm not entirely sure. Most probably does. Someone's playing The Punisher on Xbox. I remember Alpha Megasin was live streaming that game at one point. Bubsy 4D, that is nuts. Sonic 1, maybe? Oh, it's not that sure. Oh, that's probably one of those, like, generic channels that just live stream, you know, loops of video game footage. Okay, let me double check to see if this person's a viable option to raid. Okay, I've officially settled on a person to raid. I'm gonna raid this user called The Cake Time. He's currently live streaming Crash Bandicoot 1 right now. He's playing the Insane Trilogy build. I think he's on Stormy Ascent at the moment. Yeah, he's definitely on Stormy Ascent at this point. Okay, so I'm just gonna put that in my chat. Color process. Oh, for real, let's see. Color Pro also says, is Bubsy 4D released? Well, I see the category on Twitch and it's got so many viewers. It's got so many views on it. Yeah, it's got like 486 viewers in total. Yeah, people are live streaming it as we speak. Although, speaking of video game categories that have actually got a lot of views, since the Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition got released, the original Rayman category in itself was actually proper blowing up in terms of views. Like, and that is proof right there of how the original Rayman has certainly stood the test of time as a relic of the past. Color Process, oh, I can't believe it's already out. How is Zin not streaming it? Tell me about it. Speaking of which, I've not seen a live stream from Zin, aka Stick Kid, in ages. Man, Zindictive is not like a person. Zindictive is like a person I haven't seen go live in ages. Yeah, Stick Kid. The Stick Kid / Vindictive. We're living in a time capsule, people. That's what we're living in. We're hearing about all this stuff and about all these people who we've never seen before. Well, not never seen before, but haven't seen in ages. Cola Pro also says, I watched him a year ago, so he also says time capsule for real. Yeah, that's the case right here. Okay, let me just type the raid command for the cake time. By the way, yeah, there are underscores here in between his name. So yeah, v_cake_time to be precise. Okay, so the raid is all set up and ready. So now would be a good time to wrap up the live stream. There's no time like the present. Anyways, I'd certainly like to thank everyone for stopping by. For those that did, it's been great making such a special epic comeback for the first time in so long, and to be live streaming for like the first time in over a year. It feels surreal coming back, and it feels great just seeing everyone's names pop up, pretty much. And hopefully, potentially, I might be able to tackle some more of my future live streams, or tackle some more of my live stream backlog per se. Still got my 900 follower special celebration live stream series to do, which would involve the 3 Crash Bandicoot Nintendo DS titles, which, by the way, I plan to do a separate live stream, so that would just be the plan for that would be 3 separate live streams for that series, which wouldn't be which of course will be less intensive in comparison to my 800 followers special celebration live stream, which included the 5 Game Boy Advance releases within the Crash Bandicoot franchise. But yeah, anyways, hopefully those will happen at some point. But yeah, it just depends whatever I have planned and whatever I can make time for. So yeah, people, for those of you who have your expectations set too high, please do not lick a gift horse in the mouth. Because nothing is promised. Hell, not even tomorrow is promised. That's life right there. But yeah, definitely gonna need some air. Color process, that's deep but true. Yeah, 100%. I mean, you gotta be honest with your viewer base after all. Yeah, for real. Color process, who knows who'll wake up tomorrow. That's a fact set in stone right there. That's 100% a fact set in stone. Definitely got a lot of enjoyment out of this live stream, and hopefully I can still sort of maintain this vibe for future live streams. But of course, like I said, nothing is promised. So anyways, before I raid, it's time to wrap this up, and then I'll just raid the cake time immediately. Okay, so now will be a good place to wrap up the live stream. For those of you who are watching this live on Twitch, feel free and be sure to drop a follow if you haven't already, in order to keep yourselves up to date with potential future live streams whenever they may happen on my Twitch channel. And for those of you who are watching this archived on YouTube, feel free and be sure to subscribe, like, or rate, however you want to put it. Drop a comment below to leave constructive feedback if you possibly can, and or share it around with whoever possible. And see you lot on whatever's up next on both my YouTube and Twitch channels. Until then, laters everyone, peace out.